We had some technical difficulties there, and hopefully you've stayed with us. If so, we thank you. We're just working through some sound difficulties right now. I think we may have actually attacked them, and things are sounding pretty good so far. Um, we apologize for that. Anyway, we are here at the Papa Style tournament. We're in the final few hours of qualifying right now. Here's a wide angle shot right now of the action. We're live. There's plenty of competitive action going on right now. First of all, we would be remiss if we didn't thank all of our Twitch viewers out there for dropping by and watching the action. And we already have one one great piece of feedback right now. We apologize, Dexter Hampton, for that small interruption right there. In case you're curious, folks, it had to do with audio feedback. I was hearing things through the stream that I really shouldn't, and I felt it was better for all of us to just simply do a little reboot on that. In frame right now, you can see Gwen Octavia walking up to Jeannie. We've got strikes and spares going on here, the Munsters, plenty of other great games right now. When we're debuting a new feature at the bottom of the screen here, you can see we've got a little bit of a crawl going on here, just like they have on those big time sports channels. And we're highlighting each of the games in the tournament and telling you what their current settings are. This is a day-and-a-half long event in terms of qualifying. Qualifying is going to end at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Plenty of great action still to go over here in terms of the stream and in terms of the action here. And what we'll do is we'll end up taking a 1 hour break between 1 and 2 p.m. Eastern Time, and then picking up with the finals. For those of you that have never seen this sort of event before, by the way, what are we showing here? We're showing you Demolition Man. Nobody's on it right now. We're going to cut over to that. We also are showing you a little bit of action from Taxi. Again, nobody there right now, but we are really getting into the heart of the competitive action, and that is when we're going to start to see a lot of information going. Let's use this opportunity to review the tournament format right now. So in this tournament format, this is what's known as Papa Style qualifying. It was named for an old style of scoring and playing that was used back in the days of Pinball. The object here, you choose 5 of 10 available machines, and you play one game on each machine. Your scores are recorded on what We're back, folks. I don't know what's been happening here. Quite a few technical difficulties this morning. We welcome you back. Let's just pick up right where we left off. In terms of the Papa Style tournament format here at the Pinball Asylum, this format was named for a style of qualifying that was used at Pinburg many years ago. Of course, Pinburg was at the beginning of this month, so sort of a tribute to that. You'll choose 5 of 10 available machines, and you'll play one game on each machine. Your scores are recorded on what is known as a ticket. Players then choose whether or not to submit those tickets or to void those tickets. You decide one ticket at a time. Now, most players will choose to accept every ticket they play, but that may not always be the case, and we'll see a situation maybe later on that. Only the submitted tickets are included in the standings, and the 16 best tickets will actually make the finals. So what's unique about this format? In this format, a player may end up competing not only against other players, but also against their previous tickets. So that's really important to consider if you're trying to make the best ticket that you can. Um, you know, the 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 challenge is going to be, how do you not hurt yourself? In this example, Eric Stone is in the lead in that particular game. These would be game-based standings. If Eric puts together a ticket with an even better score, but really tanks it on the other 4 games that he chooses, he may choose to throw that ticket away so that he doesn't jeopardize his good result. What are the players playing for today? Well, they're playing for the opportunity to have their name engraved on this brand new Loving Cup that was purchased just this year for this event. And here are the names currently on that particular trophy. Joe Janot taking it in 2015, 2016, Mr. Jeff Palmer, and he repeated in 2017. In 2018, Dan Coyle surprised everyone with he ran the finals just straight through, won every single game. And now we're looking at the year 2019 and who will be the winner in 2019. And so we're cutting over right now and we're looking over the shoulder of Gwen Octavia right now on Taxi. We're going to try to show you as many views as we can of as many games as we can, and we are going to be debuting something really spectacular here, maybe in just 1 second. And here we go. We're actually going to start doing it right now. This is the debut of something we're calling the triple cast right here. We're going to try to show you highlights from a few games at the same time. We're going to try to toggle over right now to little action on strikes and spares. We're going to try to look over the shoulder right now of Jeffrey Cleary. We're looking right now at Gwen Octavia over on Taxi, and we're looking at state champion Nick Mueller over on Demolition Man. So it's going to be quite interesting to try to watch and comment on all of these at the same time. Now, Jeffrey Cleary has been a tremendous performer here this weekend. He's doing really great. And I mean, he is looking like a very strong candidate to make these playoffs. He's slipping down just slightly, though. I'll tell you that Jeffrey is in 15th place. He's looking to make that top 16. He's just a couple of points out from that particular 16th. He's just a couple of points out from being eliminated. So looking at that score right now, that he's got 156,080. That's not a bad score. It's far from the best that's been put up this weekend. Looking at Nick Mueller over here on Demolition Man, he's not having the greatest game here. Ball 3, and he just started the Fortress Multi-Ball. Of course, in Fortress Multi-Ball, your first mission is to get the initial jackpot. And the initial jackpot is found at Acmag, straight up the middle, and he just did that. Now he has to hit the computer shot over on the left. He's going to want to use that left flipper, so you can see him frantically taking care of that. Goes up the Acmag and ends up over on. And that was really unusual. We've had quite a few unusual things here. We just almost lost all lighting here. You know, it is Southwest Florida. It's a stormy time of year. What a bad break right there for Nick Mueller. Those two balls collided near the end lane. And he's back to single ball play. He's got a quick freeze right here. He's already set up for Museum Multi-Ball, but it didn't happen. And there's the frustration right there. I don't blame him. He's trying to put together his best foot forward. There's a really important reason these players are going all out at this point. As we take a look, Eric Parsons has stepped in on Taxi. We'll talk about the importance of finishing in the top 8 here out of qualifying in just 1 second. First, a quick look at those standings. Those standings are found at neverdrains.com/Asylum 2019. And I'll give a quick refresh on here so we have the absolute latest standings. And Steve Marsh, shocking the world, coming out of nowhere. And that's what happens in this format. and he has a couple of pretty decent games out there and takes the top spot. Sebastian Bobbio has been a strong performer all weekend. He's currently in second. Jeff Palmer in third. Shannon Stafford in fourth. Whoever finishes in the top four will receive a double bye. And that means when we go to the playoffs, they are going to be able to sit out the first 2 rounds. They can finish no lower than 8th place. Players 5 through 8 would get a single bye. They can finish no lower than 12th. And there's Atticus Palmer, 2-time Florida State champion, really making another strong performance like he usually does. Scott Kakavis, one of the members of the Pinball Asylum, using his home field advantage in a big way. And look who's back-to-back here in 7th and in a tie for 8th place right now. Joe Janot and his wife, Lauren Emmel. This should be a very interesting little competition here if those two should happen to go deep. Could be husband versus wife. Other names in here you'll definitely recognize include current state champion and young phenom Nick Mueller, last year's champion Dan Coyle, newcomer Vince Gellermine, Anthony Dixon, who came within a whisker of winning the Classics Championship at the Point Monsters a couple of months ago, and Jeffrey Cleary, as we mentioned, now hanging on, being chased from below by quite a few players. This is going to get really, really exciting toward the end. So as I transition back over here to the triple cast format, we're going to bring in our aforementioned great announcer here at the beginning of the broadcast, and it's a man who's a member of the Pinball Asylum, and his name is Jeff Webb.
Norma, how you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. Thank you very much. A little bit of an adventure there in terms of getting on the air.
It's been a pretty exciting morning. Lots of
it.
action going on in qualifying today.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure you've talked about all the exciting things with the leaderboard changing a little bit, which is pretty neat.
We are seeing just so much activity here, and you and I were talking yesterday about this. It's going to get very, very exciting as we go along here. I think, what's been the biggest surprise of this tournament, Jeff?
Well, I think the biggest surprise, goes back with just what happened this morning so far, and that's with Steve Marsh tying with Sebastian and Jeff Palmer there at the top, and that's been a big change up this morning. That was pretty exciting. Everybody got really turned on by that thing. The other thing that's been exciting, too, to me, is how Space Mission has been performing. Space Mission's been that game that's been kind of plaguing everybody this morning, but then all of a sudden Shannon comes up there and gets a 90,000 on it and still tilts the ball. So, that thing works great for some people. Doesn't work great for everybody else, but that's part of pinball, right? It's just not for breakfast anymore, pinball, right? So, anyway, we got that going on, and it's a full house right now. You've got pretty much all the machines on the tarmac here being played, and people are waiting to get scored, and it's going to be pretty crazy. This is now when the time comes when people really start blowing through this thing to try and see if they can push these people up, because as you can see, one ticket with Steve Marsh changes the whole scenery.
Absolutely. And we've got folks out there that are they're just itching to get on. So if you wouldn't mind telling me a little bit more about the Pinball Asylum in general, I've got to send out some communications here.
Well, the Pinball Asylum's been around now for a few years. It started out such a small little room on the other side of this big room that we're in right now, and it has developed through the efforts of all the different people on the board and different volunteers to what it is now. We've got over almost 100 games here. And right now we got the top 10 games in the Asylum playing right now, but we've got a beautiful setup here with full service. You've got bathrooms up here. You've got people bringing food and having a great adventure. Not only is it a great place to play, but it's also a family environment. People come up here just to connect with everybody and talk about pinball and just frankly escape the craziness of the world to enjoy some old-time stuff that has become new again. It's not just about the joystick anymore. You got to watch those silver balls now. So it's been a fantastic event, and the Pinball Asylum's got a huge thing coming up next May. On the 27th, we'll be hosting the IFPA World 17. That's the 17th running of those things next May, so we're really excited about it. The Pinball Asylum is on the map, and we're here to stay.
Oh, that's just fantastic. Thank you very much, Jeff. A great summary. Already getting some great feedback on the triple cast concept here. Thank you for that. Appreciate that. New Hampshire Polar Bear. Polar Bear, unfortunately, Eric Stone not in the mix this time around, but that's okay. He'll be back again for the next tournament. So, unfortunately, Nick Mueller not putting through his best performance right there on Strikes and Spares. The tension's really rising around here. Looking over at Taxi, it looks like Eric Parsons just finishing up over there. We currently have the door open right now in Demolition Man, if you're wondering why people aren't playing that one.
Check the if you get a chance, check that leaderboard. Looks like something may have changed again.
Let's check it out.
Looks like there's some action going on there. Has it been any changes up there?
Well, we'll find out. Give me 1 second here. We'll switch
I
that
see
over.
People kind of huddling around it right now.
Oh my gosh! Really, Steve Marsh still leading it, but Atticus Palmer.
Look at Atticus. He
has
popped up
just
from
jumped
nowhere.
up there into 4th place.
He was way below the cuts before we started this morning.
Absolutely.
As was Steve Marsh.
He was. And it's really, one ticket can change everything. It's like the lottery.
It's absolutely like the lottery. One ticket is all you need, and I'm going to play the lottery tonight with those numbers.
Absolutely. I would probably be I'd be thinking right now, I would like to have some better numbers myself than I put up in qualifying. I'll scroll down for the benefit of those.
We've got 2 more hours left to qualify.
We still do.
So who is looking great to you right now?
I'll tell you what, there are a couple of players who are just about locked on, and they're going to be in, and that's going to be Sebastian Bobbio, Jeff Palmer. They'll be around no matter what, but you may see them each play one more ticket just to try to get up to that magic number 1 spot.
I'm Steve Marsh, do I play anymore right now?
You might want to. And there's a particular reason that people are really pressing forward right here. Has to do with the format of the tournament finals. It's 4-player group match play. We've seen that in many tournaments. 3-game matches. It was the same as Point Monsters. But consider this. The top-seeded player in the group chooses either the machine or the position for each game in the match. And that is a tremendous advantage if you've done well. If Steve Marsh finishes here at number 1, he can call the shots, drive the proverbial bus the entire way in his bracket. That could mean the difference between winning and losing.
But he also gets a bye, doesn't he? Tell us about the bye. How does that
work?
Well,
the buys are, again, in case you joined us late, we had a couple of issues there. But we'll take a look at that again. Top 4 finishers, qualifiers, I should say, would receive a double bye. And that means they won't have to play until the semifinals. We're going to use letters to represent these groups. C and D receive just a single bye, and A and B will play right away. So not only, if you're in the bottom 8, you have to get through that first round, then you have to get through another round, and then again. So if you're in the top 4, again, you can finish no lower than 8th, because 8 players will have been defeated by the time they get to you. So the top 4 is really where everyone is focused right now.
Before I got on air with you, I was doing a lot of the scoring, and I've been talking to a lot of players who don't want to wait their turn, and they're wanting to bump into another game as quickly as possible. Now, having those 2 buys, does that cool people down too much and not want to be able to keep that rhythm going? Is that something to think about?
That's interesting. Now, with Point Monsters, if you watched our stream back in June, those players that were in the top 4, they ended up playing each other in the finals. So they didn't go cold at all. But it's really about the personality of the players. Some players play a lot better cold. And some people need to get the competitive juices flowing, and then they just make that run through the playoffs. They start hot and stay hot.
There's a lot of strategy involved.
It certainly is. Okay, so Demolition Man is back in action right now, and as we take a look at who's on Demolition Man, relatively new player, Madison Gibbons over here. Not many women played in this tournament, unfortunately. I'm always a little partial to the ladies. Well, I'm
a little partial to the ladies too.
Well,
that's another story.
Maybe in a different way.
Okay.
But, we'll reserve judgment on that.
There we go.
So Madison is currently over on Demolition Man, just trying to get underway right here, and manages to make a ramp right here. Tries to slide it up that difficult left loop there to start the museum multi-ball. Trying to get going there. I'll tell you that particular loop shot on Demolition Man, it's got to rank as one of the most difficult in pinball.
It's a tough game overall. And people are always trying to decide whether they want to use the flippers, they want to use the controllers. And I tell you, it plays differently no matter which one you use.
It just seems to. Now, why play with the triggers and the buttons? Because you get an extra bonus at the end of each ball for using the triggers and the flippers. The game rewards you for that.
That's very good
game rewards you for that sort of thing. Okay, so it looks like on the quick freeze, she managed to start the Fortress multi-ball from the right ramp instead of the left. And the first jackpot's collected, second jackpot, third one's on the left ramp. She nails that, and now if she grabs those buttons, she can finish it off, but she's going to hold it. I'm not sure why, and that was probably a mistake. Tries to get it in at the last minute, but it's too late.
Well, she's doing good today, and she's having fun, that's for sure.
Right. She did manage to put up $278 million here.
That's a respectable score.
It's very respectable for ball one. And now she probably won't have the advantage of the quick freeze, so she's going to have to try to make.
That's a good point you made. That's ball one, you say, so that's pretty darn good.
It's really not bad at all. Not bad at all.
Wish I could play that well.
Well, you played pretty well, Jeff. I think
you're just saying that now.
I liked your style. You
style.
But you know what's funny is, we owe a great debt of gratitude to not only you, but also our technical stage manager, Mike Huff. Let's not forget to mention him.
Mike Huff is the man, I'm telling you. He's set this whole camera thing going. He's done so much work in the Asylum. He's basically, what people might not know this, he's built a lot of the Asylum. Between him and Barlow and Matt Malone and the rest of the gang there, they've done a lot of work here in this Asylum to make this thing perfect. And we sure do miss Matt Malone today. He's not here. He's at home probably enjoying himself. If you're out there watching this Twitch feed, Matt, how you doing, buddy? I hope you're doing having a nice afternoon, because we do miss you today. But the board has really done a great job, and we're pretty fortunate to have all these volunteers to do the job that they do and work as hard as they do, because we all have a life, and this is all volunteer. We don't get paid to do this, but we just love pinball. I mean, who's not to like pinball?
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to say, particularly for Mike Huff, talk about a debt of gratitude. The man pulled nearly an all-nighter Friday night, the night before the tournament.
He is a night owl, and to be able to position these cameras and move our rig, which maybe at some point later today we'll be able to discuss the rig, because it's a pretty cool piece of machinery. He spent all night long till about 5 in the morning making sure this thing worked well. So you got to give him a lot of credit for that. And he's back again today, helping us out and manning all the cameras and doing scoring. And he's a superstar.
Yeah, definitely. So here's a look at the Asylum in general right here. I mean, the Asylum is a not-for-profit organization, but it's also sort of a refuge for pinball. So here you're taking a look at this main room right here.
I mean, that main room is gorgeous. I'm telling you, there's nothing like this out there. And what's nice about the Pinball Asylum, from what I've been told from other places as well, is that we have a lot of older games, a lot of classic games, a lot of EMs, a lot of solid states. A lot of these new places, all they have is the DMDs and all the stuff. We've got a lot of classic games up here, and I think that's what makes the difference and what people keep coming back and forth all the time. Not only do we have American games, we got some European games, we got some Spanish games. So, I mean, you come up here and you're going to really be able to spend some time and learn these games and learn what's going on. We've got, again, over 100 machines up here, and it's pretty amazing.
And also, you guys here at the Asylum host a monthly league. This looks like a shot from a prior league night.
Well, the league is just a lot of fun. The league is not these tournaments here are very, very serious, very important. They're, of course, for IFPA points. The league is also somewhat serious, but it's more of a effort and an event for people who like pinball to come up here and really enjoy themselves. We play every second Thursday of the month in league. You can join anytime you want. Just go to info@pinballasylum.com if you want to sign up. There is kind of a vetting that needs to be done to want to come up here, but they'll be able to take care of that for you and make you come up here. But it's just so much fun, league nights, and it breaks the week up from a crazy week you may have had at work. And these are just some of the pictures we do. We usually get about 40 to people turn up, and then another 10 or 15 just playing pinball in general, because you can come up here, and if you don't want to be in the league, for $15, you can play pinball all night long.
Sure. And
there's all Matt Malone right there. He's our Fix-It, Mr. Fix-It.
And he's the man behind the curtain.
He is the man behind the curtain.
Eternally. So we definitely want to mention a few things right now. There's more than just this tournament going on right now. It's a little bit out of frame. We're going to and we don't really want to switch to it right now, but there are some other games that are against the opposite wall, and that those games are part of a separate high score contest, and we want to thank the Little Shop of Games based in Florida for their sponsorship of the high score contest over there. So thank you very much.
That's a great establishment. I bought a couple games from those guys, and they've done they're really fair, great pricing, and they do a fantastic job up there.
Definitely. Little Shop of Games. So thank you very much for those guys. Nice Guys. Thank you very much for the Nice Guys. Nice Guys is a pizza and sandwich shop. They also serve a lot of craft beers. A very nice little refuge at the end of the day. And they're located over in Cape Coral, Florida. And
Nice Guys is just fantastic. You know, the husband-wife team there, she's the chef. She's constantly in the top 10 chefs of all Southwest Florida with all her creations in pizza. Not only is her pizzas are fantastic, she also has got these amazing desserts that come right out of Food and Wine magazine. So it's a funky, cool spot. You can play pinball there. They got a lot of games. And we also do a Tuesday night league there as well for the Pinball Asylum that Scott Kakavis kind of runs. And that's a lot of fun, too. But that's a beautiful restaurant and great craft bar. They've added now a whole situation with Nice Guys where you can get craft drinks and all that kind of thing. They're not just beer and wine anymore, and it's quite a neat nightlife over there. And they open at 4 every day, so it's a really good spot.
Absolutely. And we're just going to bring up a few of the sounds of the game behind here. And Nice Guys also supports the monthly Pinball Asylum Pinball League as well.
It's at their, the Tuesday League is at their place, but they also support the Thursday League because they've done great stuff, giving us sandwiches and giving us all kinds of things. I mean, they're a very big supporter of us. Very big supporter of us.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, no, I've been to Nice Guys many times.
Yep.
Very, very hospitable, great service, and again, great place to get some brews, definitely.
Great brews, great pizza, great drinks, and play pinball, because that's what we're all about here today, is playing pinball.
Right, and also, we had a couple of technical issues at the beginning, so maybe David Paz, if you weren't online at the time or was during a dropout, David Paz should have been on the list of competitors here, but a little under the weather this weekend. We just want to say hello to a great pinball player and a great guy. He hosts tournaments at his home, and David Paz, hope you get well, feel better soon, and get back out there and
get
play
better,
some more
David.
pinball.
Great sportsman, great guy.
Absolutely. So let's see. Let's pick up the action here once again. All 3 games are underway.
Now, you talked about the women today. There's also another woman here that we've not talked about. That's Gwen, and I see Gwen right now is playing strikes and spares.
Gwen Octavia, currently ranked 25th in the state. Talk about a player that's really come out of nowhere and doing just a great job here in 2019. Possibly could break through into that top 24. Florida will be a super state in 2019. We have newcomer.
Even today, I'm so sorry. Today she's at 20th, so she does have a chance maybe to pop up in that top 16.
Got a chance. It's all ticket based, but you're also competing against your prior performances and other people. This is going to be crazy the last 2 hours. Vince Gellermine right now. Vince is a man on a mission. He's over on Taxi right now, and he's doing pretty good right now. He's looking like he's crossed the 1.5 million mark. In order to really break into that top 10 on Taxi, I'm pretty sure you're going to need that 1.5 million jackpot. He is really, really focused. Very competitive guy. He's definitely ripe for right for championship pinball, that's for sure.
That's for sure, and he is the king of this space mission. He's been able to kind of dominate that one game.
Exactly. Space mission. Space mission sent me into outer space, which is one of the EM games.
That will be a pun throughout this whole performance today, is the space mission, and what a mission that is.
Right. Oh, it's a mission.
It is a mission.
Shannon Stafford just
It's
finished
called Tilt Mission today, is what it is.
That's for sure. Shannon Stafford finishing up on Demolition Man.
Tilt, yeah.
437. That's okay. I really think somebody's going to put a billion-point score up there now, between now and 1 p.m. There's plenty of time left.
There is a lot of time left. That's what's interesting, is that it's not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Not at all. Not at all. I know a lot of people are wondering what's going on with those standings. Yet another change. Jeff Palmer, the indomitable Jeff Palmer, has climbed back into second place.
And he's number one on Mnemonic, Johnny Mnemonic, so that's pretty impressive.
Yeah. Maybe a magician can pull a rabbit out of a hat once or twice, but Jeff Palmer pulls out rabbits like I've never seen another player.
I mean, he's definitely the guy you want to watch today, I think, because he's the guy, and Bobbio, those are the two guys that always seem to dominate for us here at the Asylum, and they've won in the past as well, so they are kind of returning champions, if you will. But then you got Shannon Stafford, you got, obviously Steve Marsh, who just came out of nowhere this morning, and so those are pretty exciting people, too, to watch today.
I will tell you, in the entire time I've known Jeff Palmer, I have never seen him fail to qualify for a playoff.
Well, he's just like a ninja when he plays. I mean, he is so laser focused, and he's a statistician by trade, I think. A mathematician, isn't he? An engineer?
He's an engineer, actually.
Okay, he's one of those. And not the choo-choo. We're talking about an engineer.
He's a math guy. He's the ultimate math guy.
But he studies these things, and he gives people. This morning he was giving people advice on how to play it, and he's of course competing today. So he's a good champion, good friend, and a nice guy.
I would consider him to be the heart and soul of Florida Pinball.
And this is kind of a father-son thing going on today, because Atticus is right down there at number 4. And, of course, the two of them are like a father-son team there.
And I think it's a great thing that the two of them have bonded. So we may have father and son in the playoffs here. We may have husband and wife.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that. Yeah, you got that one going, too, with Joe and Lauren.
And Joe staying just a hair ahead of Lauren right now in 7th and 8th place. So they actually both have a chance at a bye. Okay, so that was Al Newman finishing up over there on Strikes and Spares with a 109,000-point score. And now Gwyneth Austin, one of those young players walking up right now to Demolition Man. So we're going to turn our attention to the red box right there. If you haven't figured it out right now, we've color-coded all these boxes. So in the red box, we've got Demolition Man with the scoreboard for Demolition Man also right there.
So we got two Gwens. We got Gwen Octavian, we got Gwyneth Austin. And so we got two of them today. We got to keep track of that. And Gwyneth is a great champion. She's won the women's tournament here at the Asylum once before.
That's correct.
I've always been very fond of her. I think she does a fantastic job. She's keeps to herself. She's laser focused as well. So hopefully she does great today too.
Yeah, and I think what I've discovered here about Florida Pinball in particular is a very welcoming family of players. They bring you in kind of just as you are and try to make you part of the group.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. And again, this is a family event too, because Mitchell, her father's also plays with us too. So
that's correct.
He was playing today or yesterday.
It'd be great to see one of them make it right here. And Gwyneth is definitely the more focused and the stronger player. As you can see by that catch right there. Just a bad post bounce right there, sent it down the middle.
And she's ranked at 24th right now on the standings.
Yes. And there's just no way to move up with a ticket, unfortunately. The ticket is what it is. Okay, we've got a new high score going on Taxi right now, and that's it. We've got. Is this an all weekend high right now? Vince Kellermine is really pushed through, and we lost focus in 4.5 million points. We're going to take a look over here and see where that fits him. Yeah, that's it. That's the high for the weekend right there. Good job by Vince Gellermine.
What was that score again?
It was 4.5 million.
Holy moly!
And that is going to definitely help Vince if possible. We're gonna zoom in on Vince's ticket right now, and I think Vince may actually be starting a new ticket right now.
Yeah, it looks like
he is playing a whole bunch of tickets. That's for sure. So. Waiting
He's
for
been
that
playing
to get
very hard yesterday and today.
Oh my gosh!
Was here first thing this morning. He's just cooking.
He just keeps going and going and going, and we're waiting. There we go. That's actually the first game on his ticket.
Look
Boy,
at that
what
score.
a way to start!
Wow!
With a 100-pointer right there.
Oh my God!
If you haven't figured out by now the way that this works, let's go and take a look.
Now, this
at
is
some
the guy
of those
who
scores.
likes Space Mission.
Oh,
I bet you he
that's
plays
true.
that again.
And he didn't walk over to it. He's taking a small break. Maybe he's just prepping. Just let's take a look about how the actual scoring works. It's 100 points. 100 points for the top score on a particular game, 90 points for second. So getting that top score, that's 10 additional points for you. 85 for third, and then we decrement by 1 point as we go down the line. How far
So
down?
if you got a perfect score on each ticket, you could get 500 points.
You could get 500 points
That's the
total. That's
maximum.
correct. Now, you could go all the way down the line. Once again, you'll see lots of repeats of these names here because you're playing against your ticket and your
Right.
prior tickets that you've submitted. And we're back over here live.
Did something else happen? We got a little shout out there. Nope, it looks like the leaderboard's still pretty much the same.
Yeah, I think so. We welcome the 13 viewers that we've got on Twitch right now. And while we're taking a look at this right here, you probably will really see the action start to heat up probably during what I call rush hour, which starts at about 45 minutes. That last hour is really...
That's what's good. That's hopefully they will have about 3 scorers out there if they're doing this correctly.
Exactly.
And then each scorer will have about 3 games. One will have 4 games. And that'll keep the action going pretty quickly. So hopefully they'll be able to do that.
And I'm just kind of running through on the side here to see how people are doing. Steve Marsh currently has no tickets in progress. Sebastian Bobbio, no tickets in progress. Jeff Palmer, he's back at it again. So Jeff Palmer right now, look at his best ticket right there. This is what a champion's ticket looks like. Look at that Johnny Mnemonic score on his best entry.
Number 1.
Number 1 with nearly 10 billion points on Johnny Mnemonic. Fantastic.
That's crazy. And number 3 on Genie.
And number 3 on Genie.
That's been a tough game for people today, too.
It most certainly has been. And it's because of the tilts. The tilts are set very competitively.
But wide bodies are kind of challenging, I think, in general.
They're very challenging in general. You can't move them as much. But really, really great performance right here by Jeff. And he's at it again with Dipsy Doodle. Now, that's not a great start, but if he can put together 4 strong performances from there, then he will be he'll be in the money. So, I mean, right now we're not showing a wide angle of the entire venue right now, but Jeff is studying his phone, studying the same standings that you're looking at because he strategically wants to figure out how well must I do on a game.
And see, right now, too, you only got 50% of the games being played. I think people are starting to take a little break because, as you said earlier, come about 40 minutes, it's going to be, as we call, silver balls to the wall to get this thing going, right?
Absolutely. Jeff, tell me a little bit about how you got involved in competitive pinball. How did you even end up here at the Asylum?
Well, it's funny because I never really liked pinball to begin with. And my wife, Stacy, has owned the Wizard pinball machine since she was a child. And we forever were trying to find somebody to repair it. And we stumbled across these guys, and she brought it up here. And sure enough, after a couple years, they were able to repair it. And she kept dragging me up here. And I said, I just don't want to go up there. I don't want to go up there. And all of a sudden, I started really enjoying it. So I've been doing this now for 3 years. It's become quite a fun hobby for me. And it's all thanks to my wife bringing me up here. Because she's played pinball her whole life. And she's a great pinball player. And
for those of you wondering, is there a sign hanging outside this building or anything? It's it's not an arcade.
Oh,
it's not a public
speakeasy.
venue.
This is a definite speakeasy up here because
gosh.
you really got to kind of, first of all, you got to be vetted. You got to be a member. We ask a couple questions. The biggest question we ask is, what was your favorite pinball machine? Again, how'd they let me in? Because of my wife. That's good. But you got to ask a couple questions, and you do sign a little waiver before you come up here because there's certain rules and certain standards that we like to have people play by. But there is no sign, and we keep it that way because we want to make it a little exclusive, but at the same time, we are beginning to open it up more people, and thanks to those World Championships next year, that's going to be a big thing, as well as these tournaments.
That's right, and some of the games being played today may be played by the best players on planet Earth.
Oh, you definitely
just about
right.
9 months from now.
You better believe it. That's going to be exciting. It's going to be a really fun event from the 27th of May through the end of May. It's going to be all right here in Fort Myers. This year it was in Italy. So you go from Italy to Fort Myers. How do you like those apples?
And one of our attendees was, in fact, there, as you may remember, Nick Mueller.
That's correct. He's a great player today. How's he doing today so far?
Nick is doing just fine. He's currently in 10th place. And, Nick Mueller, we interviewed a few players before we got started. And Nick he's a quiet kid, a man of few words, but and he is a man now. He's 18 years old. Gosh, to only have his ability at 18 years old. And here's just a little what Nick had to say.
Oh, that's great.
It was really awesome. I met a lot of awesome people. Great competition. It was the hardest tournament I've ever been in. I had really good luck in it and some bad luck, but I had a great time. Just have fun. I have fun every time I come here. It's great to go to the championships and all, but I mainly like hanging out with all my friends and just playing.
And humble too, really.
And he is very humble, and I think that's what sets these pinball players, because we've had a couple pinball players that aren't humble. I think the ones that really set the ones off is you got to be a little humble, and you got to be able to understand that it's pinball, and things do happen. Overall, Nick's third right now in the state? Is that what I'm seeing right now? Or?
Yeah. I mean, we're gonna just take a quick look at that right now, as there's really no action going on Taxi. So we're gonna kind of slide it over to a little bit of a wide angle. Meanwhile, let's talk about the progression of the state championship series right now.
All right.
So when we started the Point Monsters just a couple of months ago, this is where we stood. This was June 6th. 2019. Carl Reedy was on top of the heap there, Sebastian Bobbio second, and Nick Mueller was third. Now, of course, Nick was a little busy during Point Monsters. He was in Italy competing for a world title.
Right.
But now, look at this. Look at the statistics,
wow.
How they've changed in just 2 months.
That's insane.
I mean, we've got new players in the mix here. Eric Stone made a colossal jump. He had a fourth place finish in the Classics in Point Monsters, and he won the Point Monsters main. A big jump for him.
And look at Kirby. Kirby's way up there at number 4. He made some move. He made a great move up to number 4, old Kirby.
Yeah, definitely. And Kirby's been red hot all year. He had just about the best January that anybody could have without winning the state championship. Sebastian Bobbio, though, is in the lead. Sebastian, the state title has eluded him for many years. I know he wants it pretty badly. A lot of the same names you'd expect, but some new ones here. Number 18, again, Jeffrey Cleary. Somebody else out of Central Florida, really just coming out of nowhere.
Yeah, he's laser focused, and he's been playing a lot today and yesterday, and very good player. Very good player.
Another relatively new competitive player, James Ranieri from northeastern Florida, also very strong.
Wow.
Anthony Dixon, 10th place. Now, we're showing that they've dropped one or two, but it's really not, it's not that bad.
I'm just looking at all the 24 players. There's quite a few of them here today.
Absolutely.
So, we're really drawing the best players in Florida right now.
That's for sure. And there's still 4 months of competition left to go. Well, who's below that? Beyond the top 24, we're looking at, there's Gwen Octavia, like we talked about, knocking on the door.
Right.
And Gwen's got a little work to do to try to get into the playoffs right now, hanging around 21st place. I'm not sure. Clock is ticking on her. Another player that I'm eager to point out, number 45, Eric Francis, has been hosting a lot of tournaments on the east coast of Florida right now. And Eric has gone on record saying, I'm making the top 24 this year. He's thrown
Pretty
down
boastful.
the gauntlet.
That's pretty boastful.
Well, when you're playing at your own venue, you've
I
got
guess
a
that
shot.
helps, right? Yeah, I suppose that
It
helps.
certainly does. Now take a look at Eric Parsons, who's here today. He's only 13 and a half points out of 24th place. So if he could win this tournament today, he could just teleport right into the top 24.
Yeah, he sure
that
could. That's
quickly.
true. That's a very good point.
And, it's been a tremendous year for some players. Who's leading the league in wins right now? Carl Reedy right now has 29 top 10 finishes in tournaments of all shapes and sizes. Shane Stafford and Nick Mueller with 6 victories. Stan with 5, trying to add another one today. Kirby and Mike Tedesco with 4. And Eric Stone, he's only played 4 events. He's won 3 of them.
You know, Shannon, Nick, Dan, and Kirby are all here today. Carl Reedy could make it today. So you've got some people that could be moving up a little bit because they're here, and some people aren't.
Yeah, they're gonna definitely try to put the move on the others as we're back to action here. About 30 minutes left to go. Why don't we just go? Let's go wide on Gwen Octavia over here on strikes and spares. On ball 2, just 18,000 points. Gwen taking the spinner up there, landing in the saucer. The saucer will collect strikes and also give you 3 bonus advances. Completes the 10 triangular rollovers right there, the stars. That gives you credit for a strike. Ball on the right flipper now. The object of strikes and spares. Try to get as many strikes as you can. If you can't get strikes, get spares. S-P-A-R-E. The stand-up targets on the right-hand side. Another saucer right there for Gwen. The other thing you want to try to do, increase that bonus multiplier, which you can do with ABC. That's why you'll see a lot of players like Gwen going back up to the top, back up to the top.
That's on
And
ball 2.
quick-
She's got some.
Got some
there
work
goes
to
the
do.
bonus right there. There goes some bonus.
Just a little.
67,000 ready to go on ball 3.
Yeah, just no multiplier there. That's where you don't get it. I mean, you need the multiplier. Okay, 10. That's gonna be 10,000 points right there for that saucer. There are 6 strike values: 5, 10, 15, 20, 30,000, and a special. The special on strikes and spares is set to points today. And another strike for Gwen right there. So, and another collect. So 15,000 plus 3 bonus advances. One more time. Trying for a multiplier. I see she has at least a 2x multiplier. Kind of you can see over her left arm right there. Another strike. 4 strikes, trying to make it all up on ball 3. No. That's that. So it's double bonus.
That's the game right there.
And that's gonna, yeah,
Look at
it's only
that.
gonna put her around the 180s, I think.
No.
191.
Yeah, 190. Very good.
Very good for you and I at the arcade, but here not so good.
That's what everybody
sadly.
says. They're not doing good, and I'd take that score any day. But that's just me.
I would too, honestly. But 191 is only gonna give her. That would give her 24th place and a mere 64 points. So, not a great situation. Let's go back to action over here. Eric Parsons on Demolition Man, feverishly in the middle of Fortress multi-ball, still with 3 balls active, trying to make that computer right there. And making everything but the computer. All right, computer's completed. Trying to go for that left ramp. Oh, good warning. And out of multi-ball. 240 million on ball 3. Well, the other 2 games are dormant right now.
You got about a total of 6 players playing right now of the 10 games.
Yeah, we're trying. We're trying.
So they're getting there.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
And-
Kirby's about ready to attack one of the machines, I think, but
Okay.
he decided against it at the last
yeah,
minute.
I don't know. You know, emotions are going to run high here at the very last minute, and this is what happens.
Gwyneth Austin's back there thinking about what she's going to play again. You can't see her, but off to the side, she's contemplating her next move right now, as well as some of these other top players. You know, Palmer's playing again on Jungle Queen right now,
Sure.
and he's looking to try and improve that score and try and beat and unseed and take the number 1 spot for himself right now. Actually, he's at number 2. So he's probably trying to get old Steve Marsh out of there. So
Yep.
he's working real hard. He's playing right next to his son Atticus on Monsters right now.
Shannon Stafford just lit it up with a big jackpot over on Taxi. We're going to try to go. We're going to go full screen over on
We're going
Shannon
live
Stafford
to Taxi
right now. Sorry?
We're going live to Taxi right now.
Yeah, we're going right there. Yep. So closing in on 3 million, trying to take down Vince Gellermine on that. That's the end of ball 2.
Yep, he's taking a little breather before he starts up again.
Sure. And most of us know Taxi. We know that there's a mix master up there, a little whirlpool. Drops it in for 300,000. It's 100. It's the mix master value times the ball in play. So 300,000, big points there. But he drops it right down the middle.
Boy, that's not good.
Unbelievable. That was a missed opportunity. But 3.3 million is not
How's that
bad at
rank?
all. That's not bad. That's going to take the number 4 spot away from one of Atticus's
That's
efforts.
great.
Very, very good. And if you want to follow along, there it is at the bottom of the screen, neverdrains.com/asylum 2019. We're going to go back to triple cast action right now and take a quick look there. Lauren Emmel trying to work on another ticket right here. Whenever possible, you'll always want to try to solidify your position, defend against a threat, and Lauren right now is sitting in 8th place, and she doesn't want to lose that important advantage right there. But with a 125 million point effort, a bit of a clunker for Lauren on Demolition Man, sadly.
You know, players are still lining up there, and we still got a lot of people that are looking. Shannon is looking to get back into it. Jeff Cleary's just kind of thinking what he's going to do next here. Vince is thinking what he's going to do next. So people are just kind of strategizing as the other ones are playing right now.
Absolutely. Okay, so Lauren Emmel's moved over here, so we're going to follow her and
She's
her
back on
ticket as
Taxi.
much as we can over on Taxi. The very popular choice over here. The game's in fine condition.
That's been playing a lot this weekend.
Absolutely.
Everybody's been playing Taxi.
Yeah. No, and when a game is playing very friendly and when it's in good condition, people are going to gravitate to it.
Oh, absolutely. If they're hot on those machines, that's what they want to keep playing on.
Very, very, very important. We thank the 13 viewers who are tuning in via Twitch right now. Thanks for spending the time with us. We're still in qualifying. Qualifying will end in just 90 minutes from now at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Then we're going to be in a 1-hour sort of layover.
We're going to take a little break and kind of let people get some lunch and relax and kind of cool down. When we also have to set the tournament, we got to do the brackets and make sure that everything's going on, and then we'll resume at 2 o'clock.
Well, we're not going away, though.
We're not
gonna
going away.
Continue.
I may go away. You may fire me in a few minutes, but we'll see about that.
No, I don't know about that.
Okay,
You're doing just fine. Stay the course.
I'll keep going. It's
Just
fun.
like Lauren Emmel is staying the course
She
right
is.
now. But she's got the left ramp lit. She needs that multi-ball. Not going to get it on that ball. Right down the middle. Lauren, get a strong plunge right here. Get 300,000. And 1, 2, 3, 4, and
Oh,
no,
nice.
not quite.
Didn't do it.
No, she needed either the 25,000 to get credit for a character, or she needed the 100,000 for the big multiplier. Having trouble locking in on that left ramp. Still not able to get it. Hits the post. It's another post. When it's going badly. When it's going badly, it's painful. No, you don't need Drac. You already have Drac. Okay. into Santa. Extra balls and specials are pointless. They score nothing. So 2 of those things were worth nothing, and that particular game is going to be worth nothing.
655 is what she got. So that's not the best score by any stretch of the imagination.
It's not even a good score.
Yeah, not even a good
Let's
score.
be honest. No. I'm
trying to be positive. I don't want to.
I understand that. Unfortunately, I put myself in Lauren's position. She has played very, very hard, and it's very disappointing when you don't live up to your own expectations.
It is, but she's still doing great in the standings. She should make the playoffs.
I'm thinking she will.
Yeah.
And so, what will we see when those 2 meet? Listen to the end of this interview with her husband, Joe Janelle, because he talks about what it's going to be like to play against Lauren.
Oh, let's see. Watch this.
I would say that the top 5 for me personally would probably be Iron Maiden's probably going to be at the top right now. Iron Maiden is just, every spot of the pinball machine you get something to shoot for. Probably Walking Dead is a pretty close second for me. And then I really love our volley that we have at home. I'm a pretty big classics fan, so just those 3 alone. There's a couple I don't have that I'd like to have. One being, let's see, there's always probably a Cyclops. Kind of a random game, but man, great tournament game. Really tough to master that game. The ball's just all over the place. Breaking news. She's been kicking my ass a lot lately at home when it's just me and her. And she's actually been kicking a lot of ass out in public now, too. So I would say that that's up in the air currently.
So up in the air.
That'll be really fun, though, to see the battle of the sexes there if we get that thing going on.
Absolutely. Up in the air.
Up in the air, yeah. Well, what are you going to do?
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. I have watched Lauren really improve quite greatly over this last year in particular. And yet she didn't make the state championships last year.
This may be too early of a question to ask, but if you're in the finals, do you pick the game, and you got the seed to pick the game versus or the position, do you pick the game you're best on or the game your opponent is worse on?
Oh, boy.
I mean, what's the strategy for some of these things? If I'm playing against my wife, Lauren, do I pick the game she's awful on, or do I pick the game I am the best on?
I don't know. You keep in mind that you don't even necessarily have to pick the game. You could just pick the position.
But if you pick the game,
right,
what do you go with?
I've
seen some players that want to pick the game that their opponent's the worst on, and then I see others that want to pick the game that they are the best on.
I think that was a question that kind of came up a couple of times yesterday when people were asking me about this format. And the thing I always came back to is something Jeff Palmer has told me in the past is you have to think about you. You need to be thinking about what you can do, not what other people are doing, because in the end you still have both your hands on the flippers. You have to flip, and you probably want to go to your own strengths.
Well, it's funny you mention that because a lot of these great players the last couple of days, and I'm not going to mention names, I think they overthink the strategy instead of going with just what they feel at the moment. They think they really kind of put too much thought into it to the point where they psych themselves out.
That's a very good observation. I think it happens.
I get 1 or 2 observations in this whole broadcast, and that's good. I got to get my paycheck.
I appreciate your humor. You're much more knowledgeable player than you give yourself credit for.
Well, that's good to know. Tell my wife that.
I don't know. I'll tell you this much. There are some players. Eric Parsons is designed to try to make a late charge here. I think Eric Parsons will be playing at 12:59 and 59 seconds at the way he's playing today.
He keeps getting more and more tickets. He just wants all the tickets he can get.
That's about it. You can easily drop your paycheck here if you if you're not careful.
I'm trying to talk to our pinball board to try and do direct deposit for everybody, and then that way we can
right.
go ahead and just take their money to begin with.
I think there was a joke yesterday about just putting in an ATM machine here pretty much.
Well, and you
right?
might see that in the coming. You never know.
I think it would be very heavily utilized.
It'd be pretty funny, just like a casino. See, we already have you don't know whether it's day or night in the Asylum because we have no windows. So just all we need is a as a nice ATM, and then boy, oh boy, we'd be in trouble.
I think for those that may be criticizing lighting or something, just understand that if it looks a little dark in here, it's because it is a little dark in here.
I look a lot better in the dark, by the way.
And so do I at the rate I'm going. I promised them I would dress a little more formal for this event right here. Eric Parsons starting to make a run now here on ball 2. He's got double bonus lit. Let's go full screen to him right now. We'll go wide with him. And wow, he already is at 20,000 for the saucer. He has 4 strikes. He's got the 1,000-point bumper flashing. And it looks like he might have the spinner lit for 1,000 per spin. He's got the opportunities.
It's all about that spinner on that machine. You got to hit that spinner.
Just keep getting back up there, shaking his head. He knows he missed a chance to really cash in. And now he has to start over again. His strikes are still there, but his spinner's gone. And the spare lights are... Oh, he still has 3 left of those, and he drops it right down the middle.
Nope, he's still going.
No, he's done.
Nope, that's done. Game over.
That's it. You almost wonder.
213.
That's not...
What's a great score for that machine?
Well, 400, I believe.
Is it 400? Is that what people have been getting today?
That is what Jeff Palmer put up yesterday. And wow. Well, I'll tell you what. Why is he? Yeah. Why is he on this machine? Because he now owns the high score on that machine.
There you go.
That is a score that I'm just going to dig in on this ticket right here. That's a score that he actually put up on. Just looking for it right here.
One of his first tickets, it looks like.
No, this was yesterday, but it was on a defunct ticket. It was on a ticket where he had basically 4 clunkers.
He voided it,
and the strikes and spares. So he's actually blocked himself from moving up, and he's playing that game again. If I was him, I probably would have foregone that game, just thinking you have to beat your old self. You have to beat a clone of yourself. And are you going to do that in a 1-game situation? I think it was a poor move on his part.
These ladies and gentlemen are always trying to better themselves in these scores. That's what I hear all the time.
Yeah, it's just a matter, though, of how much time do you have. Now it's a time factor. You have 90 minutes to go. You have to pull an even bigger rabbit out of the hat now with 90 minutes to go. But again, Eric Parsons, I can see him from here. He's a man determined. I think
he's thinking.
He'll be back over here with another $10 bill trying again before you know it.
Right now you got everybody playing. You got Lauren, you got Anthony Dixon, another great player today. Atticus is playing on AC/DC. You got Kirby, who's doing great overall in Florida on Demolition Man, and of course Shannon's on the Munsters today. So they're all playing right now.
And Shannon's really kicking it. He's in Munster Madness. We're not on that right now, but it looks like he's in the 70s, I think, on that game. He's definitely doing very well. Oh yes, you can't see it, but it's 10 million for Herman. I think he has a level 2 going on Herman, so we'll give you some audio commentary there. He's in green jackpots now over there, and I think he's back to single ball play, closing in on 100 million points. So Shannon Stafford's ready to upset the apple cart yet again.
And that Munsters game, very few people, I mean, I'm sure there are a few because we got the list there, but getting over this 9 digits on that machine has been challenging. Most people are getting the 5 digits. But trying to get over 100 million has been really challenging on Munsters today.
Absolutely. And that's it for Shannon. He's probably going to clear the 100 million plateau. And we can't see it right now.
No.
Can't see it, but I'm going to go separately here and see if I can catch the entry when it comes in.
Norma here on the master control board can...
and Shannon Stafford with 101 million points.
That's great.
And that is going to put him in 5th. They'll put him in 5th on that particular game right there. So that's a big performance there. Just letting you guys in on that. When you see an entry in green, it means the ticket is in progress. So if we were to try to dive in on that in-progress ticket right there, oh boy, look at that.
Oh, my
right
Lord.
down here. Wow, this is huge. Ninth place on Demolition
Okay, so
Man.
here's a great question, because this has been asked a few times today from some of the newer players. You got a ticket that's above, that's the main ticket at 339, I think that says?
359.
359. He's at 322. Now,
332.
there's been a science about you keep the ticket, you void the ticket. What's somebody going to do in this situation like this? Is he
Well-
going to void it? I mean, of course, we don't have his fourth game, I get, or fifth game, I
Right.
get that. But, you know, I've been told that you keep all the tickets and the best one will rise to the top, but then you can also hurt yourself right now if you keep the
You
ticket.
could. I mean, let's go live over. We'll know that answer for sure when we get over to Taxi. It is Eric Parsons trying on Taxi to do well again. So we'll look at him. And the answer really is you can't predict the future. So most people will take every ticket and sort of roll the dice that they'll do well in the future. In other words, as well as I've done on a game, if I really need to pull that rabbit out of the hat, I'll do better. So they'll just take the ticket. There are times, though, when you might be thinking, what do I really gain from keeping this ticket? And they'll bail it out.
In keeping score for the top, we'll say 7 or 8 of these guys, they've been voiding a lot of tickets today.
Yes,
You know,
yes.
they seem to have these photographic memories and be able to dial right in.
I mean, you know, they're looking at the phone in between balls and in between games. And so, you know, you've got a player like Shannon Stafford. He's not just winging it. He's off to the side right now. He's not playing. He's looking at his scorecard right now, and he's just trying to figure out, where can I get a lot of points? Because the magic number he's looking for right now is 385. He's looking for 385 points, and we were just on his screen. He's got 332, so he only has to put together 50 or 60 points to really make the impact. He'll launch himself right into first place. 50, 60 points on most of these games, it's not a heavy lift. I'm desperately hoping that he'll make his decision. He could, though, be cagey. He's sitting right now off to the side talking to state champion Nick Mueller.
Oh, yeah.
I think they're just surveying the landscape, and it's very possible that Shannon could be a little sneaky with this. He might wait as long as he feels that he can to play that fifth game and be like a tiger and just pounce on the competition.
Kirby's surveying the landscape right now on the Jumbotron that we have up there that shows all the scores.
All right, thank you very much, Brian Dominy, for doing some of this shadow statistical analysis for us. All of Shannon's games so far are better than the scores on his best ticket. So he can't hurt himself, as Brian Dominy. And by the way, Brian, we're missing you here. I'm sure you would have done very well.
An amazing player. He's played with us many times in the past, and we sure do miss him today. Thanks for listening today, Brian.
Yeah, he's really, he's an awesome player. Let's take a look right here now at another awesome young player right now. This is Atticus Palmer over here on Strikes and Spares. And during our last broadcast, we mistakenly said that Atticus was listening to music, and I was reminded by his dad, Jeff Palmer, that he's not listening to anything. He's wearing noise-canceling
Those
headphones.
noise-canceling things. That's another interesting strategy a lot of these players do is they're wearing their hoodies, they're keeping their headphones on, they're doing all kinds of things to drown out what people are saying. So everybody's got a different style.
Right, prevents distraction, I guess.
Yep, I think so too. So, all right. So the games are kind of the only 2 people playing right now. So 3 people. Sorry about that. Kirby, Gwen Octavia, and Atticus are all playing there right in a row.
Not a great
just-
finish right there
Nope.
for Atticus.
No. He's been one of these guys today that just decides either if he's going to avoid it or he's going to keep it. And he, again, he knows his scores. These guys, again, they're in the top players right now. They just know what they're doing.
So back to the old triple cast here. as we see no one getting ready over here.
No.
Let's just go to a full screen, widescreen right here
Kirby
of all
just
of
finished
this.
up, I think.
I've got to step back for just a second here. So you just keep going, Jeff.
Okay, I'll
you're
just
doing
try
a
and-
wonderful job.
try and fill up,
Jeff Webb will carry you for a little bit.
Oh boy, this is gonna be exciting now. So you got, the whole place is kind of slowing down a little bit right now. And as we said earlier, that the big game in about 10 minutes, we're gonna have one more hour left of this thing. We've got 4 people playing right now. Scott Kakavis is back up on Jungle Queen, as well as Kirby on Demolition Man. You got Anthony Dixon on Strikes and Spares, and Dan Coyle looks like he's ready to. Eric Parsons looks like he's ready to start back up again. Shannon's still sitting off trying to decide what he's going to do. But we got some people playing again. It's going to be pretty crazy in the next 10 minutes as we start with this this final push before people have to call it quits. The finals will start at 2 o'clock again today, and we'll have a little break for an hour. We'll be talking about some stuff. We'll be having some interviews with different players, and the top 16 will probably come over here, and we'll be talking at least with the top 5 to see how they're doing and what their plans are for the finals. Keep in mind, too, that the top 4 will get a double bye. The second 4 get a single bye. So this is going to be a complete little, kind of bracketed finals here. Anthony Dixon just finished. Not the greatest score there on Strikes and Spares at 22.060. He's a great player, and he's right now, I believe, in the cutoff, the top 16. So we got that going for us. And Kirby and Scott are still playing up there. You guys don't see this coming up, but Al Newman and Vince, who's been fantastic today and has really pushed up the leaderboard, is getting ready to start up again, I think. He's thinking again. He's been Mr. Space Mission today. He seems to be able to understand exactly how that machine works. So, we are still doing well here at the Pinball Asylum. And you got a nice big screenshot of 4 great players playing right now. Looks like Eric might have finished. Did he finish his? Yes, he did. He finished on Genie, and he's got a score now of, let's see if we can see it, 260, 530 on Genie. I don't know if that's going to help him or not, but he's certainly got it. And Scott Kakavis is done. He's got I think a 20-something on Jungle Queen, which is not the greatest score in the world. I think that's 20. My eyes are a little rough right now, so I don't know if that's correct or not. I'm sure one of our listeners will correct me, but that's okay.
Actually, I'm glad you brought all of that up as I've returned here. Thank you very much, Jeff. We were alerted earlier today that the 100,000 point light on Jungle Queen is out. So
you're kidding me.
It's very
we
possible.
don't know whether he rolled it or not.
Right,
it was
right.
working
So we're going to check
good
that.
Yesterday, so that's not.
I'm going to check
that's
that
not
right
good.
now.
You can roll that thing, boy. You're doing pretty well. Did you get? How did he do? Scott K.
Don't know.
Hasn't been reported yet.
I don't think it's been keyed.
Tony Verselli's up on Genie right now. Tony's another good player. Tony Bag of Donuts Tony is what we nickname him over here. Everybody's got a little bit of a nickname. I don't know what mine is. I don't think they tell me in public what mine is, but Tony's a great player too, and he does a lot. He plays a lot at the Nice Guys League on Tuesdays. Hold on one second.
Sure. Kirby Reeds trying to squeeze out a better score right now on Demolition Man. Back to single ball play over here, and that is not a tilt. Amazingly, walked right up to the edge of it. Going to finish with 577 million. Not a bad score at your local arcade, but around here it's not going to get it done. Thank you to the 14 viewers we've got going on Twitch. My name is Norma Jennings, and I'm here with Jeff Webb here in the booth. And
things are starting to heat up now because people want to buy more and more tickets. It's $10 per ticket. You get 5 games per ticket, so they're already kind of lining up here because you can see this rush is coming on here. And,
Absolutely.
And it's getting pretty exciting.
We're looking over the shoulder of Gwen Octavia right here, trying to give you every angle we possibly can here. Sometimes making changes on the fly. Sometimes, oh no. One good thing about Gwen is she's not shy when she doesn't get what she wants on the game. Just she'll put the physical move on the game. It's a big part of the game. Fantastic plunge right there. Gets credit for that very difficult pin bot. Again, good move on the game, but it didn't work out. That was a good move, but a poor result. Don't lose hope here, Gwen. No. It might have been time there to try to go for the 100,000. Mere 300,000 right now. Really nothing going on. Not even a lock, I don't think. Gonna try to get that lock. Missed it. And try again for the... Oh, no!
Oh, poor
Oh,
Gwen.
that's being just way too delicate. There's a time to be forceful, and a time to be delicate, and that time to be delicate was not there. What Dan Coyle would call a bracket killer right there. That's going to ruin her ticket. Absolutely.
Let's take a look at her
ruin
ticket.
it.
What's it looking like right now?
Well, we're going to find out in just 1 second. And we're
She was
talking
one
about
I
somebody.
was hoping she'd move up a little bit.
Yeah, but that's a dreadful score. She gets 0 points.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
0. That not 1 point.
No,
0.
that's
points.
awful.
That's 82nd place.
And what is her point total right now? Is that
146 right there.
her main card? What is that reading on the
Her main card is 264.
That's-
She really now I'll tell you what I would do if I was her, but I can't coach her.
No.
Is
But you
you're going to
can.
throw this ticket out anyway. She should play something that is not one of her other games. She should try to look ahead to somebody that's ahead of her, and she should try to zap that person. She should try to find a game that she's not really good at and just kill it.
Now she's not
kill it
playing
on that
right
game.
now. I don't think she's queued
No.
up, so maybe she is taking your advice, even though you're not there whispering her in their ear. You know.
No, I see. For me, I'm a little bit of a mercenary in this particular situation.
You're a
Just
killer.
go out there. I'll be a predator in this situation. I'll go out and
Smart.
find a game where I say, you know what? It's no skin off my back whether I do well on it or not. So maybe I can take down the person in front of me by just 1 point.
Yeah, but then you have to save the ticket then.
Right. Now, the one thing that's working against her right now is the clock. You're not allowed to buy new tickets after 11:55. This would fundamentally be her last ticket, so she's going over to Jeannie right now.
You mean 12? What's the
I'm
last
s-
time you can buy a ticket?
I believe no new tickets can be purchased after 12 noon. We're going to try to confirm that right now, and
Because
you
these guys
can't
are
see it,
lined
but
up
there's
right
a,
now making tickets.
a big
you're probably
crush right
absolutely
now.
Correct.
a big crush on the scoring table right now. People try to cash in, get one more ticket. We're going to Kirby Reents right now in strikes and spares. We'll keep an eye on Gwen Octavia and Jeannie. And I think we're gonna go wide on. We're gonna go wide on that.
We're getting a ruling right now on when's the last
Yeah,
time you can
and
buy
I'm
a ticket,
pretty
because that's
sure,
gonna be
if I
important.
remember this correctly, that the ticket window is going to close in about 4 minutes. And those that have read the rules know that. That's why there was a big crush
Yeah,
on
there was
the
a huge crush
scores
right
table. They know that. They
And
want
if
to
they
get
didn't
the
read the
one more
rules,
in.
too bad.
That's your first mistake if you don't read the rules, and we've all fallen victim to that in the
So yeah,
past, I
12
think.
noon, you can't buy any more tickets, and I don't know if everybody knows that rule.
They're going to be sufficiently informed.
People don't read the fine print.
They do not read the fine print, so you're seeing right now
We're
Right
making
now.
the tournament director, David Denholz, is making an announcement right now
Yep.
that's giving last call
There
to
it
buy
is.
tickets. So we'll see if there's a rush right now.
Right,
And,
and so we're actually going to see. All right, right now we're zooming in on Eric Parsons right now. I think if Eric Parsons could buy a lifetime pasta pass of tickets, I think he would do it right now.
Probably he and Vince have been spending, I think, a fortune. You know, I could have bought my Porsche
sufficient.
at this point, but I want what they spent today.
I think they'll be naming a wing of the asylum.
But it all
after them,
goes
I
to a
think.
good cause because it keeps this
Most
place
certainly.
open. This is all volunteer, and without the donations and the money from you guys, this place wouldn't exist. I mean, where else can you play pinball for almost 9 hours for $15?
Oh my gosh, yes. Yeah,
know?
that's if you're not in the tournament. You could just come in and play.
If you just come
Right.
and play, I mean, how can you do that?
And you know, Southwest Florida does not have a plethora of pinball venues. So,
Now, can we tell who still has cards to play, or is that not something we can tell right now? For example, Steve Marsh isn't racing to the table right now to get any more cards.
No.
And is he got any more left, or does he not? That's hard to tell, I think. Or is it? Mission
I don't think
Control
he has
Board
any
over
left.
here.
Yeah, I don't
So
think
if
he
he
has
doesn't
any
have any
left.
left, and he's got, I don't see Palmer jumping up. I see.
Oh no.
Oh, Kirby had a
No,
problem.
no.
Kirby, God love
Eric.
Kirby. Kirby
And
makes for good TV.
Kirby only got 109,000.
Oh, see, that's going to hurt.
Look at Eric Parsons. A lot of drama here with Eric. He's so focused.
Again, that's another tough game. People are not getting into the 6 digits or 5 digits. They're all, or 7 digits, excuse me. I should learn how to count, but it is Sunday morning. Yeah, it's tough. Now he's up to 845. That's pretty good there.
Must get a ramp here.
Yeah, he's going to have to get one there.
Must get the ramp.
Let's see if he's going to do that.
No.
Nope, right down the gutter or the alley.
No. Terrible.
He's going to be stuck there at 874 and some change. So I don't know what's doing on his ticket, but let's see what else is going on here. So Eric's done. Atticus is playing right now. Vince looks like he's getting ready to jump back up again. And then down on mnemonic is Anthony Dixon playing again. And Tony
All right.
Rosselli's on Munsters. So looks like Jeff Palmer's doing a walkthrough. He's looking at the field. Oh, he's going up to strikes and spares there.
Strikes and spares.
So again,
let's go over to
he's
Jeff.
still trying to push it. Let's check what he's doing right now.
Okay. Take a quick look at Jeff Palmer right here. 1 hour to go in the qualifying.
Let's see what's going on here. He's on his first ball and looking like he knows what he's doing, this guy. Will he be able to unseat Steve Marsh with this ticket he's doing right now? Will he take the #1 spot? Is having the #1 spot going into qualifiers that important? So long as he's in the top 4, that's really what you want to be, because then you get the double bye.
Absolutely.
So that's probably the most important thing, is hanging on to what you have right now, as opposed to really moving up. I don't think he's happy with that first ball, but he's now on the second ball. Cruising on in there. He's like the mighty Samson. I think all his power is in his beard and hair.
I think so. Well, there's an awful lot of power there.
He's got a lot of power going on there. That's been a popular game today, this Strikes and Spares. People really, really have enjoyed that game. It's beautifully done. It's been kept up well. It's a beautiful machine right there.
It's a new Repro playfield.
Again, just another one of the classic machines that we have here at the Pinball Asylum. Vince just finished at a 74.5 on Genie. not going to help him a bit with that game.
Not at all. Not at all. I think, unfortunately, Vince he's reaching that point where it's law of diminishing returns. Sometimes
gotta be
the
careful
more you
because-
play,
Yeah, at 12, he could get pushed down, but I don't think so.
I think he's fine.
Yeah.
He's just trying to improve his position, but I think he's throwing good time after bad. He probably should just sit back, realize he'll probably make the top 16.
I'll tell you what's amazing to me right now, looking at that leaderboard. I don't see Jeff Clary playing right now, and Jeff is such a competitor. He wants to be in that finals, but I don't see him at all on the field right now, and he's on that cutoff.
Right, he's just fallen below the line
Absolutely,
right now.
because I know he just comes to play, but I don't see him at all out there, and I think I'm surprised actually by that.
Another player who hasn't touched the machine at all today is Doug Smith, and Doug is sitting at 16th place.
Oh, that's
is he
scary.
even in the building?
I haven't seen Doug or his buddy Dale today at all. But, yeah, they're not here at all today.
Jeff Palmer finished up already on strikes and spares, and
Oh, how do you do? I don't even
wasn't
know how
great.
he did. I'm sorry. I took my eye off the ball.
wasn't very good.
This is the game. You don't want to take your eye off the ball here.
No, not at all.
You know?
It wasn't very good. He got
He's sitting pretty at number
109,000.
2, though.
Right. Jeff only got 109,000. It was the 55th ranked highest score. It's good for only 33 points. Practically worthless for what he's trying to accomplish.
Absolutely.
So that ticket may go into the trash can as well.
I just noticed Scott Kakavis is up to number 5 now.
Yeah.
Did he move up there recently? I don't know about that. And
Well,
Joe and
he's
Lauren
been
are
there.
neck and neck at 7 and 8. That's going to be fun to watch.
That's going to be exciting. Let's take a quick look over here because we're not seeing much from the action over on strikes and spares. Scott Kakavis has been hanging around all day and all weekend.
Scott is a great player, and I'll tell you what's interesting about Scott, the way he plays. And I don't mean to play down pinball or not be respectful of it, but he truly goes in with the attitude of, I can't say this, I don't care. What I mean by that is he doesn't put any pressure on himself. He just automatically goes with his feelings. He goes in there. He's not over strategizing, and he always does really well. And he always takes that approach of, it's just pinball. I'm having fun, and I'm gonna do well, and he does all the time.
Yeah, and that's the relaxed attitude. I think works for a lot of players.
I think so too.
Eric Stone,
Not relaxed.
not relaxed, but he's told me personally that he feels that by amping himself up like that gets his adrenaline going, and that he uses that nervous energy. He's said that it's almost purposeful why he does it. He's not reacting. He's just trying to push himself forward. The competitive juices. Now, let's take a look at another guy who's very focused and very competitive, Shannon Stafford, who's certainly going to be around here in a couple of hours.
The tops in the stake.
All these people here in Florida, they make me play better every time about the 1990s, I stopped playing and I just started playing for 4 years competitive again. It's all the people you play against. I got tons of people in Florida play against, and I travel. I go to North Carolina and other places as well. It's always the competition that makes you better, and you want to excel. As soon as you see someone playing better than you, you just want to excel and get right up to them and try and beat them. It's great. This venue's awesome. Lots of people are here today, and the pinball is very competitive today. I just want to keep getting better. That's all I can say. I want to go to Pinburg. I think I'm going to end up going next year. I took a couple of years off, and I'm going to go back next year. And I want to do well there. I want to make and try and make it to the finals next year.
Well, when you're as good as Shannon Stafford, you don't have much to worry about in terms of getting better.
He's a great player, and he's not playing right now. It's interesting, the people that are in the top 5, except for Jeff Palmer, are not playing.
Yeah.
Is that conscious decision, or do they maybe not buy enough at the end, or are they feeling pretty good about their place?
Let's do this. I'm really glad you brought that up because let's see who has tickets to play since you can't buy anymore.
That's it.
Steve
You're out.
Marsh is done.
Right.
Steve Marsh is locked in. Jeff Palmer has one full ticket remaining after this
Wow.
one.
He's serious.
So, and unfortunately, he's going to probably end up using it because that's a pretty crappy score on Demolition Man. Sebastian Bobbio is done.
Now, I don't mean to be ignorant, and I apologize to the viewers out there that I'm not the best at this. Are they getting IFPA points just by entering these tickets?
Not for entering the tickets. It's if they don't make the top 16, they will receive their points for the position from 17 on down. In the top 16, of course, that's when people can change positions, and their points would be determined by how they finish.
So they're
the
getting
entire
IFPA
event.
points for position, not by the amount of tickets or the scores they're making, but by position.
No, yeah, it's not. The more tickets I play, the more points you'll get no bonus for that. Not at
I
all.
understand that. Thanks.
So, Shannon Stafford, no tickets remaining. Of course, he's sitting on the final game of his ticket, and let's look at this incredibly critical ticket of Shannon Stafford right now. You could not have a more important game yet to play in this tournament as
His
Shannon
best
Stafford.
ticket's at 355. He's already at 331.
Right.
So he definitely, depending upon what he's playing next, and I don't see him queued up yet. Is
No,
he?
he's going to hold that last game till the absolute last microsecond, and then he's going to play it. He'll probably play that game.
Now, how many
at
points is he out of
12:55?
the? He's in the top
He's
5 already, I believe.
He's already.
So he's in the top.
Let's return to that.
He's in number 4.
Right. Now, his target is 383.
Oh, he could get that.
He could get it, and that's why he's holding out for as long as he's holding out.
Which would put,
That would
it wouldn't
knock Steve
change
Marsh down.
anything in the top 4.
It would not, but it would give Shannon the choice of gamer position in
Oh,
any
yes.
round in which he plays.
Which is crucial.
Very crucial, and he will get a double bye on top of that for being in the top 4.
Good point.
He may be monitoring what some other folks are doing, but it's impossible to monitor like 20 people's activity simultaneously. But now actually you can, because people are done. They cannot go
Yeah.
any further. So in terms of who can play now, Scott Kakavas has one ticket remaining after this one, and he'll definitely use it because he's having a very crappy time right now with his current ticket. He should really just throw it away and move on to something else. Atticus Palmer has 2 tickets available after the one he's playing, and Atticus is on Demolition Man right now. He put up the number 7 score on ACDC. Here comes another late charger right now, and he's in ACMAG mode right now, and a bad break right there. Drops it down the right out lane. 84 million right there. 420 million.
Oh,
This
my
is
Lord.
not a good score.
Well, yeah.
And now he's just sort of thinking, kind of looking at the scorecard. What do I do here? And I really think he's got to be thinking, can I get to another multi-ball?
I was really
no,
over.
that's that.
Is that it? Oh,
That's
boy.
it for him right there, and
That's
he's
too
shaking
bad.
his head. No.
Not happy with
Not
that.
happy at all with that. That's a
We may have over forecasted. I'm impressed that, or not impressed, but I'm amazed that we're not having a full bank of players right now. Unlike Point Monsters when you do
yeah.
it, people are starting to cut back a little bit.
I can't understand that, honestly.
I thought there would be pretty pandemonium up here, but I guess people feel pretty confident about their scores.
It's some, with
Or did they
point-
miss the buy-in? Did they miss buy-in?
I think maybe some of them may have missed it. When it comes to the people that were below the cut line, some people like me, they accepted their fate. They realized they're not going to make it. If they play 1 or 2 more tickets, yeah, they could probably do well. I just didn't really light it up on these particular games, so sitting back.
I gotcha.
The ticket window's closed right
Yes, it
now.
is.
So it's really about just finishing up. I'm kind of going back right now to to your earlier question, who can still make a charge? Joe Janot is done. Lauren Emmel is on her final ticket right now, but she hasn't started it yet. So my guess is she'll probably maybe have some lunch or something. I see her actually right now. She's just sort of relaxing,
Right.
getting in the zone for 5 final games, and then.
But she's
she'll
pretty
be done.
good. She's going to be in the top 16, I think.
I think she's. I think she should definitely make some afternoon plans. She'll
It's
be,
Anthony, Al, and Doug who are going to be in trouble if the people below them start pushing them up, I think. Am I wrong, you think? I mean,
yeah,
is there...
It's going to be really hard to say. Let's go take a look at those standings one more time here. The person, the
Anthony
two.
did buy more tickets, by the way.
I'm sorry, who?
Anthony bought more tickets.
He
Not
did.
before the cutoff. He did buy more.
did
So
buy
he is going
some?
to try and
All right,
keep
he's
his
going to try to
position.
make a run, man. I think the people who have the most to gain by not playing right now are Jeffrey Cleary and Mike Huff. If they can get somebody to knock off Al Newman and Doug Smith, knock them down hard, they could come up. But zooming in on the math on that, somebody would have to knock down Al Newman a minimum of 2 spots on Munsters, and then maybe 2 spots on Taxi or 2 spots on ACDC. In other words, he's got vulnerability. We're highlighting Al Newman's ticket right here. He's got definite vulnerability on
Absolutely.
ACDC. And if we dive in on this particular ticket, he's even more, waiting for the internet here, he's even more deeply vulnerable beyond that. Take a look at these performances. When your third best score is 31st, you've got a 34th place and a 58th place, you're in jeopardy.
I agree with that.
It's,
and his new ticket he's playing is not any better right now.
yeah, and he's not doing much here. He's got 1 ticket left after this one. So this ticket will be a clunker, which he might keep it, he might throw it away.
And he's been playing so hard. He was the first guy here this morning at 9 a.m. playing.
Absolutely.
I mean, he was really working this. And you're right. He's got now he just bumped down again. And he was at number. He was a little higher than Doug, and now he's back down to 15.
He got a point taken off because somebody did come by and defeat him on one of those lesser games, probably strikes and spares. Everybody's playing it. Everybody's taking whatever score they can. This is a subtraction for him. So Jeffrey Cleary's hanging on with scores that also aren't very good.
Now, Al's another player. When I was scoring him, he saves his tickets. He will not void them. That could hurt him.
Possibly.
Because he was saving just about all the tickets he could save.
Possibly. And,
he's done again. He's Dolph Genie.
Okay. We are going to go to full screen action right now on Strikes and Spares.
That's Tony, Bag of Donuts Versilli. He knows what he's doing here. He's been a good player as well. What is his standings right now? Is Tony even...
Tony right now
is going for it?
Tony is starting his final ticket right now.
All right.
As we take a quick look while the bonus is counting up. He's starting his final ticket. He doesn't have a great performance here.
No.
He's going to just try to pull it out here in the final ticket.
He's a good player, though. I'm telling you, he knows what he's doing. He could, if he concentrates, he could probably do a good job. He's at 147 on the third ball, which is not the greatest thing on strikes.
Not really. Not the way
point.
that things are going now. No, not at all.
So right now you got 5 people playing. Andrew Dunn is playing over there on Johnny Mnemonic. Scott Kakavis is on ACDC. Atticus is playing Jungle Queen. Good old Gwyneth Austin is on Munsters. And, of course, we got Tony on Strikes and Spares.
So we've got Nast over here. Where are the standings? Neverdrains.com/Asylum 2019. We've been flashing
He's
it up
finished.
as part of the crawl. Yeah, he's finished.
That's not going to help him at 176.
I think this is a very poor way to start on a must-win ticket. And
Hey, Eric Parsons is back up again on Taxi.
Okay, let's see if we can go over to... See if we can get over on Taxi.
He's one you want to watch.
Right. Neverdrains.com/Asylum 2019. You want to do your own statistical analysis. To Vince Hannity, the Demolition Man, yeah, it's been playing pretty rough, that's for sure. Do Kirby or Gwen have a shot at sneaking in? Well,
That's
you
the
know,
question. That's a good question.
yeah, I mean, I think I'm just going to go back to our statistics. It really comes down to who has tickets available. Gwen Octavia's fate is sealed. She'll be going home.
That's too bad. She's a great player. I was hoping
not
she'd
going
do
to make
better.
it. A valiant effort, but not going to happen. Kirby Reeds, his fate is also sealed. He's not going to make it. They have no more to play.
Oh boy.
And Kirby will finish somewhere in the high teens or low 20s alongside Gwen Octavia.
Now Al Newman just popped up again, a whole section there. So he keeps juggling back and forth between 15 and 16. That's a dangerous place to be.
Yeah, and I think part of why he's coming up is because other people are getting knocked down. So he comes up. So
And Doug's not even playing.
no, that Doug Smith is going to try to coast in. He very well might do it.
Now, if Doug does not show up, do we automatically go to the Jeff Clary? If he's let's say it stopped right there and
sure.
Doug's a no-show.
Right. Well, then we would go down to 17th
You have to
place.
go down to it, right?
And Doug Smith would invert with whoever's in 17th place.
Gotcha.
Doug would finish 17th, and the 17th would go up to 16 and have a chance to elevate.
Now we
in the
got
playoffs.
40 minutes left. I know it's kind of hard to tell. Did you see any playoffs happening before the finals? Do you think there's anybody who's going to be in a playoff before we hit the brackets?
It could be very, very interesting, I think. Could be very interesting. I don't know. Mike Huff, Kirby Reeds. I mean, I said Kirby's fate was sealed. He's not playing any more tickets. But he would need a pure miracle to jump over. You figure it this way. There has to be an inversion of 3 players in order to get there.
Now, you've got 2 people tied at 12, Andrew and Vince. Is there a playoff going to happen with those 2 guys?
Yes, they'll need to be.
And what do they have to gain if they win that playoff?
Well,
because they're in the bottom.
That's interesting because one of them will be 13th, and they will play in one bracket. The 12th place player will play in the other bracket.
Oh.
So remember, round 1, 8 players will play.
Right.
There'll be 4 in each bracket. It'll determine who they play with. So if you are more favorable playing with someone, that's where you're going to end up.
Interesting.
So we had a situation in Point Monsters where really what it came down to was there was one player in a playoff that kind of felt like he wanted to play against somebody else. And basically, I think he just forfeited his playoff game. Just says, I forfeit because I'd rather be, let's say, in 13th seed.
I remember
and
that.
He wanted to be 13th and go play with the other group.
I remember that. But it also hurt him in the end because he lost his ability to choose place or position or game.
Exactly.
So it was a gamble he played, but I forgot how it turned out for him. But I think he got eliminated.
I don't quite remember that myself. I try to keep a lot of these things on the top of mind. Tony Verzelli with some frustration over on Taxi.
Oh, yeah. Al and Jeff are still playing. And so is Vince.
Yeah, Jeff Palmer is trying.
Andrew Dunn is hanging on to 12th right now, and he's playing his heart out right now.
Yeah, we're staying with Tony Verzelli right here on Taxi.
Does Gwyneth Austin, who's playing, does she have a chance to push up, you think? She's all the way down in 25th, though.
We're going to go check her out.
I like Gwyneth. I think she's a great young player, and
Sadly, her day is done.
I love seeing the young people not playing on those video games on TV and going to these old classic games. Are great.
That's for sure. I should not say that her day is done.
Oh, okay.
She's dumped $20 more into this effort. She'll have 2 more tickets available, and she has 40 minutes to play them, so good timing on her part.
Well, then that's good because she is a very good player, and when it comes down to the crunch, she may push up. I'd love to see her keep pushing up if possible.
So going back out here, currently nobody on Strikes and Spares or Demolition Man, but
Steve Marsh still riding at number 1 up there, even though Palmer's trying to unseat him.
All right, Gwyneth Austin getting back on the horse.
Yeah, I agree with you. Don't count her out.
And a good center right off the bat. She got her first strike. She has A and B. Down the middle. Oh no. Come on, Gwyneth. Hold it together. If that's C, that's 2X right there. 1,000-point bumpers lit. Sorry for not being able to see over the right-hand side there. This camera is elevated up on a table, actually. Might need
Now,
a
Gwyneth's
drone
a very
cam
talented.
pretty soon.
She's a very talented player, but she tends sometimes to overthink. But
Yes.
she's very talented, and the minute she stops thinking and plays is when she just shines.
Absolutely.
So she's an interest. So let's see what she's going to do here, because it doesn't look like this is going to be the game for her.
5,000 points right there.
All it takes is one ball.
Come on, Gwyneth. I mean, she has to start strong. Otherwise, she's going to need monster performances on her remaining 4 games, and it'll be a tall order,
True. That's true.
considering that we already have a few players who are putting up monster performances.
Right.
Love to get a look at what Atticus Palmer's doing on
Yep.
Johnny Mnemonic.
He's
I
over
saw
there
him
on
earlier.
Mnemonic.
Yeah, he put up like 3 billion on Johnny Mnemonic
Oh,
just
yeah.
this morning.
No, he did. He's done very well on that game. And Andrew Dunn's still playing. He's on AC/DC. Tony's on Jungle
No.
Queen. Jeff Palmer's on Monsters still. He's been there for a few minutes now. So I bet you he's putting up a pretty nice score there.
All right, Gwyneth, better luck next time.
That's too bad.
I saw what she did there. She hit the leftmost bumper, square on. Bad move on her part. She really was going for the spinner. Just mishit it.
I'm not going to counter out yet.
Not yet, not yet. So we're just going to transition full here. No one's on anything. It looks
Nope.
like Gwyneth will walk down to taxi. So we're going to follow Gwyneth Austin
Popular game today, that taxi.
down to taxi. Yes, she gives herself a fist pump. She got Pinball right off the bat. All right. Uh-oh. We've been upstaged by David Denholtz.
So on a side note, Eric Parsons is back on AC/DC again.
Just
He's
getting
still-
started. Ball
Yep.
1 over there.
That's correct.
Keeping an eye on... okay.
This bomber,
Can't see it right now, but Gwyneth is already in multi-ball, and now she's out of multi-ball. She
something happened there.
didn't make it.
He had a scorekeeper in front of him, but
Yep.
he's talking to Atticus, though. He's scoring Atticus.
All right, spin
So
out.
now we're at ball 2, 3. Now, Mr. Palmer's finished. I wonder what kind of score he posted. Oh, it looks like he's got a 9-digit score there, which is tough. Oh, maybe not.
No, he's in the 50s, it looks like, over
Yep.
there.
All right. Well, I should have eaten my carrots today because I could probably see better from this distance.
I'm struggling myself.
Yeah.
As far as where are we seated? We are seated on the other opposite corner of the room from these machines that you're looking at right here. We're just trying to be as unobtrusive as possible.
If anybody wants to donate some opera glasses to this group, I think we
Really?
could probably use that.
I think
today.
I need drone
binoculars.
footage.
Kind of like when you're doing the Kentucky Derby, be able to see when those horses are out ahead of us,
Right.
right?
Well, it's quite a horse race here today.
It's a horse race. That was a great transition there, Norma.
I do what I can.
That's fantastic.
All right, come on. I knew it. And did you see what just happened right there to
You know,
Gwyneth
I
Austin?
turned my head for a second. What
so
happened?
Gwyneth put the she put the ball into the Santa saucer,
Right.
and when it kicked out, it went straight down the middle. That has been over and over.
That has happened a few times today. People have been complaining about that.
I personally am livid over the whole thing.
Is that the way the machine works, or is that a problem with the machine?
I just think that the saucer probably could use a little bit of an alignment.
Okay, all right.
Could have maybe angled it a little bit so that it whacked off of the side of the ramp there, the right-hand side of the ramp, and then kind of made its way down to the right-hand flipper. Slow the ball down, give the player a chance to react.
Now, from what I'm told, you cannot tweak the machine during the qualifiers.
No, you should not.
But you can before you go into the finals.
Yes, because it's technically a different tournament.
Okay,
Technically.
so that's the rule.
Technically
So
a
we
different
could
tournament.
play around with that, or we could probably change the tilt on Space Mission if we wanted.
You could. You most certainly could. And I think that may be something to consider. You know, it's a different tournament when you enter the playoffs. Not essentially the slate is wiped clean. So
Interesting.
there's opportunities to add games,
Right.
remove games.
That's a good point.
So it's a different
It'll
tournament.
be interesting to see what the tournament director does. That's Mr. David Denholtz. He's the president of the Pinball Asylum and the tournament director, and it's his job to determine all these things. And we'll see what he's got to say when the time comes.
Okay, so
Mr. Palmer's up on taxi now.
yeah, we're definitely gonna zoom in on him. Jeff
And Al
Palmer's-
Newman's back on AC/DC.
Okay, great. We know he's good at that. He owns it. A critical ticket for Jeff Palmer right now. He pretty much wants to put up the high score on Taxi.
Well, that's
actually,
not gonna. That ticket's not going to beat his best ticket,
No, but if I take a look at the
no
standings,
matter
right
what he
here,
does.
If I take a look at the standings, if you take a look at who's above you, Steve Marsh's best ticket doesn't feature Taxi. Let's see who we can hurt here. Sebastian Bobbio's best ticket does feature Taxi. So Jeff's goal is about 4 million points there to take a point away from Sebastian. Shannon's ticket involves Taxi. He could take a point away from him if he gets 2 million. So his targets are probably 2 million and 4 million here. Probably wants to keep those wolves away from the door.
All right. And Eric Parsons back up on Demolition Man.
Now let's see if we can just go
You wanna
to
go
a
check
3-camera
that out.
view.
Anthony
Featuring
Dixon's
both of
on
those
Munsters.
guys.
Those guys are the ones who are really working their butts off. Anthony Dixon and Al are the ones who are really trying to secure those spots in the top 16 right now.
Right.
Tony finished his game. Don't know if that helped him out at all, but
Qualifying ends in just 30 minutes.
yep, you got
And
that right.
The countdown begins very soon. Jeff Palmer, ball one here. And we're looking at him down. We're going to go back to looking at him in a wide angle because his game is far more interesting. And, whoa. Getting close to, okay, the 1 million point. Oh no, he just locked up. It's getting close to a 1 million point shot. 75,000. That's a single multiplier right there
the
because
first
it's on
ball.
ball one.
That's a great first ball. You've seen people not even getting 1 million.
And now the
on three
jackpot
balls
is lit.
today.
Jackpot's lit for 1.5 million points. It's a fixed value. Lining it up. Got it. So he's
That's-
cleared the first hurdle.
Wow.
If he keeps this ticket, he can take a point away from Shannon Stafford. It's not going to knock Shannon out of the top 4, but we really have no idea how important these last couple of tickets are going to be.
You feel the top 4 are a lock at this point?
Not at all.
No.
Really, it's not going to be all decided until Shannon Stafford plays AC/DC. So Shannon is going to finish up on AC/DC. He's going to play that mythical final game of his ticket. He's on AC/DC right now. And his goal there is a mere 25 tournament points, which means he only has to get 10 million points, which we know that Shannon can do.
So what would that do to Shannon? Is that going to pop him up to 3rd or 2nd, or could it pop him up higher?
No, he'll put him in the lead.
Will it? Okay.
Yes.
So this is a crucial game right now.
So Shannon Stafford is playing for the lead right now. Shannon Stafford is going for the lead, and Mike Huff over there, it'd be great to get his attention to try to put this on Shannon. But I can't seem to get his attention right here because that's something we want to do. Put it on Shannon if we can, and we're going to see if we can do that. Shannon's in the middle of ball 2. Very important ball 2 right there. Meanwhile, we're still looking at Jeff Palmer. He's on ball 3 in the 3 million point situation. And we're going to move off of Jeff Palmer right there, and we're going to zoom in directly on Shannon Stafford. An incredibly important game for Shannon Stafford. He's in a multi-ball. Trying to get closer, zoom in if we can, get even tighter and tighter and tighter. Tighter. And going to try to move in even more, moving the camera live on the fly for this critical game. Got 5.8 million here on ball 2. 5.8 million on ball 2. And going into it here. $7.8 million. Closing in. He's on ball 3. He's on ball 3 right here. Skill shot for 300,000. He's got a VIP pass. That could be very important. We're talking hundreds of thousands of points here. Oh no. Oh, and I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. 9.0 million.
Oh, that's not good.
Let us see how that will shake out. Oh my. That will only give him 23 points. That will put him right here. No, I'm sorry, 22 points. 22 points. And we're going to go back to the standings here.
So he's going to avoid that ticket.
He had a masterful ticket going, and then it happened, right? And then it happened. 66th place right there on AC/DC. 22 points, and that wasn't enough.
Yeah, he's still he's still top 4.
He's in the top 4, but that was a gift-wrapped opportunity to take the lead, and it just slipped away. It just
How did he do on AC/DC
right
throughout so far? Was he?
He was doing just. He was doing just fine. Let's go and get Shannon right now, because we definitely want to ask him about that performance right now. Really, really important game for Shannon right there. I mean, I'll tell you what. We've got Shannon Stafford right here. Shannon, great performance overall. Looks like you're going to probably make the top 4. But can you tell us about what happened on that last ticket?
Oh my goodness, AC/DC is always a hard game for me to play for some odd reason, and this one just plays very fast, very, very fast. When I got the multi-ball started, I thought I was going to be able to get something going, but no, it took a hold of me, actually. I couldn't take a hold of it. So, but I had a great card up until that one game.
Absolutely. And we were over here talking. We couldn't stop talking about what the impact of your ticket would have.
Yeah. And then I blew it, but that's okay. I mean, I wanted to make top 4, and hopefully I'm going to cross my fingers. Hopefully I'll still make top 4 so I can get a couple of buys. But yeah, it would have made a big impact, and I held off for a little bit to try and, gather my thoughts and get on there. I mean, I thought about playing Space Mission, but that thing is really tilted. So, and I didn't do half bad on a ticket previous. I got 90K on it and tilted 3 times. So, but I picked AC/DC because I thought it'd be a little bit better for me. I mean, with me, I don't play it a lot, but it's a very, let's say, it's like rolling dice with me on AC/DC. I either play it really good or play it really bad.
We're going to go back to your ticket again, and I mean, if you had it to do over again, I personally think you probably would have aced Jungle Queen a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, I was thinking Jungle Queen or Genie, too, like I say. Mm-hmm. I mean, Space Mission, I wanted to play it, but I said, the tilt's way too tight on it, so.
Yeah, I mean, as I go through and I take a look at some of your past tickets right here, Jungle Queen, 41,000. Actually, you didn't play too much Jungle
Yeah, I
Queen
played
here
it
today.
about once or twice, and I think that's about it.
Johnny Mnemonic.
Oh, I know. I've been playing it pretty good all weekend. It's a very playable game. It's very fast.
Yeah.
What can I say? Every machine here, all the newer Demolition Man, Munsters, Taxi, Johnny Mnemonic, they're all really, really fast. And Dipsy Doodle, I was thinking about that too, but that's really pop. Look, it's a great machine, but it's either very nice to you or very evil.
Yeah, and I mean that's what happens sometimes. It's really about how you feel about a game.
Oh yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, the card, like I say, the card was excellent. I was like, man, all I have to do is just put up maybe 20 million on ACDC, and I couldn't even do that.
No.
Like I say, it was really fast. I got to the multi-ball and just messed up. As soon as I started it, I knew something was going to go wrong.
That particular ACDC, I think the very first game I played on it, I just crushed it.
Yeah.
And I own the game at home. Big shout out to my husband Spider Huff out there if he's watching. Go turn on ACDC and start practicing. Maybe you'll be here next year. But you know, I just have gone ice cold on that game myself.
And the thing about a lot of the newer games, none of them play the same. Doesn't matter where you go, you can't make one play exactly the same as another. They're all different. I played this ACDC last time at Point Monsters, and it plays different from them. I mean, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's always good because it helps tournament players get better when you do that. Keep switching it up, the way you wax it or whatever you do to it to clean it. I mean, they all just play different. Some of the older ones, not so much, but I mean, with nowadays, with all these tournaments, people are taking rubbers off and, making it have a bigger, steeper slope. So.
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
I've enjoyed this tournament. Great playing. I mean, down to the end.
I would fully agree. I think, it's been a good weekend for folks.
Yes.
What about Scott Kakavas over here? Is he?
Oh, I know.
What a weekend for him.
Yeah. Came out of nowhere and has played very well. I mean, everybody here is just. This format is by far you have to put together a good ticket. You can't just have one good game. Not like a strike tournament or something where, you can kind of skate by. This you can't. You got to put in a good ticket. Doesn't have to be great. I mean, to get 85s across the board is the best way to go because then you won't lose 5 and 10 points if you get a 90 or 100 score.
Right.
If you could keep close to the 80s, you got a golden ticket right there. It's all about, consistency and just going that route.
Sebastian Bobbio, wow.
Yeah.
Well, he drove us nuts last night because we were watching him. He went 3/5 of the way through a ticket, then decided to call it a night.
Yeah.
And pretty much probably kept some folks up at night.
Oh, yeah.
Last night, thinking, what will I choose for my last 2 games? And then they didn't go so well for him.
Yeah. I mean, just like I say, you could have a really good ticket and just one bad game will just mess it all up. I've been first, second, third, and fourth just pinballing, going down to fifth a little bit. It's just been, the way this format works, you never know what's going to happen.
I think the hardest thing with this format was trying to explain it to new players.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's hard to tell them that this format's very hard, and it's a strategy. It's the way you play the game.
Right.
I mean, you might want to play a game. Say someone's got 100, you might want to play that game when you have a null card or something that you're not doing good on to bump them down to kind of even everybody out. I mean, like I say, it's very strategic.
Right. And we're just running through the rules here. I've heard keep every ticket you play.
Yes.
I'm not sure I can subscribe to that theory because it depends on what the ticket is.
Well, that's true. I mean, and it's time. I mean, when you're keeping those tickets, too, when you're getting close to the end, it's a time thing, too, as well. I mean, sometimes you just want to go, okay, well, I just want to start over.
Right.
I mean, I kept every ticket. If it was getting down to the end where I was on the bubble, like right now, and I had a 2 game and it was horrible, yes, I'd start right over and just keep going because we don't have much time left. But just like you say, it's pick and choose.
I mean, the other thing that I would say is we watch our tournament director, David Denholtz, trying to put together a better ticket over here on Strikes and Spares. the one thing that I would say is you don't want to hurt yourself. You're playing against your past selves.
Exactly.
Your past lifetimes. Maybe in a past life you were a much better player than you are now,
You're right.
and you don't want to hurt yourself there.
I know. Just like last night, Sebastian Bobbio had the highest score in Monsters. I was right behind him in second, so I had 90 points. Then he came in at the end and beat his score, which knocked me down to 85 points. It took a good 5-point hit.
Right.
And you don't think that it is a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot in this format. That's huge. And I was just watching him, and he was playing so good. Had a great game.
And, you know, as we take a live look at the standings right here, a man who sort of walked around casually yesterday without a care in the world, Steve Marsh.
Yeah, I know. I came in this morning and it's like, okay, well, I've had a little breakfast and was that his first ticket? I'm guessing that was his first ticket this
I think
morning.
it was his only ticket of the
Only
day,
ticket?
actually.
Yeah. Well, I could believe that. I mean, when you had that, I think he had what? Like, it was a little higher than that. He was like 385 or 390 even.
There you go.
Yeah.
But as you said, your mission is to simply do consistently well
It's consistency. Yes.
across 5 machines.
Yes. You don't, and to be honest, you don't want 190 because, like I say, that could just, it makes or breaks you. Like to say, you're playing against other people, but you're playing against your previous scores as well.
Right. Your past selves
Oh,
is what I like to
yeah.
say. You know,
I
you're
agree.
clones of yourself,
Yeah.
and clones of yourself were probably pretty good, and it's about just doing well enough. It highlights in this ticket 96,000 on Jungle Queen. That's a decent score right
yeah.
there. We've had a few rolls. 27,000 Dipsy Doodle, also very good.
That's good on that Dipsy Doodle.
That's really very good. All right, we're kind of going back here. I've been kidding Vince Gellermine. He is just possessed. He wants excellence, and he wants
yeah.
it now, and he's going to make it. I think he just wanted to be in that top 8 somewhere.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
currently at 11th. We have 15 minutes left to go.
Yeah. I just was trying to stay in the 2-buy range, just trying to stay between first and fourth, and I've done real well. But like I say, the points just, you'll lose a point here, you'll gain a point here. It is kind of nerve-wracking, but that's pretty much where I wanted to be at, and I'm doing really good so far. And we have, just like you say, we have 15 minutes left. So
Sure.
hopefully I hold on. I got 10 points ahead of fifth. So
Sure. And I mean, let's take a look right now. We're doing a live look in here on Jeff Palmer,
on what's he playing? Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
I played it very well. I think I got $1 billion on it this weekend, but it is very fast. I play it a little different than most people. It seems like a lot of people going straight for the claw to get the freezes. I've been trying to hold the claw and go into the computer to light the freeze and hit the freeze first and try to hit the first multi-ball. Then I'll go for the claw to get the freezes for the second one. Mm-hmm. But it's rough. It's a fast machine.
So here he is
nice
on
shot.
ball 1. Yes, very good with the freeze.
Yep.
Of course, the multi-ball
He's
has
gonna
started
pass it.
at that very difficult left
Yep.
loop.
He's going to pass it over and try and shoot for it.
Missed it. Gonna try again.
There you
Got
go.
it.
Excellent.
So he's in Fortress multi-ball, and as we know, Fortress is a series of 4 jackpots. ACMAG up the center. Then the computer on that left side flipper.
Yep.
Then the left ramp. So he's got one. Missed it there for the computer. Never trade a shot for a ball, so it was more important than preserving the ball. Here we go. Computer. Missed it again. And computer. Missed it again.
Wow. That computer
That's-
is kind of hard to hit on this one. I'll tell you
Yeah.
that.
A rare series of misses for Jeff.
Yep.
Ball did not go the way he wanted. Ended up over in the multiplier. Oh, no.
And to let people know, when you use the triggers, you do get like the crane hits and everything for the triggers, but the buttons do not work on ACMAG or give you the super jackpots. They don't work at all.
Huh.
So you actually have to hit the jackpots. It will not give you a
Right.
freebie.
And I will tell you, Shannon, That is something I encountered myself playing this game. I was trying to be cute, go for the trigger jackpot, and I got smacked up by that.
Yeah, no free ACMAG, no nothing. You
No,
just have to
nothing.
play.
No, nothing. Pinballer asks a question about hurting yourself if it's the best ticket you submitted. I mean, I think it's, if you have the best ticket, I'll tell you one thing about tickets. A couple of times during my play this weekend, I had 2 tickets that were relatively the same in weight,
Yeah.
and sometimes the computer would use that ticket as my best ticket, and sometimes the first one.
I don't know if that's happened to me this weekend, but I see what you're getting at. You're having something comparable to both tickets,
Right.
and then all of a sudden, you think your other one's better, and it just boots it and gives you the other one.
Right.
Is that what you-
You have to do a lot of heavy math sometimes
Yes,
if
you
you're
do.
playing 2 tickets very consistently.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he's still on ball 1. He's doing good.
Right. One thing about Jeff is he can make a lot out of a little.
Yes.
Now, beautiful catch right
That's
there.
the whole thing. He's got a lot of poise.
One danger.
There you go. Second
All right,
multi-ball.
it's museum multi-ball
Yep.
now. And these jackpots are all available.
Yep.
That's
that
a
one's
double.
a double. Then everything's lit for a single, and then the super will be lit on the right ramp.
So let's watch this one. Still 3 balls alive. Very important. Nice
Yeah.
to get rid of that first one. And, yep, he's freeing up the left side. Stage flipping on this. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, and he actually has 4 balls in play here. I guess he had a freeze.
There you go. That computer,
Yeah.
finally.
Oh,
He had
no.
He had to hit ball in the ball to hit that computer.
All right.
He's got one left. The right ramp and then super at the right.
And yet, it's still available, you're saying?
Yeah, he's
It's
got
a
one,
grace?
He's got one jackpot on the right ramp with these 2 balls, and then he's going for the super after that. Oh no, it's just straight super.
Oh, he had 2 balls.
Yeah, he's got everything, so it's
Okay,
just straight
he
super.
had
All he's gotta
2
do is hit the
balls.
ramp.
I
Yep.
wasn't sure if he did or he didn't.
Ooh, did it say close enough? No, he didn't get it, unfortunately. This is still a very good because he's on one. He's on ball 1.
Right. Very good ball.
Yes.
Good combo.
Yes.
ACMAG time. Now, ACMAG is ACMAG's a big mode.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This is an easy way to get points. The ACMAG ramp is the little tiny jump ramp right there in the center of the plate.
And it's different from a lot of the games when you have a timer mode. Usually it's highest to lowest. This one starts out lowest to highest.
Want to thank our 27 viewers on Twitch. By the way, my name
Yes.
is Norma Jennings. I am your hostess with the mostest, and I'm here with Shannon Stafford, who is going to be pretty busy this afternoon, but
yeah.
may have a very long lunch break because it looks like he'll be in the top 4. Jeff Palmer, in the waning minutes here
Very good,
of
very
this
good.
tournament, 10 minutes left. He's trying to put together a major ticket, a massive bonus right
Yes.
there of $150 million. The multipliers are nothing to scoff at on this game. Running alongside the bottom of the machine, information about all of the machines in this tournament, where to find the current standings, neverdrains.com/Asylum 2019. Don't go away at 1 p.m. There'll be a break from 1 to 2 p.m. For setting up for the finals. But we will continue to be on the air with features and other action. But don't go far. More interviews. We'll have Sebastian Bobbio in the beginning of the finals, looking ahead to the 2 o'clock hour Eastern Time. And Sebastian will be he'll be doing bilingual broadcasting. He'll be
Hey.
reporting in both English and Spanish, so no need to click the SAP button on your Twitch.
And I have to give thanks to Norma for putting this beautiful stream on. I mean, without her, none of this. And Pinball Asylum, of course. Home of the what? The World's in 2020.
The IFPA 17 will be here. Oh no, a terrible drop right there. And I think Jeff is
Look
checking
at the
right now.
bonus.
He's checking to see exactly how many more points do I need. That's what he's looking
Yep.
at. I'm gonna try to.
And
You know
and
what?
he's just- yeah, he
That's
took
it.
Yeah, he took it, so he's just going to
He
plunge.
says
That's
I'm
smart.
done.
And if you don't mind, I'd like to say thanks to my wife, Stacy, for letting me come here. She does, she's got to work tonight, but she let me come, and my son's at home, Tristan, and everybody here in Florida. My friend James in Virginia, he's actually going to come to he came to Free Play Florida last year from Virginia. We had a lot of people come from all over the place last year, so.
Well, that's wonderful. Great for mentioning all that, Jim.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, Free Play this year. What else do we have? We got several big ones around here coming up. So
Well, that's, really, when you take a look, we haven't had a chance to really show this right here. Florida is the pinball state, if you ask me. I mean,
Oh,
this
yeah.
is the place. I mean, we're going to be a super state again. There were over 500 players registered last year. We're going to have even more this year.
oh yes,
And Eric Stone and Nick Mueller have both won the North
Yep.
American Championship. Oh, I'm sorry, Nick Mueller did not win. He finished second.
finished second.
But he managed to go on to the World Championship.
I know, played very well. I watched him on stream. I mean, he was stone cold. He played very good. Eric Stone, what can I say? mean-
He's incomparable. I mean, there's really nobody like him. I mean, you take a look at the SCS champions right here. I think what's most amazing is we've had 3 champions that went to the Final Four in the North American Championship, and we've had 2 champions who have won state titles before their 18th birthday.
Yeah,
And
that's great. It's
they're-
always the new players are coming around. There's a lot of new players, a lot of young kids. Yep.
and a lot of great places to play,
Oh,
too.
yes,
Here are
definitely.
those major championships you were talking
Oh,
about. We
yeah.
had Point Monsters recently.
Very
Um,
fun, very fun. A lot of people showed up for that. Very good event. We got Free Play Florida coming up in November. Beast Slayer in October. Pinball Lounge hosts several events during the year. Very good. Al's Garage, I think, is coming up the first weekend in December. And the Ancient City Pinball Rumble is coming up the first week of October.
Yes,
First weekend.
absolutely. Those are the big ones. Jeff Palmer here on Strikes and Spares as the clock is counting down and the room is getting quiet. Gwyneth Austin is on Jungle Queen. Poor Gwyneth. It's been a bit disappointing for her. She's not going to make it. She's not putting together a good game there. Atticus Palmer trying to finish strong here, trying to leap up into that top 4. And Jeff Palmer's game is no good. It was no good. Just take a look at where we're at in the standings. Jeff Palmer is going to probably sit there in second place, going to finish his life there. And looking over at Atticus. Atticus throws up his hands in victory for no apparent reason because 200,000 is not very good on Genie today.
Yeah, it's 208.
I love the emotion, though, from Atticus.
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, definitely.
he seems to be the happiest playing this game of anybody who's ever played the game. He's just thrilled every day. Of course, he's just escaped our vision right now. The only game we cannot see is Dipsy Doodle, and
That's
he's over
where he
on
went.
Dipsy Doodle. That's where he
Went
is,
on
of course.
Dipsy Doodle.
Naturally. I'll tell you what I could do, though, is I could flip over here to the other screen, and we will. I think we've got a wide angle going here on. Yeah, we can.
There you go.
We're gonna see him way down at the very end on Dipsy Doodle as we go to this wide angle shot. Just finishing up here. Gwyneth Austin trying to make a go of it over there on Strikes and Spares. Okay, so got 5 minutes left to go here in qualifying. Just gonna take a quick look over. Go back to Gwyneth Austin here. We're going to do a live switch right here. Nothing wrong with your TV. We're just changing channels. Back over to Gwyneth Austin on ball 3. She's on the spinner. She only has one strike. That's it. She's done. You know what? It's point of diminishing returns, unfortunately.
Oh,
The
yeah.
more you play, the worse you get. It's sadly. I don't think there's anybody here who wants winning more than Gwyneth Austin.
Oh yeah, I agree. And that machine is really like I say, a lot of them, like the newer ones, are really fast, but all of them are pretty friendly though. Pretty friendly. You can play them. The only one I think is Space Mission that you can blow on the machine and it'll tilt.
That's about right.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to put 90K up on it and I tilted 3 times. I mean, it was just crazy.
Yeah, I got pretty upset yesterday over that. I just could not fathom what you could do or not do on that game.
I know, exactly. I mean, you had to like touch the flippers like poking something, like poking
Yeah.
the sides. I mean, you pretty much had to do it. You couldn't really grip the machine. It was pretty tilty.
And I very much become one with the game, so that was not my cup of tea at all.
Yeah.
I think we're watching what may be our final live coverage game of these qualifying situations, and that is going to be with Vince Gellermine right here on Strikes and Spares, a man who walked into the Asylum for the first time just 3+ months ago. So doing really well here. We're going to be set up for a very, very interesting final. We are going to have father and son. We're going to have husband and wife. This will be
Oh yeah.
an amazing, amazing final. And husband and wife will be separated. No, they will not. They will both get a single bye at the rate we're going.
7 and 8. Yep.
Yes.
Joe and Lauren.
Yep. So we're gonna just stay with Vince right here for a minute, and we're gonna formally wait for these folks. I believe the way that this will go is if they've started a ticket before 1 p.m., they have the opportunity to finish it.
The whole ticket or just the last?
I believe they
game?
can finish the entire ticket.
Okay.
A few years ago, Shannon, I'm not sure if you were at this event. I think I had qualified 4th a few years ago. Shannon Stafford was, I'm sorry, Sebastian Bobbio was playing his final ticket. And Sebastian went game to game to game with the whole room watching high score, high score, high score.
That's excellent. To pull that out of the end.
He ended up pulling out a second place card on the final ticket. That is going to be the end of play on Strikes and Spares, and a pretty poor finish there, but no problem for Vince Gellermine. He's going to be in that final conversation. So we're just going to go to a wide angle here, and we're looking at Gwyneth Austin on Genie and Atticus Palmer. I'm going to let you get ready for the playoffs here. Grab some lunch. Shannon Stafford, thanks for stopping by. Maybe we'll see you a little bit later.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
very
having me.
much. Great having you. Shannon Stafford. I'm still Norma Jennings, and we are still in qualifying here as we are concluding the final moments here of the 2019 5th annual Papa Style tournament here at the Pinball Asylum in Fort Myers, Florida. Our final player is right here, and his name is Atticus Palmer. Got somebody else who apparently wants to say a few words. I'll tell you this much, Vince, you've earned it. You've certainly paid enough for it. And his name is Vince Gellermine, and why not come and say a little bit here about the Asylum and about your performance here over this weekend. How do you feel you've done over this weekend, Vince?
You're right. I did feel like I earned it and worked pretty hard to get there. What was interesting is learning the rules of the Papa format. So there's a lot of nuances to that format, both in offense and defense.
Mm-hmm.
So my last ticket here, which I just submitted but wasn't good enough to replace what I had, I was already in a tie for 11th. And then when I realized that I was, for the other guy who was in 11th, to avoid a tiebreaker, I had two of his scores beat, so when I submitted the ticket, it dropped him down 2 points and me 1 point. So the net was no tiebreaker for that position, even
That's
though
right.
we're both in the finals.
That's right.
But what if we were on the bubble?
That's
right?
correct.
So it's this is probably, I just started tournament pinball beginning of the year. And I think this is like the 5th different type of format I've been exposed to.
That's right.
So it's a learning experience through all the different formats, and then really reading the rules and learning them is half the fun, but it's also the strategy and all of that, and also making sure you don't make mistakes. Like I was in a tournament and tilted a wedge head, and that was the end of that game. So it's a learning experience, and easy to get frustrated if you're not careful, but if you look at it longer term, and when you make a mistake, you just look at it as a learning experience.
Well, that's exactly what it's about, especially your first time around. It is about learning the different formats, and I know because I've seen you at many tournaments, you've definitely been a very faithful tournament player, definitely one of the big surprises of 2019, I'd say. I know you've played Strikes format. You've played the sort of the new kid on the block Flip Frenzy. You've played that a few times. You've played this Papa style. You've played in Point Monsters, which is known as a Herb style.
And then I did one pin golf when I went
and
up
pin
to Southern Fried Gaming Expo up there, which was another learning experience because I actually qualified, but didn't know I qualified because it was a new TD, and he didn't explain that there was a finals that was going to be a different format. So I'm thinking the pin golf, whatever you placed, and that was the end of it.
Right, right.
And so when I came back later, way later, I realized, oh yeah, you qualified, but they had to replace me. Like it was an hour and a half
because you
already
just
in.
didn't know.
It was hour. So, but at least I qualified. So you could either be really down and frustrated, or you could say, you know what, I qualified, and I learned something, and I'll get them next time, and that's really all you can do, right? Otherwise, this is not fun, and why do it if it's not fun?
From your lips to God's ears is what I'm saying about that, because you got to be having fun first. And I know you're having fun. You're a very competitive player, really focused player. You want to do well, and it's important to be focused. And I'm glad you're still having fun while you're doing it. I think you're about to play some of the best players in the States right now in the state. So they're moving cameras around right now. Qualifying is over. We are done right now. These are our final standings, and Vince, you're going to be in there. Let's do a quick review of these final standings for qualifying. So Steve Marsh will go in as the top qualifier. He'll have full control of his destiny as he goes through. He can either pick game or position in every situation that he's in. Jeff Palmer, second place. Sebastian Bobbio in third. Shannon Stafford in fourth. Those 4 players will receive a double bye. They will not have to play for maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours getting in here. They cannot finish any lower than 8th place. 5th place, Scott Kakavas. 6th place, Atticus Palmer. 7th place, Joe Janot. 8th place, Joe's wife, Lauren Emmel. That is going to be a thriller. They both receive a single bye. Definitely the biggest team of the weekend. Nick Mueller will be here, state champion. I don't care where Nick Mueller finishes because he's always got a chance to win. Vince, you're right there. I believe you'll probably be paired up with Nick in your bracket, so get ready. The top 2 in each bracket will continue. Eric Wallace in 11th. Andrew Dunn in 12th place. Very, very strong competitive player. Dan Coyle, last year's champion, in 13th. Anthony Dixon, who came within a whisker of winning the Point Monsters Classics just 2 months ago. He's in 14th. Al Newman climbs into that top 15 here this morning. Mike Huff, our technical director, through the wonders of mathematics, has managed to qualify 16th. That is a fantastic performance for Mike. So Mike is going to be doing double duty because he's also our stage technical director. So he'll be setting up shots before playing in his own round. And wouldn't it be amazing if he were to come back? You've got 2 members of the Asylum board that are there. Doug Smith just barely missed the cut. I don't think he played any tickets today. That might have been a negative for him. Jeffrey Cleary, 18th place. Kirby Reeds, 19th place, fell just short. David Denholtz in 20th. Frank Fontana, Gwen Octavia. Gwen tried, didn't make it. Will probably end up staying outside that top 24 after this is over. Yours truly, Norma Jennings, 23rd. I did my best and had fun doing it. Dale Smith, who I believe is Doug Smith's brother, if I'm not mistaken, 24th. Eric Parsons, 25th. Gwyneth Austin, 26th. Tony Verzelli, an Asylum alum, 27th. Matt Barlow, 28th. Todd Baxter. Todd Baxter did a fantastic job on our theme song, and I'm not sure if I mentioned that earlier. Thank you, Todd, for that. Spencer Carey, 30th. My correspondent Jeff Webb, 31st. Madison Gibbons, 32nd. Chris Kimball, 33rd. Mitchell Austin, 34th. And Janice Kroll, nice try, Janice, 35th position. Anything else you want to say about this format or the weekend here before you go grab some lunch and get ready? You have a 1 hour break before we start the finals.
Yeah, as someone new to tournaments this year, what I appreciate is how they announce the games. Not everyone announces the games. I think I don't know what the percentage, especially the bigger tournaments, about announcing games, but in advance. But it does help when you have the rule sets for the DMD games, especially being 10 pages long. So it does allow you to study and read up, whereas the more experienced players are already familiar with those machines. So it does help even things out better for the newer players to learn the rule sets somewhat as best they can in advance, rather than just showing up and already being at a disadvantage to the more experienced, knowledgeable players. And you used a great way to describe this a while back when we were at Pinball Dudes, which was you build up an encyclopedic knowledge of the games. And it's really important because you've got so many factors. You got to know the game. You've got to have flipper skills. You got to know how to nudge. You got to know the nuances of a machine and all of that. So, knowing how to score a machine can outweigh sometimes flipper skills and some other things depending on the machine, especially on the DMDs. So I will say that the Asylum is unbelievable. It's an amazing place. Honor and a privilege to just be able to come here because it's not open to the public. So really appreciate being here.
Right. Well, thank you very much, Vince Kellermine. Get yourself ready. You're going to be in that first round, and good luck and good skill to you. So we are here on a break right now. I need a small break right now myself. We don't want to leave you with nothing to do and nothing to see. So we are actually going to transition now to show you highlights of a video you may or may not have seen on Twitch or on the YouTube or Pinball Asylum, because Pinball Asylum has a YouTube channel as well. This is Mr. Eric Stone absolutely dominating the game of Munsters.
Of the World Championships next year with the little Munsters. So first thing I like to do, I want to get to Munster Madness. This game is set tournament mode, so I short plunge it, try to bang it off the wall, catch it on the flipper, and I want to start spot right away because spot's the hardest one, in my opinion. So if I can start spot, then that gives me the hardest mode out of the way. So I just keep going, ramp, try to control the ball, try to hit spot maybe to give myself an extra letter. And ideally I want to do this on the first ball so that I don't have to try to do it on the second ball. So there it is. So spot started now. What I like to do is time this out. And this is a long thing to time out. I just try to hit that right ramp over and over and over, or hit something and knock a few seconds off, 36, 35. And again, this is the boring part of the game. But I want to get to Munster Madness where there's more points. So I'm just going to keep on doing this. 29, 28. And you get about 7 seconds or so. You get about 7 seconds before you actually have to hit another switch. So I just did a drop catch there around around the orbit, which I love to do on this game. Transfer the ball because I want to try to hit safe shots. And that wasn't so safe, but we wound up getting the ball back. So 12, 11, 10, 9, maybe get to 8. Nope. So there's the ramp again. I gave it a little nudge so that it actually took a couple bounces coming down the lane, so it stopped on my flipper. 3 seconds, and we'll hit the ramp again. And there it is. So that times that out. So now I want to get Herman going. Now I want to start getting points. So catch the ball. A lot of times you can catch it coming down from Herman. You can drop catch it just like that. So now what I want to do is I want to short plunge this right away so that I can try and catch it with a flipper. Oh, that was a bad catch. And then just shoot it and miss it. How about a little backhand? Nope, that didn't work. Now I gave a little nudge to bounce on the other flipper and hit it right there. So now I got multi-ball. What I want to do is I want to start Lily and I want to get Dragula completed so that I have my Add-A-Ball lit. So those are the two things that I want to do right now. I'm not going for jackpots. I still have the ball save on. Oh, and I lost all 3, so now that's going to take time. Maybe short plunge one to get one back into play faster. Oh, that was bad. Either way, my main priority is to start Lily, because I want to do that in multi-ball. Because if I do that in multi-ball, that's one less risky shot that I have to worry about. So there's Lily. Let's hit a couple Dragula shots, maybe. So Lily's going, Herman's going, and I've got Spot already, which is the key. Let's see if I can catch this. Nope, that wasn't so good. So now, again, I'm just going to try to backhand that Dragula a little bit, try to get a couple more letters so that I can get an Add-A-Ball. Oh, that was bad. Come on. Under control. Nope, not quite. Oh, that's not going to stay. So now I have my Add-A-Ball lit, which it's not the easiest shot. This actually has a pretty tight tilt, so I can't really do much with this. Come on, last second. Nope. All right. So now I've got the two easiest lit, right? I've got Grandpa and I've got Raven. And I say it's easy. So now I want to transfer to the other flipper, and I want to hit 3 Raven shots. And bump it up and over to the other flipper, which Lee Muscaritolo, you know, he gets a little credit for showing me that. Okay, so there's 2. Now I want to hit the third one. As soon as I hit the third one, I go for the multipliers, the playfield multiplier. So I want to get my 6X going right now. I could have tried going for that. Oh, that's beautiful. So there's your Add-A-Ball. So there's no ball save on Raven multi-ball unless you get the Add-A-Ball, and then you're looking pretty good. So there is my 2X. And again, I'm still not quite going for Raven jackpots as of yet. I can respell Dragula, and oh, that was close. I can respell Dragula and get another Add-A-Ball. So now we're at 3. Now we're at 3 times, and now we're at 6 times. So right now, I want to keep these balls in play, and not do that. Darn it. Okay, but again, so now my Add-A-Ball is lit, right? Sometimes you can almost cradle the balls, and ooh, I hope that doesn't tilt. Nope, that didn't tilt. Come on, give me that Dragula. Says nope, not yet. I'm getting. Oh, that was very interesting. That was a pretty cool move right there. There was definitely a lot of luck involved there, but that was neat. All right, there it is. So that's cool. So now I will keep the super jackpots because I'm up to 6X. So I will just keep on. I only had 3, so that's what, 10 million, 13 million. Still, not bad. Meanwhile, Lily is going, and I've got 6X going. So every time I hit Lily, and now I just extended my time, which I didn't mean to, on the 6X, but that's okay. Now, I'm just hitting jackpots. I'm hitting zaps. And we're going to hit Lily again. We'll take a super. Every time I hit Lily, I'm getting a fair amount of points. And I believe the more switch hits I hit before I hit Lily, that builds Lily up until Lily's all done. So we'll go for some zaps, and we'll go for some ravens. Again, I want to keep monitoring the 6X that I have going right now and make sure that that is not about to time out. That was 2,000,007. That's a pretty good Raven jackpot. All right, let's see what that is. That's another 2,000,007. So right now I'm at 2.7 for my Ravens, and that's done. So now we need Grandpa. Now we got to complete the bottom playfield. For me, this is actually the hardest thing to do, but I'm in 6X with it. So if I can do it, all right. There's one. Now I need the other one. Here's the other one. Come on, baby, give me that middle. Oh, right there. No, there. No. Oh, please. Please, please. Oh, no, this is not looking good. There it is. Okay, yes, good. So now we've got... Now, these are 6X. So these are going to be worth something. So, well, that was my zap. And you can still hit your zap button while you're down below. Let's see how much... That's worth 1,250,000, I think. I got some more time. We're going to go for the... Oh, now it's a red jackpot. I don't know how much that's worth. 2,000,001. That's huge. And now, oh, and that was big too. Always try to hit your zap button if you see it flashing. Oh, there we go. That's nice. 1,650,000 on that one. All right, beautiful. So now I will have Monster Madness lit at 6X. If I can get it, I'll stay in the scoop. Uh-oh. Go in your hole. There it is. I learned that from Bowen. Okay, so now I got Monster Madness with 6X lit, which is pretty crazy on the first ball. And see, I've got a ball save. I'm playing some of the bottom, some of Grandpa. That's 5 million hitting some of those shots down below while my ball save's still on. So that looks like that's completed. I'm not really too familiar with all the things that go on in Monster Madness. I just try to hit the lit shots. And again, I still have 6X going. So I know Herman's giving me, that was 7.2, 7,000,002. And now, you know what? So what I'm going to try to do is I'm going to try to catch these balls, or at least a couple of them. And if you can do it, but this isn't really working out. Come on now. Come on now. Be nice. I knew that was going to happen. Well, we might as well take the 6X Supers. And you know what? It still let me play down below for some reason, even though I'm out of multi-ball. So I'm just going to keep on trying to hit some jackpots down below. Not bad. 8,000,005 for hitting that. Still got the 2 and 3X. So now what do you do? Well, I'll go for my zaps. They're only 1,000,000. So that's pretty good. Now we'll go for Herman again. And basically just kind of start it just like you're starting a new game. Although normally I would start with... I would start with Spot again, but because I've got 6X going, I'm going to get greedy, and I'm going to go for Herman. Oh, and that was bad. Oh, boy. Okay, that was good. Now, we'll start Herman up, hopefully with 6X still going. Yes. Yes. Now, if I could do this in a tournament every time, I'd be doing all right. So now, again, what I want to do is I want to short plunge it, kind of bang it off the wall a little bit. That way it goes to the flipper and then hit that. There we go. So that's worth what? 29 million. Wow. In New York City, that's a boom. So now what we're going to do is, again, same thing. We're going to try to hit Lily and try to hit Dragula, although I'm going to see how much these jackpots are. Well, they're 2 million. But again, I want to get Lily started because I want to keep my kitties lit. I was one away from the Atta-ball. Darn it. I'm going to go for my kitty. There it is. That extended my 6X time, I believe, a minute. So now I'm going to be going for... I am going to be going for Herman jackpots. All right. Now, I've got Atta-ball lit. Oh, no. Oh, come on now. Got to get the Atta-ball. Oh, there it is. There we go. 2,000,004. So Herman jackpots are still good. I still have 6x, so I'm still going to collect the supers. Now we got Herman's to the next level, which I think it takes 3 hits. So now my jackpots are blue. I'll still hit my zaps. That's fine. I got 6x going. Now my Herman's 3,450,000. Also, Lily's going. And if I hit Lily before it times out, I should get a good score for that. 3,006,000. Not bad. Oh, darn it. Okay. I looked up. Now what do I want to do? Well, now I want to start Raven. Uh-oh. That wasn't good. Oh, boy. I'm getting greedy going for that other ramp, and I shouldn't. What I should do is just settle the ball down and go for Raven because I still have 6x. Come on. Come on. All right. Come on, Raven. There's one. And you need 3 shots to Raven, by the way. Oh, that was not a good feedback down. Grandpa should be lit soon. But you know what? I'm still going for Raven because I still have 6x. And that should start Raven, and my 6x is running out, so I want to hit Kitty as fast as I can. I don't care about that ball necessarily. It does give you a brief ball save. I said it didn't give you any, but... Well, I need 2 things. I need the Add-a-Ball, and I need the 6x, and I didn't get it. So now I want to keep my 6x going, which I did. Now what I want to do, that's a nice back. Oh, I can restart Raven. There we go. Restart. If you don't get enough jackpots, then you restart Raven. So here we go. Let's see what Raven. 1,000,008. Okay, I'll take it. Let's see 1,000,008 again. I want to get the Add-a-Ball going. There it is. I will take whatever supers I have because I am in 6x. There's another Raven jackpot. 7 million. Whatever, that's fine. So now, oh darn it. So now I get a little bit of a ball save. Lily is almost lit again, and now Lily is lit. So Lily's always a good thing to have during a multi-ball, especially with 6x going. Although, I am not doing so hot right now. Darn it. Oh boy. Well, there goes that. Oh, darn, I got another Add-a-Ball lit, but it's too late. Darn, all right, so now I need Spot and Grandpa for a second Monster Madness. Uh-oh. So, I don't know when Grandpa lights up. Maybe you have to hit the 4 stand-ups twice in the second round, but they're so risky. I'm going to take a chance. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's 2. I am going to go. I'll take the super jackpot. 1, 2, 3. So maybe that's 12 million. 14 million. Not bad. Okay, so now we're going to try to catch this ball. That's better. Huh, darn it. And I still don't have Grandpa lit, but I do now. So, and we're still at 6x. So, again, getting Grandpa at 6x is huge. Oh. That was not. Come on. Come on. Uh-oh, that doesn't look good. Ooh. Ooh, don't tilt. Oh, wow. No more nudges. All right. So now we're at 6x. I don't know how much the white shots are worth, but I need to hit them. And I'm not hitting them. There's 1. There's 2. Nah. There's 3. All right. So now I'm getting... I don't know how much I'm getting for Grandpa. For Grandpa jackpots. Uh-oh. Zap's 220. Oh, I think my 6x ran out. I think my 6x ran out. Darn it, that's not good. I wonder if your 6x, the timing of the 6x, actually, your playfield multiplier, actually keeps on counting down even when you're down in Grandpa's lab. So now I need Spot. And there's a reason I told you that I like to get Spot on the first ball right away. Because it's a pain to get it after that. But, I mean, this is a pretty good game right now. So now I just need to make a couple more shots. And 1 more shot, I believe. Oh. Okay. I need that right ramp, so we'll transfer the ball over, get my zap, and get the right ramp. Now spot is on. So basically, Monster Madness is about ready for the second try. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get really greedy because I don't have any playfield X. So when the timer times out, I'm going to be hitting Lily because if I can start Lily up again, then that should give me another kitty. So we'll let this time out a little bit, 31 seconds. Hit Lily. All right. Wow. Okay. So now I should have at least 2 kitties lit, which means I could go into Monster Madness with 3 times the playfield. And what we're going to do is we're just going to let this time out because to me it's not worth the risky spot shot. And every time you hit spot, it resets the timer. So, well, it doesn't reset it to 40, but it adds time, I should say. I don't care about Lily, but I do care about getting the spot out. Now, I'm trying to tap the flipper right when the ball is getting to the crease there to pop it up against the sling so it stops it. There's your post transfer. And let's try to shoot that and miss. Ta-da! Okay. Oh, I must have hit something because spot's about ready to time out. And really? Really? You're going to leave me with 0 seconds, so I have to make another shot. All right. Oh, what a terrible way to lose the ball. That was a terrible, terrible way. Imagine that ball won and then losing the ball that way. Oh, I was trying to get too fancy. Or I was trying to get too cute. Let's see what this bonus is. Should be about 25 million. 23, almost 24 million. Wow.
Welcome back. What an incredible performance by Eric Stone. That's a whole arcades full of games all on one ball. And I have not seen anybody approximate that kind of performance on any stream before or since. We'll have tournament brackets coming up very soon. Right now we're in between our rounds right now. It's about 1:30 Eastern time. Just a quick review of what we will expect to see here as we go into the tournament finals. The finals that we are about to begin are a 4-player group match play situation. We will have 3-game matches. Papa style scoring in keeping with the Papa style tournament. First place will be 4 points for each game. Second place 2 points. Third place 1 point. Fourth place 0 points. So all of the tickets and cards and everything else that we were doing, just forget about all that. These top 16 players are playing in a brand new tournament. The top seeded player in each group that we will be playing, top seeded player will choose either the machine or the position for each game in the match. I'll answer a quick question here in the stream because I have it up there. What did Eric finish with? He finished, I don't think he got more than 20 million more points or so after that. He had a very, very quick couple of balls 2 and 3. Weren't nearly as good. If you want to find out more about that game, it's on the YouTube. Go to the Pinball Asylum channel on YouTube. You can pick up the rest of it there. Back to the rules, though. Top seeded player chooses either machine or position for each game in the match. The top 2 total scores will advance to the next round. And here's probably the most important fact about these finals. A player may not choose the same game twice in the finals. And the optimum word there is choose. They can play the same game multiple times during the entire finals, but they cannot choose it. Now, some of the players aren't seated high enough probably to ever get a chance perhaps to choose a game, but it's possible that a higher seated player may cede game choice to somebody lower. Most of the time, though, I think you will see these players actually choosing the games. So, which game you will choose and how many times has it been chosen by people, those factors will come into play pretty quickly. Here's a recap of what we're going to see as we go into the finals here. You're about to see action at the top of the hour in round one. Groups A and B, that's what their names will be, but they are essentially round one. You can think of this as the initial round right here to weed out 4 of these 8 players in round one. Those 4 players will meet the players in groups C and D here. That's positions 5 through 8. So positions 5 through 8 will play the winners out of groups A and B. Top 2 finishers in each round in groups A and B will play the C and D players. Then the top 4 finishers out of that group of 8 in C and D will move on to groups E and F. That's where the top 4 players will enter the fray. Think of that as the semifinals. The top 4 players out of there will go on to the finals. And what are these guys playing for? Well, they're playing for money, but also for the opportunity to have their name added to this brand new trophy, this brand new Loving Cup right here. And there are a few names at the bottom right now. And here they are. They are the past champions. Joe Janot, Jeff Palmer again, Dan Coyle, and someone else. And for those wondering right now, we'll probably just linger on this for a while. Those 3 gentlemen each have a chance to add their name one more time to that Loving Cup. And so we are probably just going to be sitting back just for a little bit here. I have a little bit of administrative work I have to achieve right now. So all I can say is we'll just stay on the standings right now. Little bit of just waiting for the next round. So please stand by. Actually, I think we're gonna go instead to the intro video right here. Maybe sit back, chill out, and get a look at some of Fort Myers' beautiful scenery in the intro. We'll be back probably in about 10 minutes or so. So stick around. We're not going anywhere. At the top of the hour, the finals will begin. Be right back. Alright, I'm just running this right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Pinball Asylum will be right back at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're just taking a look at beautiful Fort Myers, Florida. We'll be right back. Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're back. About 15 minutes to go before we actually begin competition here. Bringing back to the microphone here someone who we interviewed yesterday. We haven't shown your interview yet. Longtime Florida competitive pinball player, and he'll be competing here in the first round, Mr. Dan Coyle.
Thank you, Michelle. Thank you.
Okay. Just talk right here. Yep. I just want to watch your audio level here. Make sure everyone can hear you loud and clear.
Check.
Check
in the mail. Okay.
The check is in the mail. Well, I'll tell you what. You definitely cashed your check and tried to.
Yes, I did.
You're going for a repeat championship here.
That's right. I am the defending champion. Thank you for reminding me.
Well, your name is on the Loving Cup.
Yes,
that's for sure.
Good. Yeah, that's the first time they brought that out. That's a neat little touch. So let's see here. What is this, the 4th annual?
Yeah, it's the 4th annual. Trying to get Jeff Webb's attention over here. Jeff, is there volume over here on this TV? If so, let's try to turn it down. Not sure if it's on there or not. We'll try to turn that down. I think I just don't want us to feel like we're in the Grand Canyon or anything like that, you know. So, Dan, tell me a little bit about your performance here this weekend, how you feel you've done, places where you could have improved.
Oh, it was hot and cold all over the place. I'd have a good game. Let's see, Johnny Mnemonic, I think he had the second best. And then 4 duds. You know, you get over to Dipsy Doodle and lay an egg. That's what makes this format so good, though. You know, you have to be consistent. You have to have 5 just steady average games to get a solid ticket. And, sometimes it can get in your head if you get you get 2 good games and then a bad game, and then boom, your ticket's shot.
Right.
I thought they had a great selection of games here. All eras were represented. So you really could, if you were strong in the DMD era, you know, you had, Demolition Man, AC/DC, Johnny Mnemonic, Monsters. So it's not like you had to shift gears. You weren't forced to do the EM, solid state, DMD era, which can be tough to shift gears, go from a fast game like Monsters and then jump over to Dipsy Doodle and try to finesse the bumpers.
So now you're going into really a brand new tournament.
Yes.
Question. People are saying, is it more advantageous to pick the game or pick your position?
In my opinion, it would be game pick. However, whenever I do that, I always lay the egg. So I'd rather just take the pressure off and just play what's in front of you, play the ball that's in front of you. But if I was driving the bus, I would be picking game. I always think that it's advantageous to pick your best game. There's 10 here. So you want to advance to the next round. You can't worry about, what's going to happen 2 rounds from now. I mean, you have to live for today. So you got to give yourself the best opportunity to do it. That's why it's so important to play for those buys.
Last
year, you get
year,
those buys, I mean, you're not worrying about fighting for it.
I mean, last year you swept the final round.
Oh, I did. I don't
and
remember
yet,
that.
I was the high seed in there, and I was picking games the whole way. So
yes.
It's not all about picking games.
No, I don't think it is. But the beauty is you got 3 picks. You can start out with a game. If that doesn't work, you can always fall back on position. If you're driving the bus, you got all 3 picks.
Sure.
So.
There's 4 months left in the season. Are you thinking you're not looking past those 4 months and thinking about January right now, are you?
No. Free Play Florida, I think, is the big one. That's usually the big marquee event. It's a Stern Circuit event this year. Again, that to me is the big one. And that's in November. So, I mean, that's right around the corner. I just, like to play to have fun.
And you've been playing competitive pinball for a very long time.
Yes.
You started in the state of Minnesota.
That is correct. Back, I would say, late 80s, early 90s. And there wasn't a lot going on. You had, maybe 3 major tournaments that you could go to. Chicago Expo. Milwaukee would have something where all the major manufacturers would bring their new game out. So let's say Bali would put an Addams Family out, and then Williams would put a Getaway. And then you would have, whatever the Gottlieb was at that time. And then the Data East game, and you'd play those 4 games. So you were playing the newer titles.
Right.
And that was it.
So has the strategy of competitive pinball changed over that time?
Yes, it sure has. It sure has. You have to
Well,
know
what were
your
you
rule
doing
sets.
back then that you're
Flipper
not doing
skill,
now?
just general flipper skill. I owned a T2, so I thought that was enough. I own a game. I've got enough flipper skill. I can play them all. But you really have to know how each one plays, the ins and outs, where the points are, how they set them up now. Just coming off of Pinburg, you got to look and see. They had two taxis there, and one had a big rubber going into the lock shot, another one had a big rubber on the ramp shot, and you got to be able to analyze that pretty quickly if you're just stepping up to the game.
Again, just summarizing your thoughts for the weekend and what you're looking in.
Well, I've had a great time here. It's great to see, and the Asylum always puts on a great show. Well run. The volunteers are great. It's just a great atmosphere, and just playing pinballs is just kind of the icing on the cake.
I'll tell you what, maybe in a couple of hours I'll be shaking your hand
Yeah,
again
maybe.
as a repeat champion. But I'll shake your hand now.
Maybe.
Say thank you very much,
Thank
Dan
you.
Coyle.
Thanks for
good
having
luck
me.
and good skill.
Thank you.
Great interview with Dan Coyle. While we've got a few minutes right here, it appears that Space Mission is going to be removed for the championships here. And it looks like we'll be bringing in the tried and true Jack in the Box. So let's spend a little bit of time just reviewing some of the basic rules of these games as we go into the finals right here. Look at the AC/DC Lucy edition. Ramps, targets, and loops will progress you toward multi-balls. The rule change here for this event is ramps, loops, and targets. We've incremented the required number of those by 1. So if it was 4 ramps to qualify jam multi-ball, now it's 5. If it was 3 target groups to qualify album multi-ball, now it's 4. So we incremented by 1. People are definitely trying to collect the fire lanes a minimum of 3 times in order to light that cannon for the first shot at the jackpot there. The song Jackpot. Unlike regular AC/DC, the first trip up the ramp will not result in an automatic cannon shot. The bell can advance the playfield multiplier either to a 2x or a 3x. And also, you'll want to collect all 5 notes within multi-ball here to add a ball. The fire button on the lock bar will award you a musical note if the light is lit. Demolition Man, which we've seen a lot of today but haven't talked too much about its basic rules. Multi-ball starts on that left orbit, or if you got a lock freeze award. I think we saw one player manage to start a multi-ball from the right ramp. They had already locked the maximum number of quote-unquote freezes. That's the term for ball lock in Demolition Man. When you get into multi-ball, complete all those lit jackpot shots and end your multi-ball with a right ramp for super jackpot. Then all those jackpots will relight in order. When you're doing Fortress multi-ball, the jackpots light one at a time. When you're doing the museum multi-ball, all jackpots are available. Most people aren't going to get beyond those first 2 multi-balls, so we're really only going to talk about those 2. The MTL lanes at the top right corner of the playfield can advance a bonus multiplier. Demolition Man's an extremely bonus-heavy game. So look for people to be advancing their multiplier, advancing their bonuses. Modes will start with the Cryo Claw shot on the right ramp. The claw has been disabled for this weekend to prevent people from always choosing to do a quick freeze. So kind of makes it a little bit fair for everybody. And combos are huge in this game. Also, the slightly hidden feature of if you use the triggers and the buttons to work the game instead of using the flippers, you'll get an additional bonus award at the end of your ball. Dipsy Doodle is really a classic game, sort of a forgotten game for the longest time, coming back into vogue now. Really, what are players trying to do? They're trying to get that red 5,000 point skill shot to land in the saucer up there. 5,000 points is a tremendous number of points in this game, so they're trying to land it right in there. Now, for those players, a full plunge will automatically give you whatever the arrow is that's lit. It just so happens that it'll do one bounce across, then bounce off of the side of the right-hand side of the upper area, and it'll land right in that saucer every single time. The Doodle Bug, which is the gimmick in this game, is a little bouncing ball that hits a stand-up target. It's a captive ball hitting a captive target. It's triggered by hitting that centermost target right there in the lower part of the playfield. It stays active until it is stopped by a rollover or if the ball drains. To my thinking, the Doodle Bug is a little bit overrated because the most you can correct per Doodle Bug bounce is 100 points per bounce. So when that Doodle Bug starts going, it'll create a little bit of tension for the players, but honestly, it's not really that big a deal. The odd flipper orientation of Dipsy Doodle will prevent ball trapping. There's no problem with that diagram right there. There's a giant gap between the slingshots and the flippers. So if you hold your flipper up, the ball will roll right off the flipper and right off the board. Genie by Gottlieb. You complete either the white targets or A, B, C, D to light the extra ball scoops. The extra ball is lit for points in this particular game. But most people aren't thinking that. They're thinking bonus multiplier. That set of 4 drop targets right there is very strategically placed, a little off center. When the yellow light is lit, then go ahead and smack those drop targets and drop them down to advance your bonus multiplier 2x, 3x, 4x, 5x, another bonus heavy game. Jungle Queen, also another classic right here, another good Gottlieb classic. So when you complete A, B, and C, that'll activate your double bonus up there. Kind of a secondary priority. Most people are thinking drop targets and saucers. The saucers are the nice meaty elements of this game. They're 5,000 points at all times. They can award an extra ball or a special, and that's going to be dependent upon whether you knock down all the drop targets and get ABC. Those drops do add bonus. Knock down all 10 of those targets to light the 5,000 lanes that flank those banks of drop targets. So you see one alley on each side there. Those will be lit for 5,000 a pop if all 10 of those drops can be completed. Johnny Mnemonic, the data glove is the key to getting features. The data glove contains a very strong magnet. It'll magnetize the ball, and then you use the flippers and a pair of blue buttons also on the cabinet to slide the ball over and drop it into one of the 9 lights in the matrix right there. There are 9 little cavities there. Any completion of 3 of those will be a multi-ball. Sometimes you can start a mini multi-ball from there as well. You'll see people start to ramp out on this game like crazy because the Yakuza mode is worth major points at the ramps. You just ramp out and you really accelerate your score pretty quickly. The Munsters is a game that bedevils an awful lot of people. That we have the premium edition here, the black and white premium edition. Interestingly, it's the only game that's actually owned by the Asylum as a collective. All the other games are owned by individual participants. So this is a special game for the Asylum. You'll see it quite a bit. There's no ball save here on the plunge. No ball save even on a super skill shot. So pretty dangerous game. Name of the game, really. Try to get into a multi-ball however you can. Freeze one ball on the Herman magnet to get an automatic multi-ball. Raven ramp shots light another multi-ball represented by 3 tiny white LED lights. If you see red LED lights on those ramps, that is all about Spot, the dragon pet of the monsters. Kitty target increases the playfield multiplier when lit. This is a Dwight Sullivan game. You're looking at either 2x, 3x, or 6x, 2 times 3. People are going to try to get their multiplier up to 6x and then hopefully get into either a super jackpot situation or Monster Madness. Super duper points from there. Grandpa's Lab enables the lower playfield. And in that lower playfield, you can inside the lower playfield, you can get a mini multi-ball down there. But you want to collect all the characters to get Monster Madness. And during Monster Madness, you can play both playfields at once. Kind of cool. Strikes and spares, been chosen a lot. The center lane is an automatic strike when the light above the lane is lit. The saucer will collect your strikes. Your strikes count, there's 6 X's around the middle of the playfield. Underneath, they say 5,000, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, 30,000, and special. So you can imagine putting the ball in the saucer over and over again will collect a tremendous number of points. The SPARE lights will light an extra ball. The extra ball is available on the in lanes, both left and right. And you want to complete ABC and spare to light the special. So extra ball and special are for points, big points actually. Now, what's not shown here is players are also trying to complete A, B, and C. A, B, and C will advance bonus multiplier. So you'll see a lot of people doing the old go back to the top strategy. Also, you'll see that ball go from the left flipper. If they flip it up the right and go up to the top, they might actually miss that very important saucer. But it's more important to get the multiplier, I would say, than to get the saucer. Finally, the only other game that we have a card for here is Taxi. Shots are associated with passengers to light the jackpots. The spin-out skill shot is multiplied by the ball number. So if you can lock that ball by going where the triangle is, if you can lock that ball, it'll light the ramp for multi-ball. Then you'll lock both balls for the airport bonus. We are here at the top of the hour, and there's some stirring, some activity right now, and we appear to be getting ready for the first round over here. And we are transitioning back to a wide-angle shot here. Andrew Alvino walking by. He will be in this first round. And for those of you at home, let's take a quick look at what our brackets are going to be right here as we get into this first round.
Which game you want that on?
Yep, just 1 second. I'm going to go silent right here while I confer with Mike Huff, who's also playing in this We are almost underway here. Almost underway. AC/DC was chosen by the first group. Taxi chosen by the second group. We will try to track those players as they play. We're going to attempt to track both groups simultaneously. And they are setting up for order of play. Okay.
You want me to be the camera or something?
The monkey was blowing bubbles. We love you.
Just about ready. Okay. Vince Gellermine starting on Group B. Nick Mueller starting on AC/DC. I think it's a safe bet to say that he picked the game. Okay. Player 2, Al Newman. Mike Huff taking the reins on AC/DC. Al Newman letting it settle down over here. Dan Coyle on AC/DC. Gets a ball save. You may hear us minimize our commentary just a little bit to give these players all of the advantage that they can. Every chance they can get to concentrate. Still ball one over on Taxi. Pretty slow start for that group over there. Anthony Dixon from Jacksonville area. He's walking up. Dan Coyle. here on AC/DC. And he mentioned it. He mentioned the challenges of playing AC/DC. And a good nudge, an appropriate nudge right there. Some people say you never want to shake the game. You're not shaking it, you're not making it. Anthony Dixon is still studying Taxi right now. That's why you're not seeing him there. He's waiting his allotted minute. Jam multi-ball is ready, and it's gonna, oh, wonderful save right there. That could have gone either way. Does he try to backhand it, or is he gonna post pass it? And he probably should have done a post pass there, I think. He's all set for jam multi-ball though on ball 2. Looking over at Anthony Dixon. Anthony is, he's doing good right now. A good start over there on Taxi. It's Andrew Dunn. Andrew Dunn, haven't said much about him this weekend, but he's a force and a presence. Oh, and that wasn't a very good present for him right there. Nick Mueller stepping up. Nick Mueller with a high score of the weekend on this game. 178, nearly 178 million points. If that's any shock to you. Nick performed phenomenally in a tournament over at Al Newman's house about a year ago on this game. Nick put up nearly $1 billion on AC/DC in a 4 strikes round. That's what kind of player he is. Really, really special talent, and so young. Can you put him in there with the class of Escher Lefkov, Alexander Kazmarchik? Perhaps he's earned it. You finish second to Zach Sharp, and then you go into a playoff with Zach Sharp in a foreign country with a chance at a world title, and you beat him. That's a good day and a good player. Nice ball handling right there by Nick. And Nick Mueller's really evolved as a player. He used to be a very brute force type player. And he's learned you can get by. You can do a lot with a little. Meanwhile, turning our attention over here to Eric Wallace on Taxi. Eric Wallace had a very strong performance earlier this year in the pin golf event that was held here at the Asylum. Special guest in that event was Mads Christensen, who ended up winning that event. Mads Christensen of Denmark. And now, here's Nick. Solidly in jam multi-ball. Trying to do, yes, there we go. And now he wants to double up that playfield and then make that run at the song jackpot. Maybe even try to triple it up here. There goes that. And he's just figuring maybe I'll just go for that double playfield instead. Nope. And missed it. And a little crestfallen by that. He's going to stay with Rock and Roll Train. He perpetually stays with Rock and Roll Train as an option. Moving on to ball 2 over on Taxi with Vince Gellermine. Vince Gellermine, he obviously picked Taxi. He too had the high score of the weekend, and he put it up earlier today. So when you're hot, you're hot. But nobody's really getting hot over there. Nick Mueller cashed in his song jackpot. Make sure you get out of the ball with something. Vance is a bonus multiplier with the whole lot of Rosie. Oh no. And he knew it. Shook it off right there. 5.8 million bonus 39 million plus. Good score. Good score. Really putting the pressure on right there. Mike Huff is also our stage manager. Sets the cameras, then plays the games. Now Dan Coyle stepping in. Vince Gellermine in the background over on Taxi. Talked to Dan earlier. Cashes in that jam multi-ball. He'll probably, he'll pass up that opportunity at the target. He's got a nice ball save. He's trying to advance that bell toward a playfield multiplier. Then hopefully complete those fire lanes and go up for a big song jackpot collect. Remember, we're in a 4-player group match play format. Your object is not to get the grand champion high score. It's to dispense with your opponents. 4 points for first, 2 for second, 1 for third, 0 for fourth. Winning is extremely important in this format. Down in the lower bracket there, we're looking at Taxi down there. Got Al Newman. Andrew Alvino now over on ACDC. Oh. Al Newman doesn't have much going on here. His first goal probably is to lock a ball over in that left loop, and he just did that. So now he wants to start multi-ball on the left ramp. Andrew Alvino having some difficulty getting going over here. Okay, he's got album multi-ball ready. Okay, and so both players now are in multi-ball. So Andrew Alvino in a 3-ball multi-ball. That's album multi-ball. Al Newman down here in the 2-ball multi-ball. Gets a pickup, and he's trying to free the ball out. Looks like. It looks like Al's got a few passengers collected down there. We're going to move our attention back to the more exciting album multi-ball right here. But album multi-ball is over. Andrew really could use a jam multi-ball right about now. He's going cross-country with his shots and doing pretty well. He's got jam qualified. Again, with the jam and album and tour multi-balls are a little more difficult to qualify here. And hopefully Andrew remembers we've also set the lower playfield, which isn't very valuable in this game, but we've set it to hard, so it's pretty hard to get in there to begin with. And now Andrew has started his jam multi-ball. Over on Taxi, we've got Anthony Dixon taking a 60-second breather over here. Back to Andrew Dunn. Excuse me, I don't know why I said Andrew Alvino. Hello, Andrew Alvino. It's Andrew Dunn. Excuse me. Andrew Dunn doing pretty good here. Won't make that mistake, Andrew, anymore. And that's the end of Jam multi-ball right there. That's a 2-ball multi-ball. Of course, if you have VIP passes saved up, you can use them, potentially add a ball. He's got that red button lit over there, but decided not to cash it in. Yes, thank you very much, David Paz, Andrew Dunn, not Andrew Alvino. I could always count on you. And again, feel better, David Paz. Andrew Dunn, and I'll keep saying his name 100 times now to solidify it and make up for my mistakes. Andrew Dunn doing great right now. 20 million points. Don't have to set the world on fire, just be good enough. Missed a chance at a multiplier right there. Patience, and he'll pick it up now. Level 6 right now on the bumpers. Now, he gets a couple more of those. He's got a shot at a jackpot for that. We're in tour multi-ball action, and yes, 6.8 million available, and it will be available on the target bank. I think, no, I'm sorry, not now. Missed it. And that's what happens here on this particular AC/DC. It's equipped with a very fancy mod on the cannon. You've probably seen it a little bit here. It looks like a regular colonial cannon, and it's a little frustrating to deal with sometimes. Makes it hard to line up that critical lightning bolt shot. I want to thank our 21 viewers on Twitch. In case I didn't introduce myself, I'm Norman Jennings. I am here hosting with you. We'll be having a couple of other guests joining me at some point here. Right now, these folks are playing, and a nice round of applause for Andrew Dunn right there as he's climbed solidly back into this. Back to Vince Kellermine down here, who's looking like he is going to put it together and maybe, just maybe, take out a first place finish here. And we talked with him just an hour ago, and you could tell he's building that encyclopedia of pinball knowledge, and right now he is referencing that encyclopedia at the appropriate time. He's put together a decent game. What a fantastic move by Nick Mueller. How is that not a tilt? Well, I'll tell you what, that's a tilt in a lot of places, but Nick Mueller has something special going on there. He knows just how far to move a game and in what direction to keep that tilt from happening. It wasn't a slide, folks. You may be wondering right there. That was definitely not a slide. A slide would be a disqualification. He just put a hard move on it and ended up with a tilt. Ironically, he sort of moved it a little bit to the left and then helped out the moving van people by moving it right back where it was. So, as we go into this critical third ball here, we're a little cut off at the bottom, so maybe you can't see the VIP pass button, the fire button. We'll try to highlight that for you. While we're waiting here about a minute, we've got Al Newman down below on taxi. Gets an extra ball from the mystery, which is worthless. Won't give you anything at all. Winning, very important in this format. You get 4 points for a win here, not 3. So now we got Mike Huff trying to ramp it out over here on AC/DC Lucy Edition. And unbelievable frustration from Al Newman. He knows he had perhaps 4 points within reach. Mike's got a long way to go, but all he needs to do is get a multi-ball going and then build off of that. Completing the musical notes here won't do him a whole heck of a lot of good. Really needs to get a few ramps going, get a few targets. And boom. No. And not much you can do about that one, Mike. Hit the T and TNT and the ball just exploded right down the middle. So Mike is going to take a 0 on this one. Dan Coyle. Would like another point out of here. Dan is doing the appropriate strategy here, which is ramp it out until you can get Jam Multi-Ball ready, and then do that. But it's not happening right now. We want to welcome our 28 viewers here on Twitch. You're watching the finals of the 5th annual Papa Style Pinball Tournament live from Fort Myers, Florida in the Pinball Asylum. We are in round 1 right now of the finals. Okay, we are done over on the game of Taxi. And so we're going to shift that camera over, show you Dan Coyle from the side right now, and we'll update that scoring over in Group B in just a second. Let's just wait for everyone to finish their games over here. So Dan Coyle right now going into that critical multi-ball. His first mission here really is to climb up to at least 33 million here, but he's going to need more than that, and he's not going to do it without at least one super jackpot. Okay, we got scores updated for Taxi. And here's Dan Coyle doing what champions do, which is putting one foot in front of the other, and he's now well over 30 million. The cannon is lit. That's going to be big points. 27 viewers, thank you for joining in. Teams have already chosen, Group B's already chosen Jack in the Box for Game 2. Can't wait for that. 5 million points. He'll take all the points he can get, and he gets them. And beautiful deadening of the ball coming off of the AC/DC back in black targets right there. Now, he's got a lot of targets lit. It's very possible he could be getting ready for album multi-ball here. Just needs the K and rock. He's got TNT. Takes out the K and rock along the way. 2 targets left on AC/DC, and maybe we'll need one more target bank, but he didn't get it. A good performance, but will it be enough? A good effort right there. Takes the lead away from Nick Mueller. Now Andrew Dunn. To see if he can take it away from both of them. First mission for Andrew right here, really. No. Well, the first mission is to keep the ball in play, and unfortunately, Andrew not able to do that. And that is going to solidify the result right there. And it's going to be Dan Coyle taking the win. Nick Mueller in second place, and it's going to be Andrew Dunn in third. Mike Huff. Take the 0 on that one. And I'm Norman Jennings, and we are here in the finals of the 5th annual Papa Style Pinball Tournament live from the Pinball Asylum in Fort Myers, Florida. You can see the live setup right now. They're going to Jack in the Box. Okay, well, we're not going to have to go far. We're going to have to go far for the next game. Sorry for not labeling Group A before, but I think you probably figured out who was who. AC/DC for Group B this time.
You get a 30-second warm-up. Sorry, you're in first. Same as last time. No, 30 seconds. Time. Say start, then stop. You get 30-second warm-up.
Here are the final standings here for qualifying. Those that were curious or missed the first part of the stream. We're underway. Jack in the Box with Vince Gillamine. And while we're waiting here for AC/DC to get going. Matter of fact, I think the AC/DC folks are just going to hold out so that they don't play next to each other. Okay. Actually, we're gonna check on what game we thought AC/DC would be frozen here in the next. Oh no. Right.
Hey, thank him for that.
Ready? Yeah. Start. You could have gone second.
All right, so Group A's effort is going to be chosen later. Group A still waiting here. Nick Mueller, remember, does have the choice of game or position, and he's taking his time with that choice. Meanwhile, Anthony Dixon here is player 4 on Jack in the Box. I'm sorry, player 1.
And stop.
That was just practice for those guys.
30 seconds. Ready? Yep. Start.
Just watch me, buddy. Just watch me. Often imitated, rarely copied.
Right. Thank you, Yo Mango. Yo Mango. Yeah, it's 30-second practice. Right. Thank you.
Whatever you do, don't hit most. I hate
And stop. I'd like to register this as
All right, so they'll move down to Taxi Group A. We'll go to Taxi on game 2, which is right next door to Jack in the Box. So once again, we have a situation where it's the game next to Jack in the Box. So Mike Huff is setting up over there. And Mike Huff is lining up a game, and then he's going to play it.
Are we playing 4 players?
I wish. I won't have a ball as good as that one.
You don't get to say
Getting ready on Jack in the Box. Okay, we're ready to go on Taxi as well. So the Taxi folks will also get a little bit of. Okay, I'm sorry. Actually, the Taxi folks will not get 30 seconds of practice, but Jack in the Box, being a new game, they were entitled to 30 seconds of practice. I think with Taxi, they're just going to jump right in. Still going to show Vince Gillamine over here. I think we might see that Group A just kind of hold out for a little bit. Comes Al Newman. Oh my gosh. Automatic tilt right there. Al Newman. That is as bad a start as it gets. So, not exactly a barn burner right now after the first two balls of ball one. 27 viewers here on Twitch. There's our tilt level. Exactly, classic. Look at the games from the side view. "60-second wait here before we go to Jack in the Box because of Al Newman's tilt. Anthony Dixon stepping up. Pretty average start right there for Anthony Dixon. This is a 5-ball game, Jack in the Box. All electromechanical games in this tournament are 5 balls. You can see from the machines down at the bottom of the screen in our crawl. We had Jungle Queen in here. Also had Gypsy Doodle. Where's Space Mission, you ask? And it's gone. Space Mission loaded out into space. It's like Eric Wallace's first ball did. Jack in the Box replaced Space Mission. Space Mission was a very polarizing game during qualifying. Vince Kellermine, as we said, a man who really took up competitive pinball only at the beginning of the year. He's a big poker player, so you know that he's got nerves of steel. And this can be a very unsettling way to play pinball in front of an audience that's remaining nearly completely silent. And he does very well for himself. He spent an inordinate amount of tickets trying to get here. Wants to make the most of it. Did fantastically there in game one on Taxi. He had the high score of the weekend on it and maintained his position there. Now, keep in mind that Vince may have used his most potent weapon right away. He picked it. He's not allowed to pick it again, no matter how deep he goes in this tournament. Here's Al Newman. Okay, Al's got the 1,000-point bonus lit over here for all these drop targets. So, mission now is knock those clowns down. And another tilt. Two balls, two tilts for Al Newman. A little bit of frustration right now. Al standing on the opposite wall behind where our cameras are, trying to collect his thoughts. Heading back over. Rhonda Johnson also crossing into the frame here. As we look ahead to Taxi, take a look at how people did. Once again, Vince Gellermine with the high score of the weekend. Nick Mueller, second place. It's probably why Nick picked this game. So Vince converted. Nick trying to do the same. Sebastian Bobbio, Shannon Stafford, a pair of Atticus Palmer clones. Jeff Palmer, a pair of Al Newmans. Fortunately, Al's in a difficult spot right here. Can't win, you don't score. Means he has to avoid tilts. Anthony Dixon right here. After a slow start. We'll start on taxi. Oh no. Anthony, of course, in the Point Monsters Classics. Went really, really deep. And lost on a tilt. Shannon Stafford. Anthony's probably been one of the most impressive players that we've seen here in 2019. Eric Wallace now. I think his goal, no. His first goal is to try to keep it alive. And we know it's kind of a light tilt. You really wanted to get up into one of those two saucers up there that are just after the three in lanes. If you can put it in one of those two saucers, whichever one is lit, then your clowns that you knock down will be worth 1,000 in bonus, either at the end of your ball or if you clear them all. So it's extremely important to get that saucer early. In addition, you also get 3,000 points for it, which is a lot of points. And unfortunately, Vince missed that too. 2 targets down. No sense trying to save it. Take what little extra bonus you can get. It's an incredibly low-scoring game right here. We're on ball 3. A lot of these players are playing tight today. Nobody is really loosened up yet. They're pretty tired too. Some of them played all day yesterday and all morning today. Sound you hear in the background there, perhaps Gottlieb's Spirit, relatively new addition to the Asylum. That game was part of a high score contest, and high score on that game was over 1 million. Oh, just missed looping that ball around. Once again, for Al Newman, not getting the 1,000-point bonus here. And might just be a battle of who can convert when the 1,000-point bonuses are ready, and that's it. At least he didn't tilt. Very, very important. And I know we've got the camera blocking the thousands digit here. It's not a very high score. He didn't put the ball in the saucer, and of course he had 2 early tilts, so it's only about 3,000 or 4,000 for him. Anthony Dixon stepping up. First one to clear 5 digits. He's about 13,000. He has the 1,000 point per target bonus lit. 2 targets down, and he'll collect those 2. Anthony in the lead, 15,530. Eric Wallace here in second, 7,450. Vince Gellermine, looks like 49.90. Going into ball 4 after this, and going to ball 4 right now. Eric, I think, had a massive opportunity to blast ahead there. Did not convert. He had made the saucer. Got a couple of targets. Vince Gellermine, when this ball was part of a side tournament, and I know he put a lot of games on this too, and I think he put together like about a 68,000 point game yesterday. So he obviously knows what to do, but it's about situation. All of these players are icy cold. here in sunny 92-degree Florida. They're like ice boxes. Lights the 1,000-point bonus. Al needs a bunch of these. Needs them now. And the courage to put a little bit of a move on the game, even though he's tilted twice already. Might be the only way that he can get back into this. Ball loops its way around. Does a merry-go-round around that left bumper, but that's important. That gets him up to about, looks like 15,000, 13,000, somewhere in there. At least he's going to be in the conversation going into ball 5. Now this is going to become a one-ball affair. Now on ball 5, the 1,000 points per target will be automatically available. So the players will be shooting for that saucer only for the extra 3,000. So here's Anthony. Anthony's had how many chances to dispense with his group of opponents here, but he hasn't been able to do it. Very good. Nice. Oh, knocks them all down. He's got 3 more to go. Just knocked them all down in succession here. Goes back up and around for a 3,000 pointer on the lit saucer. That's only a few hundred. Not a problem. Oh, beautiful. That's like 1,000, about 500 or so points right there. 2 targets left. Misses. Patience is the order of the day here. 1 to go. 1 to go, and I believe he gets an extra ball. Okay, I think that might be an extra ball, and he will get to play it. And he also collects the 9,000 bonus for knocking them all down. Very, very pivotal event just now in this game. Anthony gets a round of applause. We did a brief interview with Anthony that we'll probably show after this particular game, getting ready for taxi over here. Anthony gets an extra ball, almost walked away from the game. Luckily, the players kept their eyes open on that. You are responsible for playing your ball. The other player has an extra ball. Sure, you can remind them, but at the very least, don't play. Just stand back. Eric Wallace knew that, and he hung back. Eric's already got 1 point, and 1 point is not too good. In case you missed the scoreboard so far, Vince Gellermine leading this group, Group B, with 4 points. Al Newman, 2 points. Eric Wallace with 1, Anthony Dixon with 0. Anthony Dixon trying to erase his mistake here from taxi, and he's in an excellent position to do that. The all-important ball 5, so they don't have to worry about hitting that saucer to light the 1,000-point bonus per target. All they got to worry about is, okay, there you go, 3,000, Vince. First step accomplished. Just hit those targets, keep that ball alive, maybe get an extra ball. Very, very good right there by Vince. Great presence of mind. Takes a rest right there. Now, technically on the wrong flipper here. Does he try to post it? No. Oh, he took the risky shot and it paid off. Beautiful, beautiful play right there. Okay. Well, you're not going to win, Vince, but you might have done enough here. Grab 2 points out of this. We'll give him a total of 6. We'll do the math after this. Depending upon how this finishes, Vince might have locked up a spot in the next round. We're just going to have to see how this all comes out. I'll tell you, I never tire of these moments. Here at the Asylum or elsewhere, I never ever get tired of them. The excitement and the tension, it's what it's all about. Al Newman. Unbelievable. That was not what Al Newman needed. Not at all. It's not good. considering he only has 2 points now. A 0 is not the thing you want. Not a problem, Anthony. You got a good score. Tilt that fifth ball if you have to. He only had 1 target down. Threw away only 1,000 points. Eric Wallace needs to clear all of these targets at least once, maybe twice. Got to pick up some points along the way here. Didn't get what he needed out of that, so now he definitely has to clear a whole heap of targets the second time. Five to go. It didn't happen. Oh my gosh. Scrapes ahead of Vince Gellermine. That was huge. Anthony Dixon, 4 points in that game. Eric Wallace with the 2. Skellermine taking the 1 out of that. Al Newman, the 0. Double checking all that right here. Getting a look at the board over here. Scores are being tracked manually on a whiteboard over here. In case you're wondering, is there anything electronic that you can refer to? There isn't anything to refer to electronically. They're keeping track of it separately, and I will post it for you on the stream, and we'll have the update in just a minute. You know, if you know, they say every point counts in. They say every point counts in these finals. And just 1 second here. The grand total here, I just want to recap it. We'll get that in just a minute.
Just in case I get a phone call, I want to take this out.
I believe it's going to be 5 for Vince. It's 3 for Eric. 4 for Anthony. 2 for Al. Official score has to provide this to me. I'm sure most of you have done this math already at home. But I have to get it from the official score. And that's what it is. You can probably hear the strains of Taxi. We're going over to Taxi right now. Dan Coyle leading off on Taxi. The Group B is finished with their game. Group A is playing right now. And Dan Coyle is up. So Dan has already collected Pinball and Drac. 3 other characters to collect here. One is Santa Claus. One is Marilyn Monroe. What a fantastic Lazarus dig out of the trough, practically. That ball, if that ball was a Taxi, it was already in the parking lot. And then he converts it into a lock. Oh, a very poor plunge right there. Throws away perhaps as many as 99,000 points. Got a bad feed coming out of there. There was just nothing good about what happened there. 316,000 points. Thank you to our viewers here on Twitch. Also, I did want to acknowledge, had a couple of folks even hosting us, Anonymous. Thank you very much for that. I have to tell you, really appreciated your help, Patrick, for the other streams. We'd also be remiss if we didn't acknowledge the help that we've gotten through discussion boards on Tilt forums. And I've mentioned them in the prior broadcast. Also want to say that great feedback we've gotten separately from players in Florida about the quality of these streams, and and what we're doing here. Okay. And of course the question, why did Nick start a multi-ball immediately? It's because in Taxi you have lock stealing. So keep an eye on whether a ball has been locked in that right-hand scoop there, because the player behind you can capture it. Incredible juggle right there by Nick Mueller. And a curse word. The Group B is going to try to move on right now to their third game. And they're going to go do Genie. Oh, and we just lost Dan Coyle. We're getting ready over on Genie. Good patience on Nick Mueller's part. Setting up live on Genie right now. Getting set up on Genie live right now. Group B wants to move on. Vince Gellermine stepping up to Genie. We got Vince Gellermine right now on Genie. Just getting started. We're gonna stay with Nick Mueller just for a second here because he's having a good ball over here on Taxi. And he's trying to slap that game, and that was what he was trying to prevent, but it didn't happen. Didn't happen for him. He couldn't get that ball to behave out of that Santa scoop for the mystery and everything. And that scoop has claimed a lot of victims today. 1.6 million is a good start, though. While we're back over here on Vince Gellermine, Mike Huff is over on Taxi right now, so I'm going to play both sides of it. So in case you're joining us late, Group B is in their third and final game of their bracket. Group A is in the second game of their bracket. A little bit of a delay there because the two games for A and B were located next to each other. Mike Huff with some tough luck there on ball one. Good start right there for Vince Gellermine. Got a 4x multiplier on something like 20-something thousand. Yeah, that's 154,990. That's a good start. And now on the 3-ball game over here, Taxi, we are still on ball one. And the player that's up right now, Andrew Dunn. Sadly, Andrew Dunn is done. Come back now. Beginning of ball two, Al Newman. Al wins and gets some help. We could have a very interesting playoff situation. He cannot win outright. Oh no. Oh my gosh. That looked so good. All right, Nick Mueller stepping up on Taxi. Al Newman, not a very good ball on Genie. Comes Anthony Dixon. Okay. Nick Mueller locks in on Taxi. That's that on that. Eric Wallace. Down on Genie. Mike Huff up on Taxi. Okay, he's done. But he got a passenger carry on that ball, which could be instrumental going into ball 3. Because he won't have to light all those passengers all over again. Andrew Dunn stepping up now on Taxi. With a poor start. And oh no! Oh, wow. He did not allow it to ruin his day that time. Very soft drop in there for Mikhail Gorbachev, former Prime Minister of the Soviet Union. Okay, takes out the pinball targets very nicely. Trying to... Okay, he gets a passenger carry. Well, he's going to definitely focus on passengers. Meanwhile, what's going on Genie? Well, what's going on Genie is a lot of good things again for Vince Gellermine. He's got at least double bonus stacked up and about 18,000 over there, so he's going to widen his lead after ball one. He's in ball 2 right now. Meanwhile, down here on Taxi, again with carry passengers, he's locked up 3 passengers. Gotta really focus on freeing up that ball for a multi-ball here, and he's gonna... Oh, no! Cannot believe he couldn't muscle it up that ramp. Gonna try again now. Good defensive flip. Gotta settle that ball down, get it on the right flipper. No. I knew he would try to twitch flip that and get that up there. That's... Oh, what a fantastic stop. Wow, 2 in a row, too. This is great play. And not enough again. How frustrating. This time, perfect. Persistence paid off and tried to lock that ball right back into the number 1 and couldn't do it. Got ripped off there. Now who's he got left to pick up? He's got Marilyn Monroe and Santa Claus. Santa Claus is in that little scoop there just next to the ramp. I think of this as the missed multi-ball scoop from Dracula. Unbelievable right there. Nice try by Andrew Dunn. He did all the right things, but it didn't quite come out right. Dan Coyle stepping up now for his final ball on Taxi. Meanwhile, 374,290 points on Genie for Vince Gellermine on ball 2. Wow, big time. Moving over to Anthony Dixon now. Got 129,000 points. Nick Mueller with a very handy lead right now. Dan Coyle, fortunately, takes a 0 there. The hero of Game 1. He's got problems here in Game 2. Numbers and brackets that you see on the screen right here are the players' seeds coming into the playoffs. So Nick Mueller, number 9 seed, but a precision catch right there. He locks that ball. Again, lock stealing. A full plunge did not yield the expected result. Oh, nice. Nice nudge, but it didn't come through. Now, let's sort of figure out what's going on here. Nick Mueller wins this game. It's going to give him a total of 6. Dan Coyle's going to have 4. Well, at least we think Nick Mueller's going to win this game. There's 2 players left to go. If he wins this game, he'll have 6, and Matt's going to put him in the driver's seat. Mike Huff has something to say about that. Mike needs a win here in the worst possible way. It's not going to happen. I didn't want to jinx you, Mike, but... So the least that Mike can end up with is 1. Now, we've seen it before. Andrew Dunn, if he has a good skill shot right here... Oh no, he tried to go too soft. If he had a good skill shot, he would have locked up second place. Now he has to work for it. And nothing is guaranteed here. He's got passengers that he could pick up. They'll be about 20,000 each. So he's a couple points short of locking up second place. Oh. Oh no. This is the most frustrating time in pinball when all you need is a couple points and you can't get your points, and the ball's moving way too quick here, Andrew. Okay. Santa Claus is coming to town as long as you don't tilt, and he'll take second place. Take second place. And so. That's going to end game 2. Meanwhile, battle on Genie continues. Last ball right here. Okay. Well, we have almost the same situation going on here on Genie. Jackrabbit, then Skell9. Al Newman with a decent second place performance. Okay. All that Eric Wallace has to do here is get through this. Okay, well, it's going to be enough for a third place finish. Not for third place finish. Second place was definitely within striking distance, but he didn't get it. Fortunately, within striking distance. It's so frustrating when you're close. I think that is going to wrap up. Gonna wrap up our first round. That's Group B. We're adjusting ourselves for Munsters right now. Vince Kellermine is going to advance with Eric Wallace. Anthony Dixon, close but not there. Okay. And that's the end of that for round one. Vince and Eric, congratulations. They'll move on to the second round. Oh, one second. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a miscount over here. 1 second, folks. Hello. I'm sorry, folks. Major issue. I was given the incorrect numbers.
Where do you want it at? They're doing this game? Yeah, they're doing this game. Oh, really?
This is what's correct, so this will be interesting. It's going to be a three-way playoff for that final playoff spot.
Okay. I think we gotta go this way.
They're going to go down to Johnny Mnemonic. We're going to line up on Johnny Mnemonic, and then we're going to go do an over the shoulder on that one too. This will be thrilling. Three-way playoff over there. The only player who has advanced is Vince Kellermine. Congratulations, Vince. It's his first playoff appearance, and Nick Mueller taking stride here. Just he couldn't believe what happened there. The only way that Nick can advance is if he finishes last, and Andrew Dunn would have to finish first, and Dan Quinn would have to finish second. So Nick's in a pretty comfortable spot right now. We are going to flip away from the player camera on Munsters, and we're going to look at Johnny Mnemonic in a three-way playoff right now. And Al Newman is going to be your first up over on Johnny Mnemonic. It's a three-way playoff, each player with 4 points apiece. Sorry for the miscount before. Meanwhile, on Munsters, the final game of this bracket. Mike Huff standing at the machine. Unbelievable for Al Newman. Just snake bit the last couple of games. We're downstairs on Munsters, down in the Grandpa multi-ball action right here. Got some different colored arrows, and if you're not as familiar with Munsters, different colored arrows mean more valuable jackpots. Start with white jackpots, you go to blue jackpots, then red jackpots. Sorry for the blurriness right there. What happens is the camera goes out of focus because of all of the flashing lights and everything that go on this game. This is the 5th annual Papa Style Pinball Tournament live from the Pinball Asylum in Fort Myers, Florida. I am Norma Jennings. I am your host. And you have joined us at a very, very special time right now on Johnny Mnemonic, which is in the lower left corner of your screen. They are in a one-game playoff for the chance to advance out of the first round, the so-called Group B. Right now, Eric Wallace is playing on Group B. They're on Johnny Mnemonic. Eric Wallace, player 3 on that game. They're completing ball 1. In the upper left, and of course the playfield camera, it is the Munsters Premium, and we are in the final game of that first bracket. There are 3 game brackets here. We've completed an entire day and a half of qualifying with Papa Style scoring, and we are in the first round of players. There are 4 other players waiting in the wings right now that will take on the 2 winners out of each of these brackets. And there are 4 other players who qualified in positions 1 through 4, and they will join the fray later because they received a double bye. Dan Coyle tried to do the best he could out of his Herman multi-ball. A Herman multi-ball is probably going to be very valuable in this game. And he's not going to see Herman multi-ball again. The only other multi-ball he'll see is if he can somehow put together a Raven multi-ball. And that would take some effort. Andrew Dunn stepping in right now. Andrew is, well, again, Andrew's going to have to win this game, or he probably won't go on. This would be my guess. Going to have to really win this, otherwise it'll be very, very, very difficult for him. Meanwhile, Eric Wallace over on Johnny Mnemonic doing pretty darn well. And he's ramping out just like we talked about before. He's going straight up the middle. Try to go for pure. 120 million points. Big points in this game. Back over on Munsters, we're downstairs in Grandpa and trying to hit that machine right up the middle. It's a bit of a tight squeeze right up there, but if you can get it before 4 counts, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, then you get a multi-ball, added a couple of extra seconds, but not going to get there. Boy, it is tough to get in there. Very, very tight little area right down there. Now you can't see it on the lock bar. We're not showing you the lock bar, but there's a flashing blue light on the lock bar. Those are for zaps, and zaps can increase and progress you toward a zap jackpot, which can be collected later. Players aren't really thinking about that right now. They're really just more concerned with getting as many points put together as possible without losing the ball. So settings on this Munsters, the ball save was turned off for not only a normal plunge, but was also turned off for super skill shot so that people wouldn't just opt for super skill shot anyway. And now the all-important Herman multi-ball, and he dropped it down. It doesn't mean that his Herman multi-ball is no longer available. It just means he has to qualify it all over again. You don't lose Herman multi-ball until you've actually played it. Now we've got Nick Mueller stepping in. Current Florida State champion, number 2 finisher in North America this year. Went to Milan, Italy. Ended up finishing, I believe he finished in 12th place. And there's what happens with with monsters around here, it's when the flashing lights start going that we go slightly out of focus. So just kind of follow the upper left right there. You can kind of make out what's going on here. Almost looks like Christmas time here. We apologize for that. It'll come back into focus eventually. This is a very difficult game for us to show. We're going to have to work on that probably in our next broadcast. So we're going to probably click away from that for just a second here and kind of go to something that's a little more in focus. And we're going to look over here on Johnny Mnemonic. This one is critical. And don't worry, you won't miss anything of what's going on Monsters. We'll keep you up to date. Herman Multiball started by Nick Mueller over there. Well, this is a good ball right here by Eric Wallace. I believe he's on ball 2. He's got 920 million here. And the ball's being grabbed by that glove, and he's going to try to drop that glove into one of the lit holes, which he can do with the buttons. At the end of the ball. See if you can fix it. Yep. So I'm trying to give some instructions here regarding the Munsters camera. I'm going to try to fix it up. And you know what? The camera's come back into focus again, so I think we're just going to switch back again. It seems to be a little in and out. Probably needs to be focused just a little bit better. Oh, out of focus again. Sorry about that, folks. It really just has to do with how that's kind of coming down. We're going to switch away again. Meanwhile, over on Johnny Mnemonic, Eric Wallace is just about punched his ticket. Okay. Meanwhile, we've switched back because the camera came back into focus over here on the Munsters. I think part of the challenge there involves the depth of that second playfield and the fact that the lens of the camera is probably sits directly over it. Something we'll work on. You probably saw it in the Eric Stone footage earlier, too. Not sure how much more there really is to watch with regard to the Johnny Mnemonic game right there. Looks like things are probably well in hand over there. Okay. So on Johnny Mnemonic, things are just about done. Al Newman's eliminated. Anthony Dixon fighting for his life here. Meanwhile, Nick Mueller, 353,000. He had no multipliers there, but I think he's just more content to just take the points right now. His main mission is not to finish last. Beautiful move by Nick Mueller right there. Oh, I thought sure that was going to be savable, but it was not. He didn't throw away much bonus, I'd say, but Probably could have used those few extra points.
Thank you. Plunge. Spin. I guess. You earned the plunge. Take it. Enjoy it. I just want to make sure they're all good with it.
If you take a left and right rep strategy, if you take a
So they'll wait 60 seconds here. Here comes Mike Huff, who's doing double duty as competitor and stage manager. So he's gonna try to focus this out just a little bit right here, hopefully prevent that. And now he has to change direction and become the player. Meanwhile, down on Johnny Mnemonic, Eric Wallace has advanced. Eric Wallace advances, along with Vince Gellermine in Group B. Back to Munsters. Mike Huff needs a win and a lot of help. And unfortunately the camera's playing a few tricks right there. And Mike Huff forgot about the Herman multi-ball. Almost walked away from the game. And he'll take a super jackpot here. No time for playing around. You got some points available to you, just take them. White Herman jackpot. Needs to complete the white jackpots to get the blue jackpots, but okay. Final ball save. Still thinking white jackpots here. Okay, another jackpot. They're not much, but gets you up to the next level. Good ball handling by Mike Huff there. Ball drops in. And he cancels out the Eddie Super Jackpot, which he does by holding down the button on the lock bar, the zap button. Why would somebody want to cancel an opportunity of points? It's because perhaps you're looking to increase your playfield multiplier first. That's done at Kitty, which is the blue flashing arrow that's just underneath Herman's left arm up there near the top of the playfield. The first hit on Kitty will produce a double playfield, and he cancels again because he wants that Kitty. If he hits the Kitty target, it's double playfield for the rest of the ball. Hits it again, there he is, and he got it. Next hit to Kitty will be a triple playfield. He might be trying for that too. Then he'll go up into the super jackpot land. It'll be triple a super jackpot, but that's your penalty right there when you don't get it. Does collect a special though, there's points associated with that. And a decent sized bonus. Here comes Dan Coyle. Dan just needs to keep these guys away. Good ball from Mike Huff though. Around 15 million. Very good. You just have to put pressure on your opponent here. And so it's possible that Mike will do what he needs to do. Now will the other players do what they need to do? Yes. Yomengyo, yeah, the ball save was quite liberal. Considering so many other things that have been tightened up on these games, it was amazing that he had as much time as he did. Now, you can see what Dan Coyle's doing here. The prevailing wisdom is to backhand these shots because you can see the forehand difficulty. He did manage to nail it though. Well, and now up the middle, can he do it? And the temptation here is to hit it really hard. You want to complete it, so the shorter the time, the harder you hit it, and he got it. Good job, Dan. So now he's in the multi-ball. It's white, blue, and red jackpots here as well. And a place to earn some incredibly safe points, but there is a time limit. Okay, a chance for a super jackpot right here at what they call the machine, which is a shot up the middle, and he nails it. And now he's in blue jackpot land. He's a mad genius, all right. Grandpa, played by Al Lewis, who along with Fred Gwynn starred in Car 54, Where Are You? And I can tell you where Dan Coyle is. Dan Coyle's at 7 million right now. Gets out of that very safe Grandpa area and lands in the super jackpot. I think he's just going to take it. You can't take any chances around here. You may not come this way again. 360,000 points. He's in the double play field right now. A very good place to be. But he's got a shot at a triple, and he's lining up Kitty right now. And, oh no, decided not to go for it. Interesting. Yep, 2 warnings. Couldn't touch it after that. Gotta wonder if maybe he should have prioritized Kitty. Not much of a bonus here. Less than $1 million. It's gonna be a tight match going into ball 3. Now Andrew done. Nice friendly kick out of Grandpa there. Remember, Andrew missed his Herman multi-ball on ball 1, so now he wants to get it here on ball 2, and I think it'll be very important for him to do that. It'll be a confidence booster, put a little pressure on your opponents. Drops it in on the super jackpot. He's gonna take it. Got the enlarging ray super jackpot right there. Not something you see a lot. Oh no. You know, when it hits the top of the slingshot, you really don't have a lot of opportunities right there. If you push hard, you're going to take at least 1 warning. If you don't push hard, you're going to instantly lose it, so you roll the dice and take your chances. Thank you for 555 for hosting us right now on Twitch. We've gotten lots of great feedback and support. 28 viewers out there. Thanks for being part of the action. And if you're watching this later on YouTube, again, thank you. Okay, so now you gotta wonder if Nick should have been. See, that was a mistake by Nick Mueller, a rare one too. That ball was going very, very quickly, but instead of slowing it down, he decided to push even harder. No sooner was I getting the instruction out of my mouth that he's already lost it. This is going to hurt Nick, and it really creates a very, very interesting situation. So Nick, at worst, will be in a playoff, and it's really going to be based on how these other players do. Mike Huff goes downstairs into Grandpa's laboratory. Mission 1 here, get the multi-ball. Mission 2, get a heap of jackpots. Just keep pushing. Stay away. Stay away from your opponents here. Make them work. Nice. Gets more time. Always helpful. The loop isn't very much there. Beautiful. Nice little bitty jackpot right there. Trying again. Could really use the right loop, right ramp there for it. Yep, there you go. Right ramp adds a little bit more time. Oh, he did the right thing at the very last second, but the clock had expired. Oh, nice little trampoline shot right there. Mike Huff's put a lot of hours on this game. Once again, Vince Kellermine and Eric Wallace are done in round 1 from the B group. They're still in round 1 here. Been a long round, an exciting one. Dan Coyle will go into this ball. Dan is in a good spot right now, but he can, oh no. Well, this has gotten now quite interesting. It's gonna come down to what Andrew Dunn does here. Andrew Dunn can win this game. Well, it's gonna get crazy up in here. We're gonna have one heck of a playoff. Mission 1. Herman multi-ball. He just cannot lock onto that last shot. And that's that. Oh, no. It's gonna be a long ride home for Andrew Dunn. All right, thank you for that. Keep the score over there. Just letting you folks at home now know that we are getting ready for the next group. It's going to be Group D. And we are about finished over here on our first bracket over here. We're getting the final results. We don't want to make a mistake here, but I think you already know who's moving on. So we have our final standings over here. We'll just put it up there for everybody. Nick Mueller, Dan Coyle. We'll move on. Got really interesting there at the end. I'll return in just 1 second here. Please stand by. We will return. We're back. And getting ready for the next round here.
Launch the ball.
Mike Huff setting up over here.
Are we good to go? We're waiting for the broadcast.
Okay. Okay. We're ready for these players to go forward. We'll update the bracket over here in just 1 second.
Skill shot complete.
Sorry.
Load a ball with a Dayton glove. Player 2 is up. Skill shot complete. What are you doing?
I'm making a long distance phone call.
Go with the spinner. Upload mode activated. Shoot for the white triangles.
Welcome to Crazy Bob's Cyberspace Good Stuff Emporium, where a spot in the matrix will win you one of these awards!
Move data glove with flipper buttons.
If they go technical, come on.
Scott Kakavis kicking off on Jungle Queen.
Frames on the TV, any three. Shoot again.
Great start for Scott Kakavis on Jungle Queen right here. He's already got 10,000 bonus, but it got a very difficult kick out there from that 5,000 saucer down the middle. But 10,000 bonus, 23,000 on ball one, not bad. pretty easy to see why Scott Kakavis picked Jungle Queen. He was the top scorer on it with an immense 150,510 points. Talk about a monster game. Eric Wallace here on Jungle Queen. Jungle Queen, the 4-player version of Jungle Princess by Gottlieb. And that's what happens. Oh, I'm sorry, Dan Coyle on Jungle Queen. Got Eric Wallace over on Johnny Mnemonic, and he's picking up right where he left off on Johnny Mnemonic. Nick Mueller stepping up to Jungle Queen. He's no stranger to this game. While he's contemplating that, let's go take a quick look over here at Johnny Mnemonic. Eric Wallace, once again, 3 balls in a row. And it's multi-ball time on Johnny Mnemonic. Nick Mueller had an extremely short ball 1, scored less than 3,000 points total, excuse me. So over on Jungle Queen, it's 23,760 to 8620 to 3,010. So Scott Kakavis with a colossal lead over there. Meanwhile, here goes Eric Wallace again. He's got 1 billion points on ball 1. He's got the Yakuza strike like we talked about before the broadcast. This is where people make a lot of points. 48, 50 million points per loop here. All right, 1.5 billion points for ball 1 for Eric Wallace. That's called sending a message. Scott Kakavis is back over on Jungle Queen right now. And just picking up right where he left off on ball 1. Nice little nudge right there. Another nice nudge. Just slaps it back up to the top. Ooh, nice juggling right there with the little flippers.
We'll just we'll add 1 million to everybody's score. Is that fair? Yeah.
Okay, so just showing you here, little scoring issue. Looks like everybody's getting 1 million to start with, so they'll, or rather, I'm sorry, looks like Vince Gellermine got 1 million, and so they're just gonna, I think they're just gonna add 1 million to everybody's scores. Hopefully things don't get that close there. Now, big time over here for Scott Kakavis. Scott's got, and he knew he had a big payday going there because he had both of those lanes lit for 5,000 points.
Player 4 is up.
Dan Coyle stepping in. Meanwhile, down below, we've got Joe Janelle.
Welcome to Crazy Bob, cyberspace good stuff Emporium, where a spot in the matrix will win you one of these awards.
Data glove with super buttons. Deposit the ball in the flashing cyberspace circle.
If they go technical, go crude.
Not much action up here on Jungle Queen. Let's come down to the video mode here. Sort of a mazeless game of Pac-Man down here. A lot of points can be made down here doing nothing but chasing dots around on the screen, snarfing them up. 105 million points for playing a video game. And that's video modes from this era.
Oh, wow, that's a bummer. That is a bummer.
Okay.
Player 1 is up.
Lauren Emmel stepping in. Her husband is playing on Johnny Mnemonic right now, Joe Janelle. And one thing's for sure, Lauren should know something about Jungle Queen because they owned it. This was their game. But not having a strong ball right there, but keeping a nice positive attitude about it. We're going into, looks like we're going to ball 3 over here on Jungle Queen. Beautiful plunge right down the middle, but you're wondering, shouldn't he have gotten 1,000 points for that center bumper? On this particular game, the 1,000-point advantage right there on that center bumper is not functioning, so you're only going to get 100. So counting that center bumper isn't going to be worth that much. Just a tremendous game put through under great pressure right now by Scott Kakavas. 71,000 points here on ball 3. He's got more points than pretty much everyone else put together. Here comes Dan Coyle.
God, man, that's you're right there. You're right there, dude.
Eric Wallace putting on an absolute clinic on Johnny Mnemonic down in the lower part of your screen. And a bad feed coming out of there, but respectable ball. Dan's not happy with it, though. You heard Eric Wallace there.
No forgiveness there.
Was true. There was no forgiveness. The ball saves have been dramatically shortened or disabled on all of these games this weekend. Keep things moving and to test the players' skills. Meanwhile, we've got Lauren Emmel back in action up on Jungle Queen. Lauren wearing a hoodie right here. Don't know whether she's trying to keep out distractions or just cold. A little bit cold this game, though. On ball 4 over here on Jungle Queen, Scott Kakavas running away from the pack. Doing with a lot of quick flipping. Meanwhile, you hear Johnny Mnemonic in the background. And really not much else. The room's gotten pretty quiet here. We're down to 12 players remaining. Very long weekend. Points are very valuable around here these days. Wonderful, wonderful play right there by Scott. He's really played way over his head this weekend here at the Asylum. Scott is one of the Asylum board members, so definitely wants to bring one home. Wow, bring one home for his fellow Asylum board members here. 92,000. He's going to roll this game now. For those of you wondering, you know, is there a 100,000 light here when you roll over? There is, but it's out. So his score is 102 right now. Remember the high score of the weekend, 150 by Scott, and he's going to close in on that. 125.080 right now. 125.080. Gets the extra ball. Extra balls are on, and they're being played. Chance to go even bigger. Joe Janelle with a tilt on Johnny Mnemonic down below. We're staying with Scott Kakavas up here because he's absolutely rocking this game of Jungle Queen. Maybe he could have dead flipped that, but decided to flip it. Gets one of those 5,000 lanes. Very valuable. stay out of trouble. Oh, there's trouble. Ah, but he gets out of that too. Boy, oh no. The rebound, not much he could do there. 143, 310. Keep in mind, folks, that's only ball 4. He's got the double bonus ball yet to come. Nearly a 100,000 point lead on his nearest competitor. So we're going to leave that game right now, and we're going to switch over to Johnny Mnemonic in a full screen. Dan Coyle is over on Jungle Queen. We'll keep you apprised of what's going on over there. But critical ball 3 over here on Johnny Mnemonic. First up is Atticus Palmer wearing noise-canceling headphones. He's in a quick multi-ball right now, which is an award, can be an award out of the glove. He's in Yakuza Strike on top of all that. Talk about a plan coming together. And the points are just going to rack up right now. It's 30, 40 million points per. He had to have picked up about 250 or 300 million right there. He's already at 1.7 billion points. That's billions, not millions. And what a nice Yakuza Strike. Loose as always, Atticus Palmer. Picks up a grand total of 113,200,000 on that ball. And that, I think, will be enough for him to jump out into the lead, but it's not a very secure lead right there. All Eric Wallace really has to do is kind of plunge, and he'll be ahead of Atticus. Force Atticus to drop a minimum of 2 points. Lauren Emmel not getting it done over there, so we're pretty sure how it's going to come out for Eric Wallace over here. He'll pass Atticus Palmer. So we're going to go back to the full screen right here. Scott Kakavis with 143,310 goes into the double bonus round here on ball 5. That's okay. Fell just a little short of the high for the weekend. 149,110 for Scott Kakavis. If you're gonna do something, pick the right time to do it, and he did. Unfortunately for Dan Palmer, Dan Coyle, that was not the right time to do something. Meanwhile, over on Johnny Mnemonic, right, Atticus Palmer is gonna fall down to around second place, I think, right there. I think that's where he ended up, right there. I'm not really sure. That's kind of hard to see. That could be 1.883 and 1.937. I'm pretty sure that Atticus was passed by Eric. Meanwhile, we come over here, Nick Mueller contemplating. Nick's got to be thinking he's not going to win this game, but he wants the 2 points. And to do that, he's got to pass Dan Coyle. Dan's got 65,000. Then he needs to get some help after that. So, nope, impossible. It's going to be a 0 for Nick Mueller. Really going to come down to Lauren Emmel here. She's got double bonus. Needs 17,000 total, which means she needs about 7,000 or 8,000 in terms of bonus. She'll pick up the remainder of the points some other way. She could get a lot of help with one of those saucers. Missed all of it. Nope, not happening. Didn't make it. Didn't make it for Lauren Emmel. And that's all that she wrote. Scott Kakavis, the winner right there. Dan Coyle, second place. Lauren Emmel, third. Nick Mueller, fourth in that round. Still dealing with Johnny Mnemonic down here in the lower frame, where Lauren's husband, Joe Janot, is still battling it out. Thank you.
Caution, warning.
Are we? Yeah, that's just game one. It's over.
Thank you.
For 30 seconds, I'll just say start.
What? On
Go ahead and start.
Okay, folks, our scores are up to date. And we've got Jungle Queen going. and they're doing final setups on Jack in the Box. Getting ready for that. While on Jungle Queen. Just go live to that for a minute.
Good here.
Okay.
We're good. Oh, do we need to put the games in? I don't. David does, right? David will put the games in.
Oh no. Rough start right there for Eric Wallace on Jack in the Box. A lot of clicking and clacking you'll be hearing right now. All the EM action. Beast Lair is asking, is the bracket online anywhere? And the answer is no. The bracket is not. The most that you can do is to check out neverdreams.com/Asylum 2019. I will tell you that there are 12 players remaining right now. You're looking at 8 of them on the screen. The 4 players that you're not seeing right now who got the double bye are in this order: Steve Marsh, top qualifier; Jeff Palmer, Sebastian Bobbio, Shannon Stafford. So those are your top 4 qualifiers, and we will see them in the next round in the semifinals. We're down to 12 players remaining. Okay, so Jungle Queen is Group D down here with Atticus Palmer stepping in for the beginning of ball 2. Atticus Palmer with a decent start, 25,270, and ends up with not much more. Dan Coyle not catching a break right there on Jack in the Box, 12,130. Another very low scoring game on that classic game. Nick Mueller stepping in, playing from the back. Meanwhile, Vince Gellermine also playing from the back, had a fantastic round 1. Now running into some difficulties here in round 2. Ow. Oh well. Try Vince. Joe Janelle. Atticus Palmer on ball 3. In a very close game here. Well, got a Jack in the Box issue, so we're just going to go to Jungle Queen in full screen. We've got a technical malfunction with Jack in the Box right now. they are going to look more deeply into Jack in the Box. See if Jack is in there.
666 up there.
Meanwhile, we go to Eric Wallace over here on Jungle Queen. Good ball by Atticus. The playfield is being lifted right now on Jack in the Box. Gonna get some more details on the Jack in the Box situation right now. Meanwhile, Eric Wallace doing a very fine job over here. Okay. Okay, well, we've learned with Jack in the Box, Flipper appears to be stuck or bound, and they are going to work on that flipper. I'm not sure which flipper it is. I think it's left flipper, I'm understanding. They're both important in that game, but if you don't have flipper control on Jack in the Box, you can't get it done. So that's going to get worked on. That'll hold things up just a little bit. Meanwhile, wow, what a fantastic move right there by Joe Janelle. Trying to come back. Going to go into ball 4 here. Now, very good right there by Joe Janelle. Just enough to get himself over the hump right there. Ball 4. We've got Atticus Palmer kind of running away. In case you're not aware of the scoring right now, Eric Wallace in first place in Group D, Atticus Palmer second place, Joe Janelle third, Vince Gellermine fourth. 4-2-1-0 scoring. Got Mr. Jeff Webb over here with
so
some
it
more
seems like the
information.
left upper flipper on the Jack in the Box is what's causing some trouble right now. They're investigating it, but they have yet to the left upper flipper. And so they're looking at it right now and trying to distinguish if they can fix it. And we'll give you an update when we have one.
All right, well, thank you very much. Jeff Webb, he announced during qualifying, and he's also the stage manager. So thank you very much for that live update. 90,000 points for Atticus Palmer after ball 4. Looks like we're on a roll with rolls. Vince Gellermine. Sadly, for Vince, point here is not going to get it done for him. He's got to get 2 points at a minimum here to even still be in this game, and that is not the way to do it. He's going to have to do it all on ball 5. Shaking his head, hands on his hips. I don't blame him. Here's Joe Janelle. And
he's got pictures of me doing some bad
Joe
stuff.
as well. Joe only has 1 point here after game 1.
Back together right now.
Jeff Webb is back here.
Jungle
again.
Queen is being put back together. Looks like we're resuming in just a second here. It looks like they
I
have
think you
fixed
mean
the
Jack in the
problem.
Box, but
or Jack in the
Jack
Box,
in the
of
Box.
course. Jack in the Box has
Excellent.
been fixed. Yeah, it's a good.
All right, sounds good. Okay, so they'll pick up where they left off, and we'll get back to action there. Sorry about that, folks. Some difficulty on that. We're going to go over to Jack in the Box and take a look at that.
Wow, that was.
Back here on Jungle Queen, it looks like Joe Janot is going to try to mount a tremendous comeback, and he did it.
It's her right there. She remembers.
Manages to roll it at 100,000. Meanwhile, we have Dan Coyle up on Jack in the Box. Action has resumed up there. It's ball 2 over on Jack in the Box. Big delay over there. Flipper situation's been corrected. Meanwhile, Atticus Palmer has rolled Jungle Queen. He's at 114,000. And not going to risk it right there. He'll take another one right there. That's doing what you got to do. And he got an extra ball out of it. Tremendous performance right there by Atticus Palmer. Put up the high score of the weekend on Jungle Queen with 167,570. 167,000 is the high of the weekend. Then turning our attention down here, ball 3 over on Jack in the Box. Dan Coyle stepping up as player 2. Not much happening down there in terms of the scores. Dan's going to try to put a stop to that. Not much going on Jack in the Box, so 22,000. Eric Wallace is going to end up on the short end of it this game. Rough one right there for Nick Mueller. You could hear his grunt all the way over here. It's not going the way that Nick Mueller expected.
She remembers you.
Lauren Emmel. Oh, no, for Lauren. A complete house ball. And lets the rest of the pack into the game again. Looking back at Joe Janot over on Jungle Queen. He's rolled it. But he tilts.
I needed 2 points off that game. I got exactly 1.
Unbelievable. So,
You know where to go next.
that's the end of that round.
But it's your pick. You like
We'll have an update for Group B scores in just a minute.
that is the random game of fun. That's
Well, we're going to try to finish up over here on Jack in the Box. Steph Webb bringing the scores over.
Got my name on this.
There we go. Thanks for all the great feedback right here. We're doing the best we can here. We're trying to innovate, do some things that haven't been done before. During qualifying, we had the triple cast. Some of you probably saw we were covering 3 matches at the same time. Turned out to be some very exciting matchups at the end there. People competing against each other for the higher seeds. The highest seed, choose game or position throughout the entire playoffs. So, any round, go back to how you finished in qualifying. Everything's reset. You see Nick Mueller with the flipper flutter that he does right there. It does seem to do something. Oh my gosh. Things are really tightening up over here on Jack in the Box. 2 scores in the 27,000s, 1 in the 33. And here is Lauren Emmel, lone female participant here in these playoffs. Her husband Joe in trouble, at risk of not moving on. All important ball 5 in a very important game 2 of this match. Scott Kakavas, who ripped it up on Jungle Queen, now finds himself in a big fight here on Jack in the Box. All the scores are bunched close together. Of course, you don't need the lit saucer for the 1,000-point bonus, but you do need it to get 3,000 extra points, and 3,000's a lot here when everyone's close together. And here we go, and oh no. And he's got to hope that people really tank here, but that is not going to be enough for a first place finish. Not enough at all. A plunge will be enough for Dan Coyle right here. Plunge will be enough to take him past Scott Kakavas, but now got to know that you can keep the wolves from the door that are right behind you in Eric Wallace and Lauren Emmel. Gonna pop up. Again, he's already solidly guaranteed himself a single point. Nice nudge. Up and whacks it. Nice angular shot. And Group D is going to move on to Taxi after this game. Nick Mueller stepping in. So Nick Mueller, no stranger to pressure, and got away with one right there. Usually when you hit just the slingshot up there and miss a target, the ball comes at you very quickly, but got away with it. I took a short gasp right there when I saw that. Very soft. One to go. One to go. He's going to get the bounce to the right flipper, which is where he needs it. And oh my gosh, almost placed the angle perfectly. And he had it set up and didn't do it. But unfazed. Tries a very difficult backhand there, which I would not have tried. But yes, he gets the 3,000 right there. That is going to guarantee him at least 2 points. And he gets the extra ball. Now is the time for him to run away. He's got to put the pressure on Lauren Emmel. Keep her away. And a very, very big ball right there for Nick Mueller. Now, the important thing, okay. Right. And here comes Nick again. I was nervous about Lauren Emmel just stepping up there and just trying to plunge. That would have been a very, very bad thing for her. She would have been instantly disqualified. That's all right. That's all right, Nick. Whatever you do, don't tilt through. You've come this far. Lauren Emmel now needs... Well, she needs something here, but she's got to be thinking one piece at a time. She's got to clear 36,000 first, or otherwise it's all for nothing. She's on her way to that, getting close on that, and letting the ball do its thing. Oh no, she probably should have put one more move on there, and oh no, it's going to be very, very, very close and not enough. Oh no. Oh gosh. That is an agonizing finish for Lauren Emmel. Take a last place right there. That Nick Mueller with a first place right there. And you know, for those of you that are late to this, you know, this is the format that we're playing right here.
Pretty good game. I like the way they have the plungers. That's all.
We've got very big situation right here. Just trying to get the stats updated for you. Okay. So what we're showing you right now is the tournament format. Papa style scoring for each round, so winning is very important. First place 4, second place 2, third place 1, fourth place 0 in each game. The 3-game matches, so each group is going into the third game. So Group C is going to finish up on Genie. Group D going to finish on Taxi. Remember, you can play the same game multiple times in the finals, but you can't choose the game multiple times. So this gives you a window into how the players are thinking. A lot of players choosing Taxi. And you can hear the strains of Taxi. We're getting ready over here. Also trying to line up Genie for you. Don't want to miss anything. But we want to get both games lined up pretty well before we begin. That way you can get all the action.
There you go.
Now we are ready to roll. Atticus Palmer leading off over on Taxi. And Genie needs, I think, some more credits or something. Atticus Palmer trying to collect all the characters and light the fixed $1.5 million jackpot. $1.5 million? That would be awesome, actually. Certainly the purse for this event is nowhere near $1.5 million. Warren Emmel leading off over on Genie. And we'll give you a little bit of detail on Genie if you're having trouble seeing it, but Warren already has about 12 or 13,000 in bonus collect ready for it, but she didn't get any multipliers, so not going to cash in that much there. 66,000. Not too bad. Both players finish their balls about the same time. Atticus Palmer with a little over $250,000 on Taxi. Scott Kakavis walking up to Genie right now. Got Eric Wallace with a very fast taxi ride. Barely got in the car and had to jump right out. Vince Gellermine needs a win and an awful lot of help. About the only way that he'd have any chance, he would have to win. Joe Janot would have to finish second. Eric Wallace would have to finish third. Atticus would have to finish last. So a very, very limited path to victory for Vince Gellermine. You know, no matter how it comes out for him, he's been an outstanding competitor this weekend. The other three players solidly in the mix with a lot more scenarios. Did a lock steal, but then ended up not capitalizing. Meanwhile, over on Genie, Scott Kakavis also did not do very well on ball number one. 54,000 points for him. Dan Coyle stepping up. And Dan sees his own destiny right here. And he can make this a makeable path for himself. It will be down into the final 8 players after this bracket. That's not a way to start on a critical third game. State champion Nick Mueller stepping in next. Meanwhile, Joe Janot over on Taxi with a little bit of a slow start here. Is he going to go Gorby? Is he going to lock it up? He locks it up. Thank you to all the folks on Twitch that have stayed with us. We've got 25 viewers out there. Been on the air now for about 6 hours. Thanks for staying with us. We are going to have some other guests later on. Depends on how he finishes up, but we might have Sebastian Bobbio in here. Nice dead flip right there. Oh, good reaction right there by Joe Janelle. Meanwhile, Nick Mueller over on Genie doesn't have any multipliers going, but he's got about 15,000 in bonus. And the inimitable bell from Taxi has just gone off for an airport ride. Oh no. Bad juggle right there for Joe Janelle. So Joe did an awful lot of work. Didn't get a tremendous number of points out of it. Meanwhile, Nick Mueller. What's Nick doing over here? Let's see if we can get a hold of it. Oh, and he tried to rescue the ball off of that rubber in that critical position over in the lower right corner of the playfield. It's an either-or situation, but it didn't go well for him. Still, he takes the lead after ball one. Lauren Emmel right here. Hanging tough in here. Only female competitor here in the finals. Things just not going her way right here. It's a 3-ball game. Meanwhile, let's go back to Taxi. Atticus Palmer. Looking for another championship in another tournament in Florida. Nothing new in the world. Atticus is in a playoff. What else is new? And now Scott Kakavas, someone who normally isn't in one of these playoffs, but has played very strongly today, fearlessly I would say. Not intimidated by any of these folks around him. Our multipliers are at a premium. Now the multipliers are and he did not cash in. When that yellow light in the middle of the playfield lights up, announcing those 4 Starburst drop targets are available for bonus advance, you can see the players' lights light up, eyes light up, because they know that's the only place in this game where you can really make points. Gotta get bonus, and then you've got to multiply it. Pink Coil trying here. Meanwhile, in case you're wondering, the scores on Taxi are phenomenally tight right now. Here on ball 2. And Big Skellermine has a chance for his miracle scenario to come true. Triple bonus is available for Dan Coyle, and he's going to collect it, but he didn't have much to collect. Those scores are very tight. We are seeing some phenomenally tight scoring right over here. Let's go back to Taxi. Oh, it doesn't get any tighter than that. Wow. And it comes out and falls right onto that right flipper. Juggles it over to the left right here. Vince Kellermine has showed some pretty strong skills for somebody that is getting into pinball. He actually told me earlier in the tournament that he just bought a pinball machine somehow or another at an estate sale, of all things. He says he purchased one of the home use Fireball pinball machines that were sold through Sears stores in the 1970s, and I believe he said that it works. Oh no, that was bad luck right there. Coming out of the ramp, the habit trail out of the ramp, it was supposed to fall into the in lane that fell into the out lane instead. That, what you call bad luck. But right now, he's in the lead, so luck isn't all bad. We're going to wait there. Joe Janot is taking his time, getting ready to plunge. Meanwhile, Nick Mueller is making some good progress here. Doesn't have a multiplier, but he does have about 18,000 in bonus right now. And he's in that upper playfield area. Does enough to bounce things out, takes a dead flip. Contemplating what to do here. He's got the multiplier. And he, instead of going for the multiplier, he pushes it out. Oh no. That's okay. Going into the last ball, he's got a substantial lead. I guess if you're going to take chances, that's the place to do it. Meanwhile, we're going to stay focused primarily on this fascinating taxi game right here. 3 very, very close scores right here. And a man who needs to win and is winning, Vince Gellermine. Keep in mind the miracle scenario down there in Group D that would result in a fantastic playoff there. Vince may not be out of it yet. Vince is player 3, 862,000. Lauren Emmel. Emmel's done with ball 3 right there. And for Lauren Emmel, it's going to be better luck next year. Will not have enough to force anything. Lauren was the only one who had no chance whatsoever of advancing. But fantastic play for Lauren, our only female competitor in the finals. She did tremendous effort qualifying, and as a player has earned a lot of respect around here. She put up some tremendous scores during the qualifying rounds. Take a look at a couple of her scores, see if we can pull them out here. Lauren Emmel, number 4 on Dipsy Doodle, 33,000 points. Okay. And Atticus shaking his head. He missed a big chance to really rocket ahead right there with a skill shot on Taxi. And coming down out of the ramp, quickly defensive flips it out of the way. Blocks the ball. Needs to convert this. Certainly doesn't want to hand this over to somebody else. Not enough of a plunge there. He was trying to collect Pinbot. He's got to be thinking, get the jackpot and end this misery. He's going to ramp it, and not enough. He tried to get the momentum there, but that left flipper has been tough, and he's now, oh, this could not be a worse situation for Atticus Palmer. Now, Atticus has to not finish last, and there's a chance that he will. If he does finish last, Vince has a chance to go into a playoff here. All right. That there is, that's good news right there for Eric Wallace. He's got at least Pinbot collected. Now, this is where you don't want to be too fancy. Just get your points. Nothing much there. Just trying to get the multi-ball, and he gets it. So, really, very little he can do wrong here except tilt. Probably first thing you want to do is maybe get Drac. Drac will give him 40,000 again. You're just trying to cobble together points. Oh, that was very close to being a tragedy. Now, just barely ahead. Next mark he has to capture is probably around 1 million points. He's got to somehow get past Vince Gellermine. Now, if he manages to complete a character, then he will get an opportunity here. He collects a passenger, then I think the lock will relight, so he should really be thinking Drac right about now. Not doing it though, was going for Maryland, and that's kind of puzzling right there. And it's not going to be enough for him right there. It's about just 20,000. And Eric let one slip away there. He really let one slip away. Now let's go back to the scoreboard. Okay, we're...
I'll give you an update on Genie right now.
Oh, thank you very much, Jeff Webb.
The skill shot on Genie's not lighting, which is what's the holdup right now. So as soon as they fix that, they'll decide to go forward.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. The skill shot is something that's part of the software for this. We're going to stay over here with the amazing game over here. It's really hard to believe, but Vince Gellermine is on the verge of a playoff. Look out! And that's it. Oh my gosh. So, let's reset this. So, Vince Gellermine gets the 4, probably, which will give him a total of 5. Atticus Palmer might end up with the 0. Joe Janelle with a collect.
So an update on Genie right now. What's going on right now is the skill shot on player number 3, which is Dan Coyle, did not light. They're going to finish playing out this round, and then Dan will play 1 ball after they're finished.
Okay, thank
and
you.
add to her current,
Right,
add to his
so
current score.
Thank you very much. So it'll be a compensation ball for Dan Coyle on Genie because of the lack of the light right there. And that's the end of regulation here on Genie. Meanwhile, we're going to stay over here to see if somehow or another a miracle can happen. And I think the miracle is probably going to end pretty soon if Joe Janelle can somehow make it to 1,000,000 points, then it's all over for Vince Gellermine. It's a Gorby pickup, so there's 3 right there, and the bad kick out of there. This will be interesting because take the 60,000 points, add it to the 855, and that is going to be what they call a bad beat for
You got 4. I have
Vince
5.
Gellermine.
I have 6 now. I have 5. I have 5. You have 6.
If I didn't win it, I'd
And
be
he
out,
has,
so
I think.
All right, so people are setting it up over here. The compensation ball is done on Genie, and it wasn't much of a ball. So we're gonna tally up all these final scores right now and get you a final. So for those that were wondering, how did everybody end in regulation? Let's just take a look at what those standings were. And it's getting a little quiet in here because a lot of players are gone. They'll be leaving us in just a few minutes. We'll be down to the final 8. Steve Marsh, Jeff Palmer, Sebastian Popio, and Shannon Stafford will take the stage in a matter of seconds as we will begin the semifinals. Scott Kakavis, I believe, will be still hanging around here. Atticus Palmer is going to, I think, still be here. Let's just get the finals here. I'd actually like to scroll down and give the people a chance who didn't make it to get their names on Twitch here. Doug Smith in 17th place played pretty strong. He was in it all the way down to the final hour. Okay, so our results from Group C: Nick Mueller and Scott Kakavis will advance. Dan Coyle finishing 3rd. A great run for him. There will be no repeat championship for him. And Lauren Emmel will finish 4th out of that group, which will put her probably down around 12th place. Meanwhile, we've got the adventure that we've hoped for, and that is Atticus Palmer will move on, but Joe Janelle, Vince Gellermine, and Eric Wallace will all play. It'll be another three-way playoff. Can you believe it? I mean, these are very, very exciting times that we're in right now. We're just gonna get the scores updated for you right now. Get the statistics updated in just a second here. So of course Scott Kakavis finished with the 7 points. Lauren with 2, Nick Mueller 8, and Dan 4. And the 3-game playoff over here for these guys will be on Strikes and Spares. That should be a thriller. So we're going to get the rig put up over on Strikes and Spares. So give us a second on that. And you can see me on the you can see me on the stream right here. And I'm Norma Jennings, and I've been here for a very long time. And there I go. I've just disappeared. Nobody wants to see much of me. We want to see this game. Well, unfortunately, you're seeing very much of a drawing right here, and you're also seeing some people's faces here. So let's let's leave this art project and go back to the bottom 18 players. So it was Doug Smith, Jeffrey Cleary. A great performance again. He's really put forward some strong performances. He too was in the top 16 till nearly the end. Kirby Reentz, he tried, but it just wasn't to be this time. David Denholtz of the Asylum puts up the top score on Genie. Was over 500,000. Very good game there. Frank Fontana with good performance overall. Welcome to the Asylum, Frank. I think we maybe have seen you once or twice. Gwen Octavia doing pretty good there. And I think we're ready to go over here. So without further ado, it's a three-way playoff right now. Among three fantastic players. As we said, Scott Kakavas and Nick Mueller have already moved on out of Group C. Atticus Palmer has moved on out of Group D, and we'll give him the little asterisk because he's guaranteed. Joe Janot, Vince Gellermine, and Eric Wallace over here on Strikes and Spares. Okay. And the moment we've been waiting for is here.
Eric's order. Check the men's room. You're checking him? Bounces over there.
Three-way playoff. Vince Gellermine still alive. Atticus Palmer has advanced, which means it's possible that he may be meeting his dad in the semifinals.
I had no idea. I thought I was out. Okay, so what are we doing?
So we have a three-way tie in the game of Strike and Spares, and you are first.
Okay. Okay, you guys are all waiting on me. I'm on the phone. Yeah. Call from the president. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much. By the way, I'm Norma Jennings, and I am your lead commentator here for the Pinball Asylum. Thank you very much for tuning in and staying with us for about 6 hours right now. About 28 viewers right now. Thank you. We've got viewers from all over the world right now. It's one 3-ball game. Decide who goes to the semifinals right now. Vince Gellermine. Not quite. Still 2 balls to go. Really. I think these players, more than anything else, gotta be thinking bonus multiplier. If they can get a bonus multiplier, it'll be a lot less work for them. Bonus multipliers with the A, B, and C targets. Not much going on there, but an advanced three bonus advances there, and very good. Joe Janot is an outstanding player. Oh, what an incredible reaction right there under this pressure. what Joe would have had with a bonus multiplier there. Probably not going to give much commentary right now. Dead silent in the room. Let's let these players what they do. Incredibly important game. Very important ball right there for Eric Wallace. The bonus multiplier was key. We already know, by the way, that Jeff Palmer and Atticus Palmer will face each other in Group F semifinals in the next round. Includes Sebastian Bobbio, and whoever wins this game, that is going to be a rough bracket. Skellermine needs some strikes and some multipliers. Very beneficial bounce right there. Now the ball is going exactly where he needs it to go, and there's his first multiplier. And here's a strike. Clear that 9-pin. What an incredible move. Definitely does not want to tilt here. Oh my, this man, Vince Kellermine, let's just say I think he hates losing. Clears it. He's got 2 strikes now. 2 strikes, that's a $10,000 saucer that's up there, awaiting him in the upper right. He's got to maybe make his way up there. Let's tap over. Oh, that was stellar. And he gets it. He's about ready to max out bonus, so you should forget about bonus. Instead, start thinking multiply. Start thinking about strike saucers. He also could be thinking about that E target. He was going for that because it would light the extra ball. Extra ball is worth points. Just, you know, the nudging that he's putting on this. I can't think of anybody who's ever tried harder to qualify for playoffs than Vince Kellermine. Vince must have put through about a dozen tickets. That was incredible. That was absolutely amazing. And he's going to be back in this game Oh, he has made this a very, very exciting ball 3. He's all smiles. But what you start, you must finish. Now here's Joe Janelle. Thank you to the 31 viewers we've got right now on Twitch and everyone who's watching this on YouTube or somewhere else sometime in the future. You're watching 5th Annual Papa Style Pinball Tournament live from the Pinball Asylum in Fort Myers, Florida. I am your host, Norma Jennings, watching Joe Janelle, the best players in Florida, perennial member of the SCS club. Got the S and the A left in spare. And the 5 and the 7, nice move. Got no strikes though, so he probably wants to go back up. That's exactly what he's doing to try to get the B. Nothing happening there. It says, I'll go in the other door. Not much there, but a little advanced 3 bonuses. Pretty sure he's at about 14,000 bonus. Now he's an extra ball lit. Extra ball is points. Second completion of spare will light the special, which is 50,000 points, and that could be big time around here. Still a decent ball, but it's the multiplier that he needed, and he was 1 light away up there, and he didn't get it. Did not get what he needed out of that one. Wallace ball 3. Oh. I think the multiplier would have been worth more than the points, and he's going to get the multiplier. Yes. Perfect. Back up. Oh no. Fantastic. Talk about presence of mind. Probably should have dead flipped that. No. It's alright. Solid. Winner of this game goes on. The 2 losers go home. The three-way playoff for the remaining playoff spot in Group D. Vince Kellerman. Wow. If there was ever a time to be a pinball wizard, this is it. Look at what he's got. He's still got the E remaining from the last ball. About ready. He's got another 9 pin to clear. If he can clear that, that'll be another strike. And I've seen him get to the special on strikes, which would make... Oh, no. And we're going to give Vince Kellerman a big round of applause for a tremendous performance. He'll be back again, I'm certain of it. Nearly tossed it away. There's the multiplier 3x. This is where you want to be if you're Joe Janelle. One more trip up there for a 5x. If he can clear the A, B, and C up there. Ooh. 3 more advances at 3,000 each. That's like a $10,000 cash in right there. Trying to go up and do it again, but he has more points available on the spinner. 1,000-point bumper, not going to help him much. That does help him. And now, the special is what the special's 50,000 points. There's a 20,000. Now suddenly, those big point values. Trying to do a calculation here. He's got about 24,000. 24,000 plus 3. If he doesn't tilt, he's got it. If he, oh my gosh. Don't tilt, and you're going on, Joe Janelle. And he's done it. He's done it. Absolutely incredible. Fantastic. Joe Janelle is going to move on. That was incredible. Joe Janelle moves on to the semifinals with an absolutely epic comeback. It doesn't get any better than that.
I was hoping for that too. I was like, oh shit, if I bail out here. No, it's points for the extra ball. Yeah. It's 20 and 50.
Okay. So we got to figure out first we got to figure out where everybody's going to go first. So let's this is incredible right here. I know. Oh, one second here. We're going to wait for the pick first, and then we'll decide where everything will end up. And this is the 5th annual Papa Style tournament playoffs here on Twitch. An absolutely massive comeback by Joe Janelle on ball 3 of Strikes and Spares. Thank you for all of the viewers who have tuned in, and we are going to get the brackets queued up here. And Joe Janelle is moving on. We are going to post it up right now. Our first bracket here. Got Group E. We welcome Steve Marsh and Shannon Stafford to the event.
I guess. Let me get the. Well, I'm sure she's going to want to.
We're going to wait and see what these folks pick. We've got 8 players remaining right now. And we're going to find out what Group F wants to choose first. And got Mr. Jeff Webb here again.
We are locating Jeff Palmer. He, of course, has first choice on the game or position. So as soon as we find him, he just came to the field right now. So he is going to be picking.
Okay. Jeff
Drum
Palmer
roll, please.
Is here. He is the top seed.
He is still
in
thinking.
Group F.
He has not made a decision
Right,
yet.
So, okay. So we'll wait for his decision.
He's going to wait till Joe gets back before we have an idea.
Okay, so that's fine. So we'll wait for that. And so before we move the machines and before we move the rig or anything, we're just going to wait for all that. Once again, let's recap for the viewers the tournament finals right here. It's Papa Style scoring. It's a three-game playoff format. We've had 2 3-player tiebreakers already today. So if you were looking for excitement, you found it. Couldn't be any more thrilling, these events right here. It kind of reminds me of Point Monsters last year. We had some fantastic play in the final round of that event. We still have 2 full rounds to go. No, I think let's just wait and see what everybody's going to pick right here. Let's just kind of see what happens here. I'll tell you what, the was definitely tough games right here. I mean, we're not bringing anybody over to talk right now because honestly, I'm not sure I'd want to talk after what just happened over there.
It's been pretty exciting. People are pretty tired right now, I think. So we got a good another hour left, probably.
At least, I mean, more than an hour, probably closer to 2, because it'll probably take us most of an hour to get through this round. We have 3
good point.
games here, potentially a playoff.
That's
then
true.
we have the finals.
That's true. You're right. Absolutely right there.
The final round always seems to take an eternity, and we are getting the getting the top players together over here.
They're still waiting
Father
for
and
Joe
son.
to see what's going on when Jeff makes a decision.
Okay, so we've got father and son over in this bracket here. 2 state champions facing off
All right,
against
I
each
think-
other.
Here we go here.
All right, so they're making their pick right now. And so what's the strategy? The strategy has to do with a player not choosing the same game twice in the final. So really it comes down to who's going to pass on the option to choose. Under no obligation to choose anything. And if they make a choice now, and they do go further in this competition, they go into the final round, they may want the choice more than they want the game. The choice of game more than they want the position. Excuse me. Yeah. And, right, I'm seeing here in the chat, thanks folks for sticking around. You're seeing an absolutely incredible tournament going on right here. I would agree that you probably don't want to pick something that you don't think you can win. There are a couple of games in here. I would say Munsters is one of them, classic, that I would not pick the game. I would let somebody pick it if necessary. Me choosing it is not going to create an advantage for me. Whereas Jungle Queen, a game where I feel stronger, I might choose that. I want to make sure I get my game in. Jeff Palmer walking around right now, trying to choose, thinking. We're going to just stay on this slide. You're not missing anything. People are just milling around. Just a lot of chatter going on. Jeff Palmer contemplating. I know what he's doing. He's looking at all of his opponents. He's seeing what they have chosen. He's also probably looking back at their performances. And we could do the very same thing right now. So I think before he makes his choice, we'll go back here and just run through what were the top scores on each game of the week. ACDC, no surprise there. Nick Mueller with the top score there, followed by Dan Coyle and Joe Janot. Jeff Palmer on Demolition Man with a 1.2 billion, followed by Sebastian Bobbio and Shannon Stafford. Dipsy Doodle, Jeff Palmer, 48,780. Spencer Carey put in a strong performance there. Didn't make the playoffs, but had a good run. And then Jeff again, followed by Lauren Emmel. On Genie, it was David Denholtz here at the Asylum with 644,000 points. He was still stuck on a ticket when time expired, and look at that. He hadn't even maybe had a shot at doing something fantastic there. Jeff Palmer with nearly 10 billion on Johnny Mnemonic, and Atticus Palmer nearly doing the same thing. Jungle Queen, we mentioned before, Scott Kakavis, but then Atticus came by and topped him in the playoffs. Munsters, Sebastian, let's put it this way, outside of Eric Stone, who you saw during the break, this guy really owns Munsters. Space Mission is out. Strikes and Spares, Eric Parsons, followed by Jeff Palmer and Spencer Carey. And finally with Taxi, waiting for the page to refresh here. With Taxi, don't have it right now. There it is, Vince Gellermine with that. Johnny Mnemonic, though, is what's being chosen for those guys over there. So we are going to move the rig over to Johnny Mnemonic, and then we're going to have Jungle Queen over there. And going to let our stage manager right here, Mike Huff, get things lined up. He's been a master of lining up these lining up these cameras over here. He's got overhead cameras here in the room that show the players just the play field. They can't see the scoreboard, but they can see the action on the play field. He's got one webcam and one big screen TV mounted over each game that we've got here, so the players can study the action from the comfort of a seat. They don't have to hover over the player to see how the game is playing. We also have these cameras set up so that we can broadcast from different angles. The fantastic overall play and performances by all these players this weekend. The next tournament at the Pinball Asylum will be, as we'll just kind of show you, we're getting ready over here. We're not quite ready yet. That one is fine right there, Johnny Mnemonic. So we're probably going to come over to probably do a little tweaking on Jungle Queen over here and get ourselves ready for that.
Yes.
And Mike Huff will come over and take care of that right now.
I thought I had set up already.
So
One more playthrough?
just getting lined up over here and getting ready for action. And and that's definitely no, not quite, guys. I would say pull it out just a little bit more. And so there's some live stage direction. I think we're fine right now the way that is. That's looking okay. Just a live look at Jungle Queen in total. And I think up, and we were ready to go right there. Just a slight juggle right there, but we are underway, and it's Joe Janot leading off on Johnny Mnemonic over there with a nice color monitor. Joe Janot, part of Group F. So Group F is actually on Johnny Mnemonic, so you can look in the upper right, excuse me for that. And the lower left, Jungle Queen Group E. Group E includes our #1 seed, Steve Marsh. It's going to be Nick Mueller leading off over here on Jungle Queen. Might be a little hard for some of you to see the scores, so we're going to help you out with those. Oh, I'm sorry, he's not leading off actually. Already player 2. We've already been through first player over here. Meanwhile, Johnny Mnemonic with a ball save. Scott Kakavis on player 3. Player 3's light is out, so it can be a little hard to follow there. Not a very good start for any of our first 3 competitors. Now Shannon Stafford stepping up. Steve Marsh had a weak start on player 1. Followed by Nick, Scott, now Shannon Stafford. So I'm pretty sure that the score of 1,010 points has something to do with the game. Not quite sure what. Nick Mueller on Jungle Queen. We'll try to follow that action while we're waiting here. Go full screen on that. That had bad news written all over it, Nick. there anything out there that I can eat? Okay, we're back. Alright, so Jeff gets a ball save over here on Johnny Mnemonic. Meanwhile, look at Shannon Stafford over here. It's a good start for him, actually. 25,000.
Cyberlocks are lit. Player 3 is up.
Welcome to Crazy Bob Cyberspace Cooked Up Emporia, where the spot in the matrix will win you one of these awards.
Created love with Flipper Buttons.
Scratch back your brain, zombie.
Okay, Nick Mueller rocking and rolling on ball 3 over here on Jungle Queen, so we're just going to go to him. 83,000 points. I believe he got an extra ball. Now that's a good ball right there. 91,000 points. That's an exclamation mark right there. Really, really great. Meanwhile, Atticus Palmer, who along with his dad have the 2 best scores on Johnny Mnemonic all weekend. Trying to run away from the field pretty early. Still on ball 1. And the mythical glove on Johnny Mnemonic has been extremely reliable this weekend.
Mnemonic recovery. Shoot the center lane. Load the ball in the data glove. Player 4 is up.
Again, I'm Norman Jennings, and welcome to the 2019 Papa Style Tournament playoffs. Here, we're in the final round.
Skill shot complete.
Excuse me, semi-final round. Final round is coming up after this. We've got 8 players remaining. The top 4 players out of these 2 brackets will move on. The top 2 from each bracket. It's Papa Style scoring 4 points for first, 2 for second, 1 for third, 0 for fourth. Our top seed, Steve Marsh, is playing on Jungle Queen. The numbers you see in brackets over here are not scores, it is their seeding. So Steve Marsh was the #1 seed, and it gives him the choice of game or position in every single game he plays for the entire tournament. Sebastian Bobbio finally getting underway on Johnny Mnemonic. The 100 million point skill shot, and Johnny Mnemonic, part of that Williams era of games in the late 90s with the absolutely obscene scoring. Billion point scores were far too common. Way too many zeros. 13 million. Fortunately, not enough crooked numbers for Sebastian Bobbio. 184 million after ball 1. Puts him in the basement. Joe Janot over here. The Palmers, Atticus and Jeff are far in the lead over there. 103,000 points on ball 4 here for Nick Mueller over on Jungle Queen. Our #4 seed Shannon Stafford, just trying to get as many points as he can here. Really, maybe the battle for first place is over, but the battle for second is extraordinarily hot here. You need the 2 points. Thank you to all of our viewers, and it looks like many of you have stayed the whole time. We want to thank folks that are hosting us, want to thank our new subscribers. Here's Steve Marsh. You know, when it's going bad, not much you can do there. And Nick Mueller can pretty much plunge this one, but wants to do the best he can. We've already seen the high score of the weekend here in the playoffs from Scott Kakavas, 160,000 points, and Scott's not doing as well this time, but Scott needs more than anything else is an extra ball. If he gets an extra ball, then he'll carry the double bonus over into the extra ball. So he'll need to clear all of these drop targets. That's his first mission. Meanwhile, Jeff Palmer's having some tilt issues over on Johnny Mnemonic, but he's well over $1 billion. Atticus Palmer now stepping in. Oh, it's Yakuza time over here for Atticus Palmer. We saw what he did last time when he had Yakuza in a multi-ball. And here he goes again. His progress will be measured in hundreds of millions of points. And I'm not sure the replay will give you anything. We're done over on Jungle Queen. McNeil, the winner over there. Second place was Shannon Stafford. Third place, Steve Marsh. Scott Kakavis, who put on a clinic last time. Not this time. That's just the way it goes in these particular playoff situations. They're going to move on to Dipsy Doodle, by the way. Meanwhile, still down here in the land of Johnny Mnemonic. Oh my gosh. Yakuza goes on and on and on. But a very, very good ball by Atticus Palmer. Gets a nice round of applause on that.
Player 4 is up.
2.9 billion points, nearly 3. Triple his father's score. And Sebastian Bobbio off to a slow start on this game.
Thank you.
Nearly lost it during the ball save period. Getting close to Yakuza. It's about the only game in town. One more. Oh no. Take your time. Complete the triangles.
Go for crazy bombs.
And he does exactly what he's told right there.
Go for the white triangles.
And we're getting a nice spontaneous look at Sebastian Bobbio from the side here. Yakuza time. As we said during our review of this game, people will go Yakuza first chance they get. It is the ticket to high scoring. Ramp it out. Nice stop. Here we go. I mean, you're still at 33 million per. You're making up big ground. Definitely closed in and past Jeff Palmer. Going to set up a nice battle on ball 3. And here we go again. Oh, no. No. Yep, take your time. Nope. And I think Sebastian knew that he rushed that shot, and you saw what he did there about 30 seconds ago. He just stopped and took a breath. Then after he took the breath, he kind of rushed a couple of shots. Depending upon how things go, if Sebastian does not advance to the final round, we'll bring Sebastian over here, and we're going to have some bilingual coverage.
Shoot the center lane. I see that. Cautious warning.
2 dangers, and Joe Janot wisely takes his hand off the game, lets the game settle down. He's got Yakuza set up. He's gotta do it now. Okay. Gotta get Yakuza qualified here again. I think he's trying to time out this cure mode right here. There's not much to do with that.
again. There it is.
And video mode is ready, and that's going to give him maybe 100 million points if we can get to it. Oh no. No sense of pushing it. All these other modes pale in comparison to Yakuza, so... Oh no, oh no.
Fucking asshole.
That's why we have the adult warning on this broadcast. The Jojino will take a 0
Launch the ball.
in his first game. Jeff Palmer is waiting the requisite 60 seconds by IFPA rule. The player in front of you tilts. You have up to a minute. Jeff very painstakingly tracks that on his phone. I agree with this. You should always be careful. Just heard him laugh.
Launch the ball.
Absolutely right, Beast Slayer. I mean, needs another Yakuza. He needs to really stretch out that Yakuza. He could use a multi-ball here. He really needs to maybe string it together the same way that Atticus did. Really has to copy his path. We're talking about a guy right here that put up nearly 10 billion points on this earlier in the tournament, so he knows where to go. Both he and his son scraped 10 billion on this game. One more for Yakuza, and he's in Yakuza. 60 million. Another 60. And another. And another. And here we go. This is the path to come back. Ramp it out. The numbers are going down, but they're still substantial. Certainly a lot easier than screwing around with Crazy Bob modes and stuff. Still pretty far away. Could go up the middle, but nope, trying for another Yakuza. Probably the best bet here. Well, nearly completed mnemonic and threaded replay animation. It's in the frenzy right now because he completed mnemonic. All targets are 15 million, so really he wants to try to get in those bumpers probably if he can get there. But maybe just thinking about just ramping it still. Nope, tried to get up into those bumpers, but the frenzy is over. Still, that's nice, but not enough. Strong effort from Jeff Palmer, but gonna fall significantly short. Atticus has a good lead, but not a safe lead. Now, I thought he was close to Yakuza. Oh, okay, here we go. Close to Yakuza again. Picks up another couple of big big scores here. One more for another Yakuza, and here we go. Yakuza time again. And again. And again. Great job. He picks up nearly 1 billion points here on his last ball. 385 million points just for Yakuza. Did he get a multiplier out of this? Oh, and he had a bonus hold. How about that? 4.2 billion. He's in multi-ball now and getting ready on Yakuza again. Oh, the jackpots, and he's in Yakuza. This is this is Atticus Palmer's path, so oh no. It's absolutely what he didn't need here. He's got to climb over Jeff Palmer first. He's only going to do it with Yakuzas now because the multi-ball's over. Good discipline on Sebastian's part to let that dead flip, but oh no, that is it. Oh, that was a bad move right there. He was just short. He just threw away a point. He just threw away a point, and you know, when you are playing these incredible performers, you can't throw away a point. That was stunning. And this is reminiscent actually of another performance that Sebastian had, and it was in this Papa Style tournament just a few years ago, where he had a win on F-14 Tomcat, and all he needed to do was let go. All he had to do was let go of the game, but instead put a giant move on the game and tilted away an opportunity to win. And we're talking monster scores. The scores were in the 4 millions, and to get that close, and he essentially lost by about 150,000 because he tilted it away, and the same thing just happened here. So we are going to be moving on. Dipsy Doodle, we're going to slide the game down to Dipsy Doodle right there. Slide it down to Dipsy Doodle, and Genie will have, we'll do an overhead shot of that. So, yep, so we're going to just check it out one more time over here. For those who were wondering, yeah, we're going to do Genie over here, and Dipsy Doodle will take the rig and we'll go down to Dipsy Doodle. So those of you who haven't seen Dipsy Doodle yet, you're going to see it right now. And we are moving as quickly as possible here because we, we're definitely behind here. We're almost 6 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, and we are still in the semifinals. This is taking a lot longer than we thought, and it's really no fault of the organizers. It's just the great players that we've had. And if you take a look at how great some of these players were, just, you say to yourself, all the big names are here, some names you didn't expect, and, really when you're talking about the great players in Florida, I'm starting to think you need to add, you need to start thinking of For Vince Gellermine. Vince Gellermine, I think. Getting set up over here on Dipsy Doodle. We're going to have Dipsy Doodle being played by Group E. The Genie, Group F. Okay, so we're ready over here. Back to action. So the thumbs up has been given, and we are just about ready to go. Genie still has a couple balls left on it from the compensation ball by Dan Coyle, so they're going to clear that out right now. David Denholtz, the event organizer, right here. Meanwhile, we're looking at ball 1 of Steve Marsh, which just ended. Dipsy Doodle. You know, it's a game that a lot of people probably aren't too familiar with, so let's quickly review those rules. You're really looking to get that 5,000 point skill shot in the saucer. That's what you need, and that's only going to happen when that yellow triangle is there, that when it turns red. The Doodle Bug is a nice gimmick, but not really a big deal. The odd flipper orientation is going to give these players fits. So there goes the Doodle Bug, but it's only worth 10 points, and it's just been stopped by going up that lane. Now, a lot of fast flipping going on around here, but you see the giant post is up. And, you know, I know Nick wanted to get the ball up there really fast, but I think he might have been a little too aggressive on that. Still, not nearly 5,000 points. Now, the yellow arrow up there indicates that the yellow bumpers would be lit up, and those yellow bumpers are 100 points. Nothing to sneeze at in a low-value game, and there goes that. Shannon Stafford stepping in. Scott Kakavis got zapped by that flipper gap down there. It's not broken. That is the design. You cannot trap the ball on the flippers. It'll roll right off down into the trough. And so you can see there are 5 different places where you can lose the ball on Dipsy Doodle. It makes it very unlike any other game that you're likely to encounter. Players are getting ready on Genie. A terrible, terrible start for Steve Marsh over on a 5-ball game. Dipsy Doodle. There's no double bonus in Dipsy Doodle. There's nothing. And he's trying to put that right in the 5,000. I'll tell you, I can't coach Nick Mueller, but had he done a full plunge, he would have had it. Oh, and he misses it again. Tried to cast a magic spell over it, but had he done a full plunge, he would have definitely gotten it. And once again, trying to cast another spell. I know Nick does magic things with pinball machines, but Dipsy Doodle has immunity. And there's no bonus in this game. There's no double bonus. There is an extra ball, and if you should happen to encounter it, you do get to play it. Yellow bumpers are on, and that's going to be valuable here. 100 points per. Getting it back up to the top is critical, but you can see there's a lot of obstacles to getting you back up there. Doodlebug is going, but it's ridiculous. Who cares? It's 10 points each. What a fantastic dig. And Scott slid the game. Probably not a good policy either. And that is a terrible loss right there, especially when you have the post up to let it roll off. Eek. Very, very bad decision making on that. So there was no check done here to see if the game was somehow taken off its moorings. The players are playing on, and Shannon Stafford loses it there. Holy Spencer slide, says Classic. 10 degrees off axis, I know. The earth moved under his feet. So, you saw what just happened there. Sebastian Bobbio knows that a full plunge will drop it right into the saucer. It almost doesn't matter what's in the saucer. Now, number 3. And nope, you know, getting the 100 points for the Doodlebug is not really what it's cracked up to be. And Steve March was really just looking to grab a handle on something. And it didn't happen there. So now Nick Mueller's back. And, looked like a good full plunge didn't cooperate with him there. Ball sat there on top of the median and then came out. 10 points for Doodle, and who cares about that? And really, Doodlebug is a game that is full of disappointment. There's the 5,000. Scott Kakavas is back in this. He's got the yellow bumpers lit, and 500 points, not a big deal, but the fact that he's got the 5,000 and got the yellow bumpers going, that's huge. 100 points per hit, and continuing on, going up and down. And he's at just shy of 20,000 points. It's a very good situation there. Jeff Palmer over on Genie right now. And some of you might be wondering about Genie. Can we go wide over here? We can do that. Let's go wide over here.
Spectacular maneuver on there. Pardon?
Go wide on that.
I mean, I hit the hole a lot. Maybe was one extra ball in there.
Yeah, you had it 3 times.
I'll make sure. Extra ball is
Okay.
normal.
They're hard to get, but they do exist.
Yep. So we're overhearing some of the sounds right there where they're discussing some of the rules associated with Dipsy Doodle. It looks we just kind of muted that out. Just kind of keep it focused on the actual play here. Now Scott Kakavas is jumping back into action over there on Dipsy Doodle. So, right here, this is important. Scott Kakavas has 100 points available for the Doodlebug if he can start it, and he would start it with a shot right to that center target between the 2 and 3, and he started. So now he's getting 100 points per, but he rolled over a button that inactivated it. 29,430. Very good score. One of the top scores of the weekend. While Atticus Palmer trying to climb the ladder over on Genie. Oh. And the Doodlebug is not cooperated. The Dipsy Doodlebug. The buttons that raise and lower the post, there goes the post being raised. Always have to watch out because those buttons in the lower part of the playfield do what they just did right there. They turn off the post. Also, the targets for 1 and 4 will also shut off the post. So, Oh, what a fantastic trap right there by Shannon Stafford. That literally shouldn't have happened. Not supposed to be able to trap on this game. And I would just let the ball settle down, but no, and he knows it. He knows he shouldn't have flipped that. It's so tempting when you get the ball solidly on the flipper on Dipsy Doodle to just sort of make it go somewhere. Let's take a quick look over here on Genie. Got Jeff Palmer trying to stay out in front here. He's got double bonus right now. Not much in terms of bonus, but he's got it doubled. He has the yellow light lit over there. He's trying to shimmy that ball and doesn't get it. And there's frustration right there because he knows he could have had a lot more there. 155,000. He's left the door open. Oh no, Steve Marsh. Steve Marsh probably regrets ever having pushed the start button on this game. It's funny, Classic, you're talking about tilting on Doodlebug right here. That's right, you can't tilt bonus here. However, I played in the Women's International Pinball Tournament in Pittsburgh, and believe it or not, one of those ladies put some aggression on Dipsy Doodle and tilted me through on her ball. It turned out it was ball 5, but I never got to play ball 5. I was in the lead anyway, but it's possible to tilt through on this game if you're aggressive enough. Bastian Bobbio is gonna take Genie over here. Bastian Bobbio. Switching the camera out to get a player's view right here. Looking at Dipsy Doodle and Eek. Not a good finish right there on that ball for Shannon Stafford. I think we may be on, I believe this is ball 5 right now. Steve Marsh. This has not gone his way. And it's not going to end his way either. This is going to end with a 0. Joe Janot taking last place on Genie. That's going to eliminate him. So the only player who has no chance is Joe Janot. I'm not sure if Joe heard that or not, but I'd like to remind Joe that if he did, that it's very important to try to get as many points as you can because it could make the difference between 5th, 6th, 7th, or 8th. You always want to try to get as many points as you can. It's very tempting when you've had 2 bad games to simply walk away. That's the wrong thing to do. Play it out because you might end up with more points. I'm looking over here. Scott Kakavas is having a bad go of it over here on Dipsy Doodle. So I think we're gonna move the rig over to Jack in the Box, I think, for our next game. Really, haven't seen that one on the stream yet. That's a perennial favorite. Had a couple problems before, but appear to be rectified. Shannon Stafford. Receives an extra ball. Oh, I'm sorry. I think it actually, he got the gate open. The gate took it, put it right back in the plunger lane. Needs to bounce his way back up there, which is hard because this game requires some muscle, and you don't want to muscle it too much. You'll end up with a tilt. So we're just going to give you the final score of Dipsy Doodle when we're done with it. But right now we're trying to get over to the Jack in the Box and set up for that particular game. But honestly, over there looks like Nick Mueller has it well in hand over there. In fact, I believe they just finished up over there, so you didn't miss too much. Yeah, and the winner out of that game, the winner out of that game was Scott Kakavis. Excuse me, not Nick Mueller. Good job for Scott. Shannon Stafford finished second. Nick Mueller was third, and Steve Marsh took fourth position. I'm Norman Jennings, and this is the 5th annual Papa Style tournament here at the Pinball Asylum. And so the players are in practice right now on Jack in the Box. We don't know what Group E has chosen yet. We'll find out in a little bit. We know that Group F is moving on to Jack in the Box, and their practice is over. So we're just going to remind you once again of the tournament format here. It looks like Demolition Man for Group E over there. Should be exciting. 3-game matches going into the 3rd game for each one. We've got 32 viewers here, which is really tremendous. We thank you very much for being here. And staying with us. Many of you have stayed for many hours. Okay. And we're ready. We're ready in both places right now. So, yep. Getting ready. And here we go. Got Jack in the Box going right now for Group F. And Demolition Man for Group E. Okay. Sebastian Bobbio leading off. I believe yes. Sebastian Bobbio will be leading off. Actually, I think they have to plunge out the rest of this. Or no, is he still in practice, I think. There's 30 seconds of practice being given to players who have not played the game before. So we are underway over here on Demolition Man. Got Nick Mueller. Give you a little bit of audio from Demo Man here. Nick Mueller very quickly starts his Fortress Multi-Ball. Fortress Multi-Ball involves getting the center ramp first, which is ACMAG. And then he moves on to the left ramp, the right ramp, and then the Super Jackpot. I'm sorry. It's center ramp, computer, left ramp, right ramp. Pardon me on that. It looks like we're getting ready on Jack in the Box in just a second. Again, Group E here in this bracket includes top-ranked Steve Marsh, 4th-ranked Shannon Stafford, 5th-ranked Scott Kakavis, and 9th-ranked Nick Mueller. We are underway on Jack in the Box as well, so we are going over here, and wow, a very quick ball one right there for Jeff Palmer.
Good to me in the 90s.
And Demolition Man is sailing right along. Got Shannon Stafford here. Shannon, who won the Replay Classics tournament here just 2 months ago, trying to win another big event here at the Asylum. Oh no. Nothing you can do about that one, Atticus. Now Sebastian Bobbio stepping up on Jack in the Box. He's player 4. Meanwhile, over here on Demolition Man, Shannon Stafford going into Fortress Multi-Ball. And again, it's Akmag, which is the center ramp, followed by the computer from the side flipper, followed by the left ramp, followed by the right ramp. Meanwhile, Sebastian Bobbio, oh, very, very good start though. He had 7 targets and he had the 1,000 points lit. So a big lead right there, 13,150 points. Thanks for sticking with us. The dozens of viewers we've had today. We're excited that you've chosen to join us. We use the triggers for the multi-ball bonus here. Thank you very much to our stage manager, Jeff Webb, who's been running around like crazy all day. And for Mike Huff, who has done everything. He even played in the playoffs. Mike had a particularly late night the night before this tournament began. This is past Friday night. He was here till 5 a.m. working on things. Talk about teamwork. Joe Janot is up. Joe with 0 points. No way that he can win this. Just probably wants to see if he can pick up a nice 4 points right there, because it's possible it could help his final position. Ball 2 for Atticus Palmer over on Jack in the Box. Ball 2 everywhere, actually. Ball 2 as well on Demolition Man. And Atticus is one in the hole already because he didn't make the hole. Didn't get the lit hole up there. You see it alternating red and yellow. If you land in that lit hole, it means every target you knock down is an extra 1,000 points of bonus. It also gives you 3,000 points. Otherwise, I believe it only gives you a few hundred points. So it's very important to get in the right place. And you just heard Sebastian Bobbio scream, because he needed to get into that lit hole. Instead, got into the dark hole. And again, beautiful that he got back up there. But 3 trips into the unlit hole is not what he needs right now. He needs one nice... There you go. Oh my gosh, can you believe what you just saw right there? I mean, he had to hit it hard enough to get back up there. Oh my gosh, and another, wasn't that sweet? Another 3,000 points right there. So he's gotten 6,000 points, and he lit it, and an amazing dead flip right there. Oh no! And he threw away the very bonus that he was trying to accumulate. Oh, that was terrible. Meanwhile, we turn our attention back to Demolition Man here. And Scott Kakavis overperforming today. This is the furthest that we've seen Scott go in any tournament in a long time. But he just had terrible luck on that one. Here comes Shannon Stafford. Jack in the Box is sitting still right now because of the big tilt that Sebastian Bobbio put on it. We're just going to stay here with Demolition Man, but they're here in ball 3. Incredibly important game 2 here. Going into ball 3 after this, I should say. Now we're going to ball 3. So Miracle Man is talking about pointing the camera at one of those overhead screens. You know, we have considered that. It didn't look very good. I think a future enhancement that'll happen over here is the Asylum will purchase a couple of what they call HDMI matrices, and we'll be able to actually take that webcam footage, which is USB, convert it to HDMI, plug that into the matrix, and be able to, through just a simple remote control, be able to toggle back and forth to any one of the 10 playfields. I'm excited about that day. It takes money though, so if you're willing to throw a couple $1,000s at the Asylum, throw away. Don't throw it away, just throw the money at them. We're going to stay here on Demolition Man right now. As Jack in the Box is taking a little bit here. Really just want to see whether Steve Marsh can get something going here. Really, it's looking kind of bleak here for him. Matter of fact, mathematically, Steve can't do much of anything here, and I think he's really in the battle of 11th and 12th right now with Trojan. Now that's it for Steve Marsh, and they put forth a great effort, but it's not going to be enough for him this time. They got Nick Mueller over here. There's a pretty tight battle going. We have another tight battle going on over on Jack in the Box too. I want to show you as much of Demolition Man as we can, but just a quick freeze, and if Nick can't get the multi-ball started right away, we're going to go back and do the split screen again here. Doing one more shot at it, and wow.
God. Damn it. Sorry.
That was unnecessarily hilarious, but Nick Mueller's left a very wide open door for the competition. We're shaping up to have a couple of very, very exciting final balls of this competition. When Scott Kakavis tilts, he tilts. So that means Scott will finish last. And now we have... That's it. Actually, I believe... if Scott finishes last, Nick Mueller finishes in third. We'll look at this in just a second. That's it. They're done over there. So... So with that right there, Shannon Stafford punches his ticket. He's guaranteed right there. We're going to try to give you some bonus coverage of Jack in the Box. Shannon Stafford is definitely through. Steve Marsh is definitely not through. Steve finished second. And it was... Hey. Yeah. So Nick Mueller finishes with 6. We're set going to the final out of Group E. And Nick Mueller survives. Oh, wait a minute. Are we on game 2 or 3 over there? Actually, I think that was just game 2, right? Oh, I'm sorry. Group E is finished. Excuse me. Yeah, the scores just seemed a little bit low, and I think actually yes, Shannon, of course, had 2 second-place finishes and a win, so they're set over there. Okay, we're gonna try to finish up now over on Jack in the Box. This is a barn burner over here for everybody except for Joe Janelle. We are finished over on Group E. Right, and thank you very much there, B Slayer. Yeah, it was, for some reason I was thinking, with Shannon having 8 points, that he had 2 wins. But she only had 1. And all the other scores seemed pretty low. And that Nick somehow had the other win and a second place. So those scores, and in fact 21 points total. Yeah, I should have just added them all up. It's 7 points allocated for 3 games. And while we're doing some differential calculus over here, Joe Janelle is trying to salvage a point or so out of this effort right here. And he's in the double bonus, the extra bonus situation. 1,000 points per target. Good dead bounce on that. Good shake out of there. Right. And he yells, "Get up there." You got to hand it to the husband and wife team of Joe Janot and Lauren Emmel. They both played very respectably here in the playoffs. Neither one of them will finish in the money. As we said, we're going to have Shannon Stafford and Nick Mueller guaranteed in the final. The other 2 competitors yet to come. Oh, wow. That was painful to watch. Well, we're not on ball 5, that much we know, because 1,000 point light is not lit by default. I've lost track of what ball we're on here. We are in 4. Thank you very much to Jeff Webb. Appreciate the help here. 35 viewers. Thanks for spending your late Saturday afternoon or evening. Oh my gosh, is that... Wow. What an amazing, amazing save. Oh no. The only 2 empty spots and he hits them. Now, here we go. Ooh. Beautiful. Lazarus did rise from the dead right there. Oh, wow. Incredible. You can hear the gasps here. Wow. Oh, very good. 1,000 points per, and a smattering of applause here. And now a very, very big moment in this tournament. We are on ball 5. It was the best ball of the day. I would agree, Miracle Man. Absolutely. I mean, talk about snatching victory out of the jaws of defeat, and consider how close those 2 players are, that only 2 of these players can go through. It literally comes down to this. It's how many targets these guys knock down on this ball. And Jeff Palmer does everything right here. Beautiful. Does the nice obtuse angle and comes down, and nice soft settle down right there. 3,000 points. The soft eject out of there turned out to be very painful for him. 44,000 points. So now, Joe Janot, who's not in the running here, gonna plunge himself out. It really doesn't matter too much what he does, except if he wins, because it's gonna just make the other scores that much closer. So if Joe Janot can win this, then it'll be a 2-1-0 situation, but he's not even going to win it. Oh my gosh, he only needed a few thousand points and couldn't cobble them together. Atticus Palmer, 2-time Florida State champion. I mean, is there anybody but Atticus who couldn't get out of this pickle? I think it could be him. Oh no! Oh my. And now we look at this, and it really just comes down to what Sebastian Bobbio does. If Sebastian Bobbio can pull out the win right here, he advances. Jeff Palmer and Atticus Palmer. Oh no, Jeff Palmer would join him. Atticus Palmer is completely eliminated here, I believe. This, yeah, it's gonna be Gonna be Sebastian and Jeff Palmer. And here we go, I think. That's it. I think it's all he needed. Gonna put him up around 50,000 points, and that's that. So it's gonna be Sebastian Bobbio and Jeff Palmer moving on to the championships. And he gives a thumbs up to his friends out there, friends overseas, and he is going to move on into the championship. And it's going to be Atticus Palmer falling just short over here. Ends up taking the 0. Joe Janot coming through with the point there. Jeff Palmer. And I believe we are in a 6-9-5-1 situation. I don't know how Joe had 3, but I don't know where the 3 came from. The 3 is a magic number because it's not a real number. It's really a 1, but that's okay. Just have them change it up on your board there. So 6951, and that's your scoreboard on that. And we are running very, very late here. This has turned into a very long day of pinball here. We began our broadcast this morning at about 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. We are going into our 9th hour of broadcasting here very soon, and our final players are set. I want to thank everyone for joining us right here. It's been an absolutely stellar final round right here, and congratulations, these guys. We're gonna have some incredible competition here. A couple of great storylines here. The first is, can Jeff Palmer add his name to the Loving Cup for the 3rd time here in this event? Can Sebastian Bobbio get his name on there? What about Shannon Stafford? What about him? And finally, can young Nick Mueller do what he? Well, he's won everything. The guy's won everything, and he's so young, and to have so much innate talent. Waving goodbye to some of the players. Things are going to really start quieting down right here, and it's just a matter now of where they're going to decide to play. So no more triple casts and no more split screens. We're just going to stay one game at a time, the overhead rig on each game, and we'll have a camera on a wide angle for the rest of it. There's all these wonderful games available. Once again, as we go in here, thank you very much for joining us. And
position. No, I'm just saying.
And we're listening in right here on some very important conversations.
We're going to go on and play that. So let me pick. This is going to be a fun. Well, this is going to be a fun little trick here.
Voice of Jeff Palmer, by the way.
To pick Jeannie, I've picked Jack, and I've picked Johnny. Strikes and spares.
Strikes and spares. It's been declared.
Nice seeing
and so the 4 players are getting ready right now. So we're going to move the rig live over there. And let's just do a quick refresher, ladies and gentlemen, of strikes and spares. The center lane is an automatic strike if the light above the middle lane is lit. The saucer will collect strikes and also advance you 3 bonuses. And so picking up an extra 3,000 points on a relatively low-scoring game like this could be critical. The spare lights, S-P-A-R-E, will light an extra ball. If completed, the extra ball is not an actual extra ball. It is just points. If you complete A, B, C, and spare on the same ball, you'll light the special. Special 2 is points. So there are a lot of points to be made with those orange and red lights. Jeff Palmer is the state champion. Sebastian Bobbio, Shane Stafford, and Nick Mueller all went very deep in the last SCS. Of course, Nick Mueller is state champion as well and went to Italy. So let's quickly review that element of the tournament format before we go live. 1 second. Just want to let you guys know this is what the rule set is right here. A player may not choose the same game twice in the finals, so that's a limiting factor. So go ahead and let's play ball right here and enjoy a little game of strikes and spares. We're trying to give you as much of the player's body English as possible. This is it. Gonna go bowling here. Many of us played our first pinball machine at a bowling alley. Well, there's so many games based on bowling in the world of pinball. Right. And so that's why you heard Jeff Palmer say that it's going to be a little bit of a trick for him, because he's trying to pick a game where he has ability. He's also trying to pick a game as a defensive gesture too. Beautiful drop catch right there. And he gets credit for a strike. And that credit will carry over ball to ball. So, there wasn't much he could do with that. So it's no surprise Jeff Palmer's in the final. Right. So to the Beast Slayer, yes, they were delayed because I think they wanted to review what everybody had chosen in prior rounds. Now, the advantage for Sebastian Bobbio and Jeff Palmer and Shannon Stafford is they were part of the top 4. So they didn't have to pick as many games in their rounds. Nick Mueller has been playing all day long, trying to come all the way up from round 1 and trying to make it a big win here in the finals. Mr. Mike Huff, camera adjustment here. Shannon Stafford, who won the Free Play Classics here just a couple months ago. 3 bonus advances right there, and lips out of that saucer. I will, I'll let, let's see, Shannon Stafford did not do pretty well there. Just going to give you an idea of games that people have chosen. Jeff Palmer has chosen along the way. He's chosen Johnny Mnemonic, Genie, Jacks are Better, and also Strikes and Spares. These are games that these players have chosen. Let's see, Nick Mueller has chosen ACDC and Taxi. And that's all the information I have about choices, so I think a lot of these players, they sort of seeded their choices, maybe waiting for this moment. Completes the ABC. That gives him a double bonus. Perfect. Up to a third strike right there. Third strike is 15,000 if he can put it in the saucer. Just complete another strike, that's 20,000. The sixth strike is a special, and that is going to be immense. If he can get it to the sixth strike, then that saucer would register special. It's going to be 50,000 points for putting it in the saucer. Now we're looking at Nick Mueller. Nick is no stranger to pressure, absolutely. So he's going to try to drop it. Get it. Oh, what a phenomenal save. Oh my gosh, there's nothing happening there. 1,000 points bonus. I'm Norman Jennings. You're watching the 9th hour of coverage of the Papa Style Tournament here at the Pinball Asylum. Covered the last 3.5 hours of qualifying today. Hour break. We've been at it here in the finals. Going on almost 5 hours. Shannon Stafford for another big victory here at the Asylum. The winner here will get his name engraved on a loving cup for what they're calling the Perpetual Cup of Champions. 4 names on there right now. The same name twice. Trojano, winner in 2015. Jeff Palmer's won this event twice, 16 and 17. Dan Coyle swept it last year. Dan exited very early this time around. He was out after round 1. Oh, beautiful. Pounding of the game right there. Oh, but that was an error and a tilt. It getting very quiet here. Very quiet here at the Asylum. I'm lowering my voice here too. These players are trying to concentrate on big goal right here. Because of the tilt, players will wait. Getting 1 minute. Getting a ball 3. Backed out of respect for the players in a critical game. Be no commentary for the remainder of this ball. Magnificent ball right there by Jeff Palmer. Thanks, Dexter Hampton. A lot more show. Go. Nick Mueller. Current state champion. Now the question becomes whether Shannon Stafford can leap over Nick Mueller and secure at least 1 point.
Come on. Oh.
Best ball of the day by anyone. It's not going to be enough.
Really good ball.
Tell you what, though, he made a very high bar for Sebastian Bobbio. By the way, someone was asking about plastic bottles. I think I know what you're thinking about. Probably my microphone. I'll try to limit manipulation of my microphone. Sometimes it slips. That okay. What a great game right there. So Jeff Palmer. A remarkable performance right there. And Stafford taking the number 2 position. Nick Mueller, 3rd place. And Sebastian Bobbio with a weak start. Still relatively early, though. Still relatively early. 2 more games remain. I'm sorry. I think I have Nick and... do we have Nick and Sebastian? That's right? Okay, so I'm sorry. I have Sebastian and Nick for first. We're going to correct that. Sebastian with 1. That's what I thought. Thank you very much. What I thought. Thought I was seeing things there for a minute. Thought I was seeing things, but I'm seeing it right. No, and I'm not always right, and thankfully that didn't come out, hopefully, over the air. Thank you very much, Jeff Webb. I want to thank the Pinball Asylum. We're getting near the end of this event here. David Denholtz, Jeff Webb, Scott Kakavis, Mike Huff, and Matt Barlow. Matt Malone is not here. They all contribute such a remarkable amount of love and care. We're going to Jungle Queen now. Gonna slide ourselves right over there, live, on the fly. Tremendous. Thanks very much, V-Slayer. 41 viewers, thanks very much. We are flattered. Spend your Sunday evening with us. Have yourself a Sunday evening dinner of roast beef, mashed potatoes, and pinball. Jungle Queen right here. We're in game number 2 of a 3-game playoff right here for all the marbles. The top 4 players will cash out. They'll each receive trophies. They're the same trophy of varying sizes, but really more importantly, they'll get their name engraved on the Champions Cup.
We're good, David.
Getting the other camera lined up, and no formalities here. We just want to get everything lined up as quickly as possible. This has been a very long event, so we're trying to move as quickly as possible. I want to again thank you, everybody. And the SIG boat out there, your comment was was censored, but it was still good. Thank you very much. That's ball 1 right there. For Jeff Palmer. Oh no. Sometimes you can be a little too fine. This is a 5-ball game. Jungle Queen. Quickly show everybody the rules really quick here. The saucers always score 5,000. The drops add bonus, knock them all down. Collate the 5,000 lanes. Double bonus for A, B, and C. Missing B. B is only available at the top. Whereas A and C are available at the top and also on those 2 in lanes. And the in lanes also advanced bonus, but there's nothing going there. Still a very good ball. Keeping it tight with Jeff Palmer. Sebastian Bobbio. Wonderful dead bounce right there. Decides to do it again. Oh, but then blows it. That right there was simply mental lapse. At JPW25, I have not commented at Pinball. I would be incredibly thrilled and honored if I was ever asked to comment at a major event. Miracle Man, I'm with you. I had the same crappy games myself yesterday. Your comment too was censored. Oh my gosh. Just unbelievable. Really? Oh, okay, here we go. Well, he got his daily supply of vitamin D right there. Oh no. Oh, Nick. And in Stafford. Six targets, 6,000. Keeping it tight, Jeff Palmer. Bastion needs to get in the action, and you know what? He's got to get back to basics here. Enough of this. Enough of this fancy stuff. Hit the targets. One. Okay, it's on the road. Takes out another one, but doesn't get credit. Old EMs are like that. Sometimes you don't get credit for everything, and again he tried to drop catch it and drop it. He laughs, but I cry because it was certainly... Everyone heard that comment.
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. A turkey and some mistletoe. I'm Jeff Palmer stepping up. Oh my gosh. As bad as it gets. Nick Mueller, current state champion. Nothing this kid can't do with a pinball machine. Really just fortunately, the one thing he won't get to do here is flip. 5-ball affair right here. And in Stafford. Tried to sweep a couple of targets there. I don't blame you there. I wouldn't touch that. Ball number 3 for Sebastian Bobbio. It is pronounced Bobbio. Ellen? This is a rerun of ball 2. Finally nails it. See the strategy here. Strategy's working. Oh, not quite. You're locked on a shot. Go for it. Oh, lipped out again. You get the feeling that Sebastian experimented with this earlier in the tournament. Oh, that wasn't a good one right there. He keeps getting the ball though. There we go. He keeps getting the ball back down to the flipper, and he keeps hitting it up there. But you know, really nothing to help the ball into that saucer up there. He could be getting a double bonus here if he can work that ball over to the C. And he's going to let it go. It's back in this ball game. Very, very close affair. Okay, we're on. I think we're on. I think we're on ball 4 here. Palmer trying to copy that. Off the tip of the flipper. Nice action to send it back up. Oh, what a wonderful rebound. He's got a shot going the other direction. 4. Didn't force it over to the C. It's good about Jeff Palmer. He won't do something if it doesn't present itself. Beautiful play right there with the A. Got the 5,000 lane over there on the left. He's got the C and a 5,000. Now here's where he's going to start racking up those points. Go down that left-hand side for another 60,000. That's okay. He can sit back on that one. There's a 40,000 point ball right there on ball 4. Everybody will be going into a double bonus situation on ball 5. So you really want to set yourself up so that if you have a bad ball 5, it's going to ruin you. We're going to do the same thing on ball 5 of this game as well, which is going to be to kind of sit back and drink it all in. Shannon Stafford stepping up again. Players 2, 3, and 4, just too bunched together. Somebody's got to break out and try to run after Jeff Palmer here. Adequate, you know. Look at what Master Bobbio's done this game. Really, he's only had one good ball, but it looks like he has a recipe, but he can't seem to get around to baking that cake. And you won't get a. I almost called that one as a failure, but saved it. Very nice. Okay, he needs the B for a double bonus, and he could definitely use that right about now. The patience on the dead pass. What a quick flip right there. Fantastic play. Okay, very important right there. Keep in mind he's got 6,000 bonus. It's going to put him around 50 at this point, and he's going to be at 50. Here we go. No commentary, just action. Jeff Palmer. Jeff Palmer wins this game. He has won the championship. Here we go. And that's it. What a tremendous, tremendous game right there for Jeff Palmer, looking to add his name for the 3rd time to the Loving Cup. No player, I believe, has ever won a Pinball Asylum tournament 3 times. Here we have Jeff Palmer on the verge of doing just that. Nick Mueller down 90,000 points. Oh, Nick is going to take a 0 right here. Going to eliminate him from any chance of winning this event. Be disappointing for Nick. Oh, 51,000 right there, and Sebastian gonna dodge a bullet here. All he needs to do is plunge, but of course he would prefer to win, try to stay in this event, also prevent Jeff Palmer from running away with it. Trying to do it 5,000 points at a time. Oh, I knew it. That was a bad situation, and that is it. It's over. Jeff Palmer has done it again. His 3rd win of this event. We have a new champion, and it's the same champion as the old champion. His name is Jeff Palmer. He has won the 5th annual Papa Style Championship here at the Pinball Asylum. His name will be added to the trophy. His name will go below Dan Coyle's name.
Ready to play the game. Wow.
What an incredible, incredible run for this man.
No, Sebastian. I apologize. I guess you're apologizing.
Hey, it's on the top.
Oh, that's right. No, thank you.
Damn rookie.
Way too soon.
Way too. You gotta wait like another 15 seconds.
At least till you look.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Nick, you could have went on for about another.
Gonna play the Munsters. The victory lap for Jeff Palmer. A chance for someone to try to top the incredible performance of Eric Stone on this game. We want to thank everybody. Once again, let's take a look at the regular standings right here. What a fantastic finish for Jeff Palmer, and already the well-wishers are pouring in right here. Thank you to the 47 viewers who have decided to spend time with us here at the Pinball Asylum in Fort Myers, Florida. Our next pinball event, which I believe we'll be broadcasting, is not an IFPA event, but it's still a fun event nonetheless. It's what's known as the Pin Brawl, sort of a pro-am tournament where teams of players join up together. So we are getting ready for the final game in the final round, and there's a little bit of a competition right now for second place right now. Really, this is about trying to see who finishes second and third. Jeff Palmer, if he wins this game, it'll be the second straight year that the champion will sweep their way through the final round. Absolutely incredible play, and I really think that when you take a look at what he did there on Jungle Queen, I think that was just spectacular play. What about that camera there? We'll try to get that lined up, and once we get that lined up, we will be ready to go for this final round.
I forgot my specs. You'll have to shoot the ball for me.
More of an angle?
Getting ready here. We want to try to get the players from an angle here. I'd say we're fine the way we are, so let's do it. The final game of the final round. Jeff Palmer's already our winner.
Hold the left button for a super skill shot.
Once again, congratulations, Jeff.
Don't be frightened. I'll protect you. The thing, the horrible thing. Lily, is it all right if we leave the lights on?
You're watching Sebastian Bobbio right here on Ball 1 of the Munsters. It's the final game of the Papa Style event here. They're playing really for second place right here. Jeff Palmer has the asterisk already. He is the winner. Big win for Sebastian Bobbio. I'm sorry, for Jeff Palmer. Big game for Sebastian Bobbio here. He's really trying for that second place. It needs a lot of money here. It's been a very long event, and there's a lot of points on the line, too. Sebastian Bobbio currently #1 in the state here in the state of Florida. So every point is going to be meaningful as we get down to the very last. So I don't think Sebastian wants to go home tonight and say, gee, I could have picked up another 3 or 4 or 5 points here if I just played hard on Munsters. So
Looks like that's not shot the ball.
by now most everybody knows this game. It's about collecting all of the characters in the Munsters. And we're in that mini multi-ball action down the lower playfield. We start with white jackpots. We move on to blue jackpots and red jackpots. and he didn't make it, but he's got a triple playfield going for the remainder of this ball. Actually, not to the remainder of the ball. It does time out. He can keep it alive, though, by continuing to hit Kitty. And triple playfield is gone, so wasn't able to keep it alive. Needs to go and get that Kitty again, but no. Well, it's a pretty good start for Sebastian. It's a game he has a tremendous amount of strength in. Nick Mueller is up, current state champion. Nick came a long way, qualified 9th, fought his way all the way back up here. Had a rough time of it in round 1 last year, went out very early. Managed to make it all the way down to the very, very end, but wasn't to be, not this time around. Oh, smart move right there by Nick to completely let go of the game. Let the game find its own level. Locks up Herman. He's guaranteed a 2-ball multi-ball as a result, but if he can free that magnetized ball with this ball, it'll grow to a 3-ball multi-ball. But he dropped that ball out the out lane, and so as a result, it's just going to be a 2-ball. 2-ball multi-ball now. Want to thank our 40 viewers for sticking around for as long as you have. In my opinion, you've seen some absolutely stellar pinball. There were no throwaway games here today, none at all. I think it was all pinball gold, if you ask me. And looks like the gold rush isn't over yet, because Nick Mueller is determined to pull out, if he can, a second place finish here. It's going to mean an awful lot of points, and he's in a bit of a firefight with some of these guys right now. I mean, if we take a look, what's truly at stake right now, I'm gonna show you right now. Might as well cut over to this while he's playing. This is what the top 24 look like as of Wednesday, and Nick Mueller has a little work to do to get back into the action here. So wants to try to jump over Sebastian Bobbio if he can right here. He's already, and he also wants to get ahead of Shannon Stafford too. So if he can beat these two guys, take the second place here, he'll make up some very necessary ground. And the green and red arrows were since June 6th, since the Point Monsters event. Now he's got 6X and he dropped it down the middle. Unbelievable. Nick, you did everything you could though. Nice try. Right down the middle. 1.78 million. Shannon Stafford, nothing to be ashamed of here. Of course, he won the Point Monsters Classics just a couple of months ago. He's just having a spectacular year overall. Shannon's got 6 wins in 2019. Not going to happen there. Just a quick cutaway on that. Shannon's got 6 wins for the year. Nick Mueller also with 6 wins. Jeff Palmer will add a win here, very important win. Dan Coyle was trying for his 6. Carl Reedy, who didn't make the trip down here, had 9. Has 9 so far. Did you see that too? He had 29. Has 29 top 10 finishes. We're gonna announce a couple of high scores along the way here too. While Jeff Palmer's playing, Jeff is already got it locked up. So we're just gonna announce right here. There were a couple of side tournaments. Jack in the Box was a side tournament back in. Started yesterday, finished this afternoon, and the winner of that particular tournament was Mr. Andrew Dunn with 106,050 points, 106,050 on Jack in the Box for Andrew Dunn. Big score right there. Had to have had a couple of extra balls in there. Aerosmith, well, it's no surprise. This kid is a master at Aerosmith, and it's Nick Mueller, of course, with a score of 390,831,010. Fantastic. 390 million on Aerosmith. Spectacular score. Spirit. I had the high score on this game for a little while myself, but got taken down by a couple of folks. And who did it? Who ended up with the big win on Gottlieb Spirit? Sebastian Bobbio. 1,116,770 points. And finally, Counterforce. A really great game, one that when we get it completely fixed up, I'm sure you'll see in a number of tournaments around here. Eric Wallace with a nice big win right there, 392,070 points on Counterforce. Meanwhile, back in the action here, congratulations to those side tournament winners. We're joining Jeff Palmer right here with a double play field, and just getting started on his ball 1 of Munsters. And as you can see, if you just joined us here, Jeff Palmer already with 8 points out of a possible 8 points in the first 2 games. He's got this tournament wrapped up. It's a 3-game final here. We are in game 3, so a little anticlimactic victory lap here for Jeff Palmer of Southeast Florida. He's of Parkland, Florida. Works as an engineer by trade, and he engineered himself a fantastic win here at this event. He's a former state champion. His son Atticus, 2-time state champion. They faced each other earlier in the day in their semifinal bracket. Really great play. They are without a doubt the first family of pinball. Champions, both of them, spectacular performers, and they brought their game faces today, and yet you can tell they're enjoying themselves to death every time they come out. Jeff Palmer trying to, there he goes. He managed to let the ball roll to the very end of that left flipper and got the grandpa multi-ball going here. It's a little mini multi-ball. He's pretty much not doing much with that zap button, pretty much ignoring it, deciding instead to just make shots. Zap button could have helped him improve a couple of these multi-ball jackpots here, but he's got a few blue jackpots he can knock down here. Very good play right there. 8 million so far. I mean, it's not a lot of points down there. Of course, it's a lot more when you get a kitty, and he's got a kitty right here, so he's doubled up on the play field. Could have used that doubler down there inside with Grandpa. He's got 2 of the 5 characters completed. If you complete 5 characters, you'll enable Munster Madness, which is a 3-ball multi-ball where you can have add-a-balls and do all kinds of fun stuff, mega jackpots. It's really the centerpiece of the game. And you know, if you complete Dragula over there on the right-hand side, it lights the Dragula scoop over there. He's probably thinking right now. Just get up there, get that Raven multi-ball going. One more shot for that. And he'll take the super jackpot right here with the zaps. It's doubled up because he had the playfield doubler, and it's still active. Sorry for the blurriness here. This game is very, very difficult to photograph for some reason. And that's okay. It's a blurry final result here. I happen to think it's the lighting on this game that makes it so challenging. And now Sebastian Bobbio stepping up. Sebastian has 2 points. Keep in mind, we're really in a battle here for second place, and Sebastian is winning that battle right now. If Sebastian wins this game, he'll have it outright. If he doesn't win, it's very possible we could end up in some sort of tiebreaker situation. It starts Raven Multi-Ball. Now, Raven Multi-Ball has a restart enabled with it if you don't get enough jackpots. So the game does give you a second chance. Gives you a very tiny ball save too. Good plan right there. Double up that playfield first and then collect the jackpot. Make everything count. And now tripled up. Dropped it. Of course, he's got a shot at a restart. And it's a very long counter. 13 seconds right there. And pushes it up there and gets another Raven multi-ball. That shot can be made as a backhand, but not going to have to mirror. Not necessary. And he started Lily, which is an advantage because it just acts as a score booster. So he's got Raven going. He's got Lily going. He's got a super jackpot available. He's got a triple playfield. He even has an Atta ball available right now. And for some reason, we've lost the score camera. And I don't know what happened there, but we lost the playfield camera for some reason. It's very possible that the battery ran out. We've been going a very long day right here. We're just gonna move over now to we'll just go right over here to Sebastian, showing him live here. I'll just give commentary on the actual score right here. He's at 30 million points. But you can see right now he's still got Lily active. You know. So, I don't know what happened over here with this playfield camera. It looks like it went out or something here. And I don't know whether they're going to have Nick Mueller take a pause right here, or maybe he'll play his ball. Meanwhile, we're just going to kind of watch Nick from this perspective. I'll report on his score as he goes along. Well, that's it for him. It's about 12 million points. We're going to try to see if we can correct a problem we've got with the wireless transmitter here. And it's very possible that we've lost that transmitter right there. And Mike Huff is trying mightily to try to make it work. And we're not going to worry about it right now. We're just going to kind of let it go. It's very possible it's a battery situation. Just going to let this go, I think, and we'll report on it as we go here. So Shannon Stafford has like nothing going on right now. He doesn't even have 1 million points.
Think twice before going in there. I usually have the same one with boys.
All right, well, that was a quick drain for Jeff Palmer. We're going into the final ball here, so I'm going to announce the scores right there. Yeah, I know. Thanks a lot. I think it's a battery issue, so I'm just going to announce the scores right here. Sebastian Bobbio, 34 million points right now. So we're just going to note his score right here. Very critical final ball 3 here. Trying to win second place right here. try to transition this over here. You're only going to see the bump. That's it for Sebastian Bobbio. 34 million. Yeah. Gonna be just shy of about 35 million right there. And Nick Mueller has quite a hill to climb right here. Because I don't think he's got Herman available. Just a mere 12 million points. And you can hear him. He's really not happy. He's got Lily going. He's gonna boost everything. Got a skill shot. Helps him a tiny bit. These are minor points when you're trying to get big points. He's done. So the result, we're gonna have Nick Mueller is going to finish in. Nick Mueller is going to finish in 4th place here, almost certainly. Shannon Stafford right about now is looking like a 3rd place finisher. Gotta have a massive ball right here. Shannon doing a little talking to the game right here. Yeah. I like the suggestion over there, Classic. I think the battery died. We've been at this so long. Gonna round out about 9 total hours, and that's it. And that's all she wrote. Oh no, he finally got the Herman hurry up. Alright, well, he's got a 2-ball multi-ball. Right. Curry Worst, I'm lobbying for drone footage right here. I think we could certainly use it. It's a very large room. I've joked with Sebastian Bobbio that the strategy for the Munsters is go into multi-ball and never leave. Just go into Herman multi-ball and never leave it. He really needs to now. He's got a Lily booster right there. I think what he's really looking for here is get his multiplier up and get over and get a super jackpot or 2 here. Alright. Well, that's the end of multi-ball. That was not a good development. We're going to pull in just a little tighter on this. See what we can see if we can see anything more here. He needs Raven now. And he's got a... Okay. It's not out of reach just yet. Remember that Raven is a restartable multi-ball if you don't collect enough Raven jackpots. A 3-ball multi-ball. And staying alive. He's creeping up ever so slowly. Got a kitty multiplier. And here we go with the super jackpot. And he cancels it. I think he knows if he doesn't get maximum jackpots out of this, it'll be done and done. He gets an Add-a-Ball out of here. Nice Dragula animation here. More and more animations are coming into this game. Gotta keep it up right here. Gotta get more. Okay. 1.2 million right there. All right. He's got to keep that. 2.4 million almost. with a 5X Dragula thing. Restarts Raven multi-ball. And suddenly 28 million. And look at the score counters right here. That's what the 6X playfield will do for you. And he's maxed out his bonus multiplier 20x. So whatever you do, Shannon, don't tilt. And of course, if Shannon can win this game, then he'll automatically take second place. Going downstairs. He's got a multiplier downstairs too. And still pushing hard. Got the grandpa multi-ball going with the multiplier. Now there's big points. 1 million points on that. Now getting ready to start spot. Both ramps are lit for that. And that's it. What a tremendous performance by Shannon Stafford. And that should be enough, I think, to put the second place trophy into his hands.
Oh yeah. Huge.
9 million bonus. Raven multi-ball time for Jeff Palmer. Again, we want to thank everyone who has spent their afternoons and early evenings tuning in and watching all this great pinball action. Thank you to Mike Huff, our stage technical manager, Jeff Webb, who had to leave early, is our stage direction manager. Want to thank everyone who put forth such a great effort. We're nearly done. We survived a lot of challenges along the way, but in the end, I think it turned out to be a fun and exciting event. We think we put together something really special here, and we're hoping that you agree. If you do feel that way, subscribe to the Pinball Asylum channel. Visit the Pinball Asylum at www.pinballasylum.com. I'm starting to lose the ability to get the words out at this point, but I'll tell you, Jeff Palmer's been playing all day, but he's not done scoring. He could score in his sleep, I think. He just has that much ability. And Lily's Super Jackpot is lit. We're going to try to get a word with some of the winners here when it's all said and done. See if we can get some folks to talk to us. A lot of people are probably thinking they're wanting to get on their way home. It's been an extraordinarily long day. I know Shannon Stafford in particular has to go all the way back to the Jacksonville area. He's probably not going to be much for conversation here this late in the day, but just a tremendous overall amazing tournament that's been put on here by the Pinball Asylum. So thank you very much to everyone complimenting me. The playfield cam, more money, went out. Some sort of failure, maybe with the wireless transmitter or perhaps the battery. We've been at it now for about 9 hours, and I think we're starting to lose battery power. This is a very, very long, continuous stream here, so sorry about that, folks. We did our best here. This game is not very consequential. We already know that Jeff Palmer finished first. It's going to be Sebastian Bobbio second. It'll be Shannon Stafford third and Nick Mueller fourth, exactly as you see it listed here. We already know our outcome. It's really just a matter of Jeff Palmer taking his big victory lap right here. He's seeing if he can actually sweep the final, which will happen for the second straight year. Dan Coyle did it in 2018. Jeff Palmer has put his name on the Loving Cup for the third time. Just amazing. Brand new Loving Cup that they've gotten here at the Pinball Asylum for this event. Here it is again. And of course, a look at the nameplate at the bottom there. Jeff Palmer's name will go on it one more time. And well-deserved. Well-deserved, I'd say. He played very strongly all day long. Really, it's a matter of can he finish this up? What can this guy do that he hasn't already done? Let's try to go in on the playfield just a little bit here. He's in multi-ball. You can see he's already got a kitty multiplier going here. His multi-ball is over. About ready to start Spot, and Spot has been started. And there you go, Spot. That'll keep your coat nice and shiny. And now he's got all characters completed, and something that we really haven't seen at all today in watching Munsters. We haven't seen anybody get into Munster Madness, and it's a little too early for that, Jeff. Unfortunately, we have to live through Spot, and that means taking some dangerous shots at a very oddly shaped target. But Jeff doesn't care because he's rocking this game. It's in the 40 millions right here. I'm sure his bonus multiplier's got to be approximately 18, 19, 20x. And getting close to the end right here. Okay. And that's it. It's all finished. The tournament is over. Jeff Palmer with a tremendous finish right here. And congratulations to him. 18x. 18x was the final right there. And we are going to try to switch over to the other camera here if we can. And having some difficulty with it.
It gets on a hold, especially on the last one.
Oh, we're having difficulty with it. So, let's see if we can find our stage manager here to line up the other camera.
We got second. Player 4 was second. Am I right? Okay. And player 1 was third, correct?
You don't like that one?
It's not working quite right. So, just getting ready right here. And here's a look at me. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Norma Jennings, and you've just been listening to me all day long, but now you can see me a little bit in person. And I promised the team that I would dress better for this particular event, so I've done that. And I am here. I'll be standing off to the side, maybe doing some interviews with our winners and some other folks. Please don't leave right away. Just say a few words to the folks out in TV land and Twitch land. We're just getting this camera lined up. Had a couple technical issues with the equipment toward the end, but we want to thank you for sticking it out. And so soon coming to this microphone will be our tournament director, David Denholtz.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for coming. We love you all. We're glad you stuck it out to the end. Sorry it took so long. We had some tiebreakers and some games that took a while. But anyway, everyone did a great job. You all played well. We'd like to do the trophies here in just 1 second. Just give me a moment. So fourth place goes to a guy that's been here quite a few times. He's a young player. He's a mature player. Getting better every time we see him. Nick Mueller, 4th place. Nice job.
Current state champ.
Current state champ. Yes. Nice job, buddy.
Woo! Good job.
Yeah. Way to go, Nick. Good job.
Thank you.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Looks like a comedy club.
Welcome to Asylum Comedy Hour.
3rd place, another hard-fought victory. A guy who has been coming to the Asylum almost as long as the Asylum has existed. He's a terrific competitor. One of my best friends in pinball, Sebastian Bobbio, 3rd place.
Everybody knows.
Everybody knows. Nice job, buddy.
Thank you, David. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Saludos, Argentina.
Hi, Tatiana.
2nd place in the Papa Style 5th annual. This is a guy that I haven't known that long, but I think this is 2nd, maybe 3rd tournament he's played here. Terrific competitor, one of the best in the state. Absolutely a rising star. Shannon Stafford. Nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. You rock, dude.
Thank you. Yeah.
And finally, we come to the big kahuna. Somebody want to help me with this up here?
It's too big
I don't know
for
if I
me.
can hold both of these, but anyway.
Atticus, will you go help hold the trophy?
Yeah.
And your dad is going to have many names on
I'll
it.
let you hold this.
Yay!
Okay. Number 1, once again, I believe this is the third time out of the 5th annual. So out of 5 contests, this man has won 3 of them. He wins the big prize, 1st place. Also, he gets to inaugurate the, what is it called? The Perpetual Cup of Champions. His name's already on it twice, along with Joe Janot and Dan Coyle. So we will have this engraved. This will sit on a special shelf in the Asylum to be built. And I'd like to congratulate Jeff Palmer. Nice job.
Wonderful job, Jeff. Woo.
Good job. Excellent.
Thank you very
Woo.
much.
Woo! Woo!
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right.
You need to get a picture of him holding the big trophy.
Yeah, because I was going to say, when everybody sees it on Facebook, they're going to think Atticus won.
Yeah, they will, honestly, yeah, you gotta. Just your arms in the picture, arms only.
All it takes is a little Photoshop, Atticus. You can do it.
Nice job.
Good
job.
Woo-hoo!
And guys, don't leave yet. We do have checks for you. Just give me 1 minute, and I'll have those for you. Norma, would you like to say something else?
Sure. So, Jeff Palmer, would you mind coming back here and giving a brief interview and talking about your performance here today? And Jeff, all you have to do is talk right into that light right there. Congratulations, Jeff. Fantastic performance. Just talk right into here with these answers. You know, I saw you pacing around all day long. I think a lot of people were wondering, were you looking at your own scores? Were you looking at other people's scores?
I generally don't like to watch what is going on with other people. If there's nothing I can do about what they're doing, so I just leave the room and I walk around and I just kind of peek to see if they're still playing. But no, I'm not paying attention to anybody else's score.
Okay. You know, how did you feel when you were in Jungle Queen there? I think that was a great comeback on your part there.
The Jungle Queen game was very relaxed at the beginning. It wasn't going so well, but then on ball 4 and ball 5, things were just flowing, and I was hitting the saucers and targets were going down. It seemed like the inlanes were friendly, so things just were going my way.
Sure. I think, and I might have to ask some really Asylum veterans here, but I think you may be the first person to win a tournament at the Pinball Asylum 3 times. Puts you in a class pretty much by yourself. And, you know, how do you feel about really being... You have been and still are one of the class players in pinball. I mean, what do you do to top all that?
I just keep trying to play as well as I can. I've said it before, I've been saying this ever since we've been coming here. There is a lot of talent in our state. We look at the top 16, we look at the top 24 for the state championship, but the talent in the state runs much deeper than that. So it's not just a couple of people. There are so many good players. You can look at all the quality of play that we had during qualifying and during the finals. It's incredible how much talent is here.
Yes, absolutely. Jeff Palmer, thank you very much. Congratulations once again. Great effort. Fantastic. How about our second place player, second place winner, Sebastian Bobbio? Would you mind coming up here just for a minute? Because Sebastian was supposed to be my co-commentator. Oh, I mean Shannon Stafford. Excuse me. Shannon Stafford. You know, I've done that twice. I even announced it. I think I had Sebastian as second. Please wait, third place finisher Sebastian Bobbio, for the second place finisher Shannon Stafford. Shannon, seems like we're meeting each other way too much. And please forgive me once again for taking second place away from you. So, you know, this is the end. You did it. I mean, you went as far as you could. You know, Jeff just played fantastically in the final.
Hit the brick wall. We're in the brick wall left. Yeah, Jeff played great. I mean, every competitor through this whole competition, everybody was good.
Sure.
Everybody had a chance to win. Sebastian, Nick, Atticus, everybody played and cemented. Excellent.
Yeah, great. I mean, you've spoken to me before. Anything else to add from a great weekend of pinball?
Oh my goodness. This place is great. The Asylum is a really good place to come to. 2020 World. There you go. That's what I want to hear. 2020 Worlds is going to be great here. There's a lot of rare machines, a lot of stuff around here, and a lot of good people. So whoever makes it to the Worlds, they're going to have a blast here.
Well, congratulations, Shannon Stafford. Thanks very much for joining in. Who knows, Shannon, you might be here as a player in 2020. And now our third place finisher right here, a man who was going to join me in the booth today, but turned out to be a lot busier. Sebastian Bobbio, great. Thank you very much. Fantastic. Sebastian, you have some things to say, both in English and Spanish, to folks, so go for it.
Bueno, primero y principal, les pido disculpas a todos los chicos de Argentina que no pude hacer el streaming today, pero bueno, ya la próxima lo vamos a hacer en español y en inglés con Norma, los dos hablando un poquito en inglés, un poquito en español, para todo el Club Argentino de Pinball y también para Pinballos Argentinos. Muchísimas gracias. Thank you very much. Third place for everybody. Tatiana, I love you.
Muchísimas gracias to you too. Thank you very much. And Nick Mueller, come on up. Fourth place finish. Congratulations to you. And you know, Nick, there's very little introduction left for you. You've done all there is. Just tell me how you felt about the competition today and everything like that.
I felt great today about the competition. I got to play my favorite game, AC/DC, so today was a good day.
Fantastic, fantastic. I mean, we're hoping to see you around the Asylum for a long time to come. I kind of heard that you may be on the move pretty soon. I'm hoping that things will work out for you no matter what happens with you. Thank you very much, Nick. Congratulations again. Okay, great. Thanks again. I didn't actually hear that. They'll come up here for a picture, I think, and that'll be fine. So we're just going to give way right here to the Final Four. Let you take a final look at these folks and enjoy the spectacle of the event right here. And we're getting pretty close to sign off over here. I want to thank everyone for sticking around for such a very, very, very long time. Just a fantastic finish. Let's get these folks up here. Let them get that trophy up there and stand with it and everything like that. Jeff Palmer has no trouble holding that trophy. I'm going to stand as far back as possible here so that we're not in the way. And congratulations to these folks right here. And there's Sebastian, and they're kind of moving the camera over here, and it's really great, fantastic. So thanks once again. If you just tuned in, Jeff Palmer first place, Shannon Stafford second, Sebastian Bobbio third, and Nick Mueller second from the left there in fourth place. So thanks very much for joining us, and we will see you next time on the Pinball Asylum. Thank you very much.